but then plan for growth and any other future parking needs. I'm not sure if I show it on this, maybe right here. So this is cut out. One thing that we noticed in reviewing this is this line right here is what the applicant's proposing is a future sewer connection that would run, show back here, it would go all the way down the back of these lots down to a sewer line that's right here. I'm not the best one to speak to this. I may defer to Brad or another one of our engineers to talk about that line, whether it's something that we want to see or put it somewhere else, whether it's in the roads. But that's another ask there. And then, so we talked about the open space. They'd have to, oh, and I didn't change this, I apologize. Right, so that's really the ask. So whether you would split the lot, dispose of the open space, planning commission is going to look at the parking, and then utilities and mainly that sewer line. Before we get to questions there, today I received 2 more concept plans from the applicant to review. They're similar in nature, that they still want to develop the site or the site below it in addition to it, but we can just treat this one like you want to right now and answer these questions, or we can look at those other 2 in those. So I'm going to let you guys decide what you want me to do.
So will there be handicap parking, I assume, included in that?
Mm-hmm. And I think they showed it. Yeah, they don't put the signs up, but it would be right here. So they'd be required to meet all of our site plan development standards, so lighting, storm drainage, striping, landscaping, all of that.
The home that's nested inside of the parking, has that property owner been contacted? Are they comfortable with the parking kind of just, I guess, being on all 3 sides of the property?
Yeah, it's the property owner that's proposing this.
Oh, they own the house and the land.
Right, it's one lot right
Okay.
now anyway.
Okay,
So yeah, they're a part of it.
got it. Just wanted to.
And one thing that came up as they've kind of been going through this was the question of whether or not, we don't have it within code, that you could have like a parsonage on property. There's a lot of church buildings in other parts of the country that you can have a parsonage where someone lives on site. They opted just to split the lot, have the parking and have a full-fledged zoned lot for the church. But they're very comfortable with the home being there because it's all part of the same group of people, so.
Maybe I'll weigh into this. It's been Councilmember Clark and I that have met with this applicant and kind of worked through this a little bit. So I think it might be wise to at least show the additional concept plan. She and I met with the applicant just recently in this last week or so, and it's our first look at it. So this is the ask, and so I think they're looking for feedback on where's council going to be with some of those asks. And if that doesn't work, because there's a few asks in there that might be a little weighty. And so maybe that's the first question, is let's get some feedback first from that before we show you what their additional thoughts are if this isn't going to work.
I'm in favor of selling the strip of land to the applicant. I don't see how that land really can benefit the city at this point. It makes much more sense to integrate it with the property and just to sell it to the applicant for fair market value.
I don't know, I just want to throw this out there for the council to consider. And I suppose the neighboring property owner is also familiar with this, but usually if we were to dispose of something like that, you'd let both parties maybe get half of that, or like, just as long as there's direction on sell to who, or as long as they work it out if nobody wants it.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, yes.
Mayor, sorry, there is an application for land disposal, so we're waiting to see what direction we get tonight on this, but there is an application in the recorder's office.
And is the ask the sewer infrastructure would be paid for by the city when that goes in? No, okay. Just want to clarify.
Another question. I remember Zach a while back or something saying that was there some kind of easement or storm drain or something in that trail?
There's something in the general vicinity of this neighborhood that eventually connects to SR 73, and I think, is it Shadow Drive? Is that the one, Shiloh Drive, where the water comes down? So that might be, Brad could speak to that.
And Brad, while you're coming up, I want to ask the question about the sewer. Come on up. Because the question's for you, and it's really about the proposal that that sewer be linked behind the current property on that property line between this property and Walmart. What's your thoughts about that?
So the way I read the concept plan was it was an option one, option two. I seen an option one where they were showing that the sewer lateral would run down into the roadway, which would then head south and then go through like an easement area that already exists and then tie into a sewer line that's down off 73. One thing that we're gonna run into in here is I think a lot of those homes in Meadow Ranch are all on septic. And so this isn't tying in directly to the grid, and that's why you see such the long runs. And that's one of the questions that I flagged and tried to ask on this application and this concept was, is the intent of this for this to be a main line, and are we building this to a main line standard, or is the intent of this to be a sewer lateral from this building into our main line? Because I think those regulations and those standards will all matter. So I think we need to get clarity on what they're asking for with the sewer.
Maybe a follow-up question to that then is, have we ever intended to bring the Meadow Ranch into the sewer district?
We haven't done any planning or any kind of thought process to incorporate any of that at this time, no.
Because I mean, that would be a pretty extensive for both the city and for the homeowners to then take their septics out and attach to that. So I don't know if the answer is in the question on that one. I think that might be too expensive for everybody involved. So perhaps it probably wouldn't be a main. My other question is, isn't there also existing sewer there that had to go in for the Walmart though?
I think all of their sewer, I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming most of it probably goes out towards Spring Run Parkway. So it goes to the east.
So it's, okay, so it's flowing east, okay.
Yes. So
Brad, let me-
I just think with this scenario, I mean, I think we're open and amenable, but we need to understand who's gonna pay for it and then what's the ongoing maintenance cost of it? And is it gonna be installed to a mainline standard, or does it meet the conditions and the intent as a sewer, like a service lateral? And we just need to get some feedback from the applicant and see what they're willing to do. I don't think it's a project that's eligible. I don't think the city should have to pay for the infrastructure. I think it's very much on the applicant and the project to pay for the infrastructure that needs to go on with the project.
All right, let's invite the applicant up and we can ask some of those questions. And Brad, did you say there is an easement in that trail that's being considered, or is there no utilities at all? Just want to consider either, is there a need for any kind of an easement?
I will go look at it and see what utilities I can see if there is any in there. I know up further in the same section of the corridor, it wasn't quite in the trail, but we did find some old storm drain lines and I think some water lines. And
Well,
so
if they can be abandoned, that's one thing, but as we consider the land disposal, I want to make sure that we
let us
either
double check
maintain-
that.
Yeah, just one other comment. When we were doing I don't know if it was the open space and trails, we removed this intentionally because of this very parcel, so that it wouldn't ever have people going through the back part of this. So I just want the new council members to be aware that decision was made in anticipation of this probably being purchased by the landowners in there, so that wouldn't create a pass-through through this holy site.
Right. And if I may just add one more point, just before I sit down, I think our preference would be for, if this is going to be allowed, that we would run these utilities out through the roadway and would run it down where we have an imperviable surface to maintain it if we're going to take that on at some point, so.
Brad, before you sit down, let me just ask this question. What if the sewer connection were to come here?
So the way that I seen the plan was they had one option that came out through this corridor here where some of this would go, and then they were gonna try to run the sewer down and tie in down here in this location was option 2, I think. The option 1 was they would service back out to the roadway. It would follow the roadway section down to this, and this is that easement area that I think is an existing easement. And then this is a roundabout that comes off the other roadway. And they would want to push it down and tie into the sewer down at the bottom there. They're pretty long runs, so they can maybe clarify, but I read it as an option 1, option 2 on the concept plan.
Okay, if you want to introduce yourself and then field some of the questions, I'm happy to continue.
Yeah, my name is Jacob Baker. I represent the property owners of this property. I live in this neighborhood, Meadow Ranch, and would be attending, one of the members that would be attending the congregation in this facility. As far as the questions on sewer, option 2 was to run down the back if there was an easement there, and if that made sense. Option 1 was to follow the road. We were considering doing a 6-inch line down to the road and then a 10-inch from there down to tie into the sewer so that it would be large enough if others needed to tie in. And we were completely planning on covering that expense. I've got bids for it. So not asking the city for anything on that. As far as the questions go on the facility, we were wondering what concerns, that would come up, whether we were going to run into any roadblocks or if we could pursue being able to do this addition and be able to field questions and concerns. The original concept that was proposed that is here is doing the chapel there going to the west, the parking lot around. We have updated that parking lot. When I met with the Planning Commission, the main census I got there is if we could meet somewhere in the middle, because we did a parking study based on our use at our other facility, how many stalls we thought we would need, and then code is just based on square footage, not the amount of people it seats. And they were like, if we could meet somewhere in the middle, that would be about 155. And we are able to do a parking lot with 158 stalls that fully meets city code. Then the other option would be, because there was some concern about doing that, and so we proposed another option of eliminating that home and doing full parking there. That would enable us to make the chapel just a little bit larger, and be fully in compliant with city code that way, if there was concerns on reduced parking.
Which one do you prefer?
I would prefer option 1 to keep the home. If we do option 2, then I would like to kind of consider option 3, and if you could go to that. Which would be this one, where we would actually utilize the property down below. We own all 3 lots in a row right there, so the next lot down that has the park on it is ours as well. And to be able to actually utilize the next lot down as well with a larger recreational facility that would better meet our needs in that area. So those are kind of the 3 options that we're looking at and would like feedback.
I'm good with the option that you want to go forward with. I want to be supportive, I think, of what you're trying to do, and I think these are uses we need to encourage.
Yeah, never want to get in the way of people trying to create houses of worship. And any of the 3 I'm good with. I mean, obviously this is probably a cost-centered decision for you guys, so whatever is the most cost-effective approach for you to accomplish that. I mean, obviously, I think option 3 is pretty awesome. I mean, it gives you even more space to be able to have, to gather, but I'm okay with any of the 3. And as far as the property disposal, as I mentioned before, we've had this conversation. We had no intention to allow people to start coming through the back sides of that property, which is why we took it off that plan. So for me, this is not a surprise. I think this was the next step in my mind of what was going to happen, so.
So can I get you guys, when you say this, weigh in on, I think this is part of the question, whether we prefer the sewer in the front or the back, or is that considered option 1 was the rear sewer, correct? And then also the land disposal. Good with land disposal?
Yeah, land disposal, yeah. The only thing I would say about the sewer is just service. Probably be better for you to go to the road because it's easier to access service-wise, especially if you're going to give access to other people in the neighborhood. I think the last thing you want them to do is tearing up the back part of that property if there's a sewer line. So I mean, there's the cost of doing it the first time, but the second or third time is gonna be more expensive and cause damage to the existing property, so something to consider.
So you had the option 1, option 2, and then option 3. Is there something that we need to discuss about like a phasing or 2 different chunks of plat? Do you remember what you called it? Because I don't remember.
I'll tell you, and Jacob, this is not a surprise to you. We talked about traffic circulation and traffic flow. And that I told you that might be a concern, is especially if you have both entities. And I know that you said that the house of worship would be used on Sunday and the rec center weekdays, right? So you didn't see that would be a problem. I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's what I think you said.
Yeah.
And so it should be about the same amount of traffic. And from my perspective, if you're going to go with option 3, I really think that making that sewer connection through here makes sense. And if you can you adjust that a little bit, Stephen, so we can see what's right below that? Because from my perspective, it just makes sense. And I think in the conversations we've had, Jacob, you said this is a UDOT entitled right-of-way. I mean, you can come in from here, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So there is an access there, and my ask would be, if you're gonna do that, let's make some direct connectivity there so that you can come through these neighborhood roads if you need to, but you can get in and you can get out onto that frontage road when it's eventually built. I know that's a big ask, and that may not be your preference, but that would be my ask if you're gonna go with option 3.
Okay. I guess one question I would have on that is, would you want that to actually be a city road, or could it be a private use road or actual city road turned over to the city?
Yeah, I don't know what it is now. I don't know what that access is right now. Is it private?
Right now, it's a private lane right there that we have on our own property.
Do you really want to push traffic through, this religious site where you have people running, basically trying to connect to go up to their homes up above? To me, that seems like it's not really advantageous to you guys to try to push to make it into a public road.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that, but
I wouldn't be pushing for something like that. I think the private road's probably fine as it exists. I want to make this as private as it can be for you on the land, for you guys to be able to worship without any issues, people coming through and causing problems, so.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think with the land disposal, that's fine. I like option 3. It gives it some good purpose, but again, respect whichever option you want to take there.
And
No strong feelings.
Just for clarity, as Melissa and I talked with Jacob on this, one of the things that they were interested in is that phase 1 would perhaps be the chapel and the parking lot with the chapel, and the phase 2 might be the recreational center. I want to state this clearly, the private recreational center.
Yep.
We'll have others in the city that will be like, woo! So I want to make sure that we're clear about that.
Rec hall. It's a rec hall.
Okay, yeah, a recreational hall that's owned privately and maintained and taken care of privately. So, and as we talked, and I'm not going to hold you to this, it was just so the council understands, the timing of that is the first phase you want to get going right away or as soon as possible. And then
Yes.
the second phase might be a year and a half, a couple of years, maybe 3 years out, we don't know, but several years down the road.
So if that's the case, then yeah, plan on doing phase 3, get the approvals and phase it. That makes more sense. If that's what your plan is, then let's help you with the first phase, which is probably what you've shown as option 1.
Probably option 2, because we just put the
Option
whole
2,
parking
okay,
lot
so.
in and get that done.
So you get
Yeah.
rid of the house in that scenario then. So phase 1 is going to get rid of the house, put the parking lot, and then phase 2, when finances are there to be able to do that second portion of it. It's better to get the entitlement for that to happen and set up a phasing for it, in my opinion.
Yep.
I would just say to be prepared for UDOT to ask you to make that a city road there, because if they're granting the right of way to access there off of SR 73, I could see them pushing for something more than a driveway, essentially.
Okay.
So kind of keep that in the back of your mind as you're making decisions, because that may end up being what it has to be because of them, so.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Stephen? You're over your time limit.
Oh, I'm good then. We'll be good.
What's that?
We'll be good then.
Okay. Do you have something else?
No.
All right. When I was talking to Lacey, I said, tell him 15 minutes.
Well, I apologize for going over.
No, thank you. Thank you for your help. That was a great discussion. All right, we're going to get back into order and go to our discussion item 1A, which is the mortgage assistant program. And Kira has this, and I believe Jacinda as well. So you guys can handle this however you would like.
Sweet. And since Stephen went over, we will try to go under and keep
Hey,
this brief.
thanks for being a team player and making up time for us.
Okay. So thank you guys for discussing this item with us today. We are just following up with our initial report that we sent out on the mortgage assistance program. Just as a quick overview, these are RDA dollars that are designated for mortgage assistance up to $25,000 for public entity employees up to the 120% AMI range. Just some numbers for how 2025 went. We had, as you see, a bunch of applications. We finished up with 32 actually closed loans for the year with the average household income just over $97,000. Our Tier 1 employees, we had about 23% of the grant going to them. Tier 2 got about 16%, and then Tier 3 receiving approximately 61% for the grant. This is kind of an overview of the trends for the applications that we've seen. Starting off, we were seeing maybe 6-ish applications a month averaging. And then as you see, as the months went and finished the year, Jacinda was busy, and we had 36 applications last month. 2 of those grants were all we had to give out. Those did go to Tier 1 and 2 employees, so we are happy about that. This is just a quick overview of the current fund balance. We worked with finance on this. The legislative session is wrapping up, so just make a note that that bottom number is set to increase potentially 15%, which would add an additional $34,000 to the committed shelter fund. So just as an overview, some of the improvements that some adjustments that we made, we clarified those tier definitions. We removed some of the compliance and added some compliance and just made it so the grant can stack nicely with Utah Housing to add additional support for folks. We do have some potential recommended updates. First and foremost, it would be super helpful if this program was aligned with the fiscal year budget. Right now, it's on a calendar basis, which has made it a little bit tough working with finance just to make sure our numbers are matching up properly. And then I'll let you cover the next 3, if you want to talk about those.
Well, which one are the underwriting ones? Did you have them listed, or?
They are in the report. I didn't want to list out the selected underwriting items. I know.
There's a few things like home inspection, which we don't ever want to have in our file. Like, these guys are agreeing with me 100%. You do not want that in your files. There's a few things like the appraisal, and there's like all these things that we're not. Sorry.
Prelim.
The home inspection, appraisal, the prelim title, flood hazard form. Those are things that are just not needed for our city, and the less we can keep things cluttered up and more streamlined, the better. And there's really no need for us to have it, in my opinion. So we wanted to delete those. The debt to income ratio exception is when I have an automated underwriting approval, this system is designed across the nation to assess the risk of this person and the ability to repay. And these grants pair super nicely with FHA loans. FHA, you can go up to a 57, you have to be below 57 on the debt to income ratio. And I've had, several applicants that have been fighting that debt to income ratio to stay under 50. And sometimes I feel like they have to do things that are really not in their best interest just to make that. And it would be better if, as long as we have that automated underwriting approval, I feel like we should allow that to go over 50 if we have that with FHA loans. Conventional loans don't allow you to go over 50 anyway, but that's just my opinion that we should allow that exception. Either just blanket allow it and just not have a DTI cap on it, or we can go before the committee to see if you guys want to allow an exception. Also, there is we kind of wanted to formalize what we want to do if there's people who want to do an exception. There's oftentimes we have to decline because they don't fit the guidelines, and a lot of them will try to petition to explain why they do. When I spoke to Jared, he wanted to form a committee that consisted of the two of us, Craig and Zach. So we just wanted to formalize that with the council to see if that would be approved for you guys.
I was gonna ask you when you finished if that was working, and I thought it was kind of already functioning. I know I made phone calls and talked to the council, but is that?
I think that'd be
Especially.
excellent going forward. It's been kind of hard.
Some of them
what
are
we've done in
getting
the past.
bogged down in my email, I know, and so, it's like, why am I given the exception? I don't wanna do that. Let these guys.
Okay.
That'll be good, we'll work on that. So just today, we're going over hopefully some policy consideration. As you've seen kind of some of the trends with the grant, do we want to continue where we're at? Do we want to try to meet the demand, or do we want to diversify the fund? The fund is usable in many other areas as listed here. We did talk a couple weeks ago about CDBG funds. Some of those kind of overlap with some of these uses, so I think while hopefully that's fresh on your mind, you can think about that with this fund as well. And so, yeah, just need some direction from you guys on those. I don't know if you remember the numbers. I can go back to the slide from finance on kind of where we're at. As far as the fund balance right now, we have roughly 250 allocated and dedicated to the mortgage assistance program, but we have 1.75 potentially to look at using for various
Did they ever
things.
get that fixed where because they kind of took those funds out? We had 40 for the year. Did they get that fixed?
Yeah,
Okay,
we
so these numbers
we
are
shuffled
reflecting
these
that?
out, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if this is appropriate or whatever. I just want to put something, an idea for you guys to consider in the fact that the fiscal budget ends in June, and I'm getting a significant increase of people who are, now that the program is becoming more well-known, of people who want to participate in this. And as you can see, I mean, we had 36 applicants last month and two grants to give out. There would have been more applicants, but the people that would call, like, is it even a shot, And I explained the program thoroughly, but I'm like, if you're tier 1, tier 2, you probably have a shot, but, until we get a little more grants, it might not really work right now. But anyway, so I don't know if we can allocate more money for the next fiscal year toward this program, because it is being very successful and it is very much helping people.
Mm-hmm.
And then do you guys decide now on the DTI, or do you guys discuss it and then you do it later?
I think that we should defer to Jacinda's expertise on this and go with every one of her recommendations.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, I think the things that are in the way of the intended purpose of this, we want to remove those blockades. And I think aligning with FHA makes the most sense. That's the most likely applicant for this. I can't imagine you've had many conventional.
Yeah, they're almost all of them.
Right. So that makes total sense to me. I mean, just align with what the FHA requirements are. I think that makes it smoother for them to be able to gain access to it. I have no problem opening up more funds for this. I do want to make sure that we, at some point, talk about revitalization for existing homes
Yes.
that need to have repair. And we come up with a program that helps to repair roofs, exterior surfaces, to keep houses from falling into blight, that then drags the neighborhood in that direction. And I think that's a valuable use of those funds as well. I think it can be structured very similar in the way that the silent second and how it's repaid. We can talk about that. So, yeah, but I have no problem releasing some of those additional funds. And I mean, the only thing that I'm maybe thinking about the fiscal year, if the very beginning of it's always going to be tier 1, tier 2, and we're beginning the fiscal year in what, is it July essentially? We've missed the buying season. I mean, the biggest buying season kind of starts March, April. Is that going to be a problem for people applying at the very end of the fiscal year? Do you feel like?
Well, right now, the fiscal year, we've allocated the grants to be able to go through the end of June. I can bring that up, go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just say it's mostly on the accounting side that it makes the biggest difference, is just keeping track of where funds actually are sitting. I think that we do a great job, but not that finance does not. We're just kind of missing the mark on what we are accounting and what we've given out versus what's actually cleared.
It's not a hill I'm gonna die on, I just wanted to ask the question.
We have 2 grants allocated for March, 4 for April, 5 for June, and 5 for May. But one thing I just wanted to just float out there, and that is, the $25,000 is amazing, but I would love to see it help more people than just one. And so one of the thoughts I had is maybe instead of making it a flat $25,000, we make it so it's just the minimum of the 3.5% down allocation. And that way, we can make that budget stretch a little more and help more people. So that's something that I would suggest so that we can reach more people.
I just want to add something here, so that as you're weighing in, that I can get more comments at once. As we set this up, because I know I made some phone calls and had a little committee, which we're talking about, but I just want to float this question to you guys, is that an annual committee? I think the way we looked at it was just them for now, but do we add it to like our liaison list as things move on so that we can keep track of that? Or how you want to handle that committee?
I think you just make it an ad hoc committee, and as you need to meet, you meet.
Yeah, because I think it's pretty rare, but I just want to make sure that those assignments get tracked and moved around in case, 2 years when we change, how that is. So at the least case, keep it as an ad hoc committee in our list for now.
Well, and other people can fill in too. I mean, when they want to meet, if it doesn't work for everybody, there are 2 other people who can help out.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have an understanding as a body what that committee's goals and parameters are, so that we can get, call for assistance or whatever, so that we're following some kind of procedure is what I'm getting at. I don't want it to be just kind of so that's what I'm asking. Is it set up in a way that makes sense?
Just one question, is it better to do the down payment, or is it better to use it on the buy down?
What do you mean, like?
The interest rate?
Most people have a hard time, especially first-time home buyers, getting the money saved for a down payment.
So that's the bigger of the 2 issues.
You could say, 3.5% to be used for down and closing costs, but I'm just saying, I would almost rather see it be a percentage rather than a flat 25,000, and that person really may not need the 25,000. You know what I mean? Like, it does more than what it needs to do. And I just want to be able to reach more people and help more people and make those dollars stretch a little bit more.
But so the 3% can be utilized, whatever's best for them.
Yeah, fine, 3.5 to closing
Perfect.
costs or.
Yep, I'm
or
good
down.
with that.
Okay, I like the recommendations to remove the certain things that needed to be removed to make it easier to administer. I think it's good to allow the debt to income exceptions. I also really like the 3.5% or 25,000. If there's a way to write the policy in the program that it's one or the other, whichever is, because I like spreading it around. Oh, wait,
If you say 3.5% or 25, then they're gonna take the 25.
okay.
So it
So
would just have to be a 3.5% of their purchase price.
I'm good with either option, so I'm good with the 3.5 because I think that speaks to what's needed more by the borrowers. And I also think that it's going to make sure that we get more people into homes. The other thing that I just wanna, this is more for council. When we started this program, we looked at it as a pilot. We knew that we wanted to foster home ownership. We knew that we wanted to kind of provide that, benefit to our employees and other public employees so we could have more of them living and working in our community. I am a super fan of revitalization grants and potentially even ADU grants for homeowners to add an ADU to their home, to add more housing to the area. But I think that we should finish out this fiscal year. I think we need to add some more funds to each of the months so it can be more than 2 or 3 or 4, so that we can max it out during this heavier season of home buying. And then after the fiscal year ends, I think we should direct staff to bring us back options of potential programs that we could consider bringing online. It's a completely separate budget than our regular budget. It just, for bookkeeping and accounting purposes, you are asking for it to be fiscal. So it doesn't matter when we as a body consider other options or additional grants or programs. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, so what's like the average size home that people are buying, would you say, that you're doing applications for? 400, 500?
Yeah, I mean,
All over.
it's all over.
Yeah.
It really
It's a
depends
range.
on what that person can afford, and that DTI
Yeah.
also restricts them because depends on their income. But, I mean, you're seeing anywhere from, 300 to 600-ish,
Kind of in there.
probably more in the 500-ish range
Okay.
is kind of where,
High four.
Okay, so on 500,000, 3.5%, the delta between 25,000 that's being given now and what they actually need is like 17.5.
it depends on the loan amount, yeah.
Yeah,
Depends
depending on
the-
the loan amount, but if they're averaging around 500, so that's a big gap.
Right now, we have it limited at 7.5% of purchase price, so it's either 25 or 7.5, whichever's less. And, maybe perhaps we could say 25 or 3.5, whichever's less, you know what I mean? For those people who
Yep.
are, the times I do see the 25,000 being the most powerful are those that are actually buying the tinier homes, because they are scraping together just to
Yeah.
even get to that.
Do you have any applications that the 25,000 isn't enough? Or do you feel like that's satisfying?
it's
Okay.
always- it's-
Yeah, then I think the 3.5%, 25,000, whichever's less, is probably a good way
We
to
can
go.
build flexibility in the policy and procedure, that way it's not exhaustive of 3.5, so that there's some wiggle room
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, and then I was actually in the last council meeting, I wasn't on the council at the time, but there was a question around your time, kind of running this program. Was that resolved, or did we
Yeah.
figure all of that out? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Thanks, Zach.
Because this is sounds like a full-time job. It's a lot of applications.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
Can I just ask that you provide or that you work with finance perhaps to just kind of give us an estimated amount of money that's going to come in through the RDA that's specific to these housing funds? It'd be nice to see the projections for that so that we can start thinking about that as we're looking at next budget year.
Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to maybe do a mid-year revisit, because if we're way too low, let's open it up and do more.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I was getting at with this was a pilot program for us. Let's finish out the end of June and then revisit. And it gets us through the next couple of big buying months. Anyway,
But when you say finish out at the end of June, you're just saying just keep the grants we have allocated right now and not worry about changing anything? Is that what you're saying?
no, I think that we need to add, are you asking me if we need to add revitalization now?
No, I'm just saying
Grant-wise.
grant-wise, we have, and I don't know if you're making this change, do we make it effective for grants that we issue in March? Or are we making this effective for grants we issue in April? Like if you make the change for 3.5% instead, when that would be effective, I guess would be really helpful to know that. And then the other part is, like I said, we because I only have 20 grants between January and June to give out, I'm trying to push more of them to these higher buying months, but I'm still getting, January, which is our most dead time, we're getting 27 applicants in, and February we had 36. So it's only gonna grow and increase, and it would be nice to give out more than 2 or 4 grants.
I think that's what I'm getting at, because when we had our retreat, the question was brought up of whether or not we would make this budget amendment. We made the budget amendment and said, yes, move forward with it. But looking at the numbers that are being presented to us, clearly the need is there. There are funds in that fund, and that fund replenishes every single year, and it will continue to grow in how much it replenishes. So to me, I think we should look at perhaps adding a little bit more to it, or authorizing some more funds between now and the end of June.
We need to add more money right now. And I'm going to give kudos to the city. This is the best down payment assistance program in the state.
100%.
Yeah, it is.
100%.
In the whole state. We lead the state in this.
It
the
is
question I wanna-
clearly, there is nothing that touches this grant.
Pardon me, Marcus, this is going to be a question for you. So,
While he's coming, I'm going to tell a funny thing
Okay.
on that. So this has come up twice for me just in the last 2 weeks. Just a funny little story that I was eating dinner with a family in Saratoga Springs. after dinner, they sat down, and I want you guys to look this up, but on YouTube, it's 10 towns that will pay you to move there, 12 US cities that will offer you 50,000 to move there. And so far, Eagle Mountain's not on the list. I'm like, well, we already have that. And they're right here in Saratoga going, we should move to Arkansas because this is what they'll offer you. You know, they'll pay you $7,000. I'm like, we already do that. So that was a cool thing. And then literally yesterday, a lender called me and said, hey, I know this is BS, but I heard that you can get $25,000 to move to Eagle Mountain. I'm like, it isn't BS, it's true. So it's literally
We get those ones all the
like
time.
that. It's kind of the buzz thing right now. So it's kind of fun if you want to waste a bunch of time on YouTube, go to look at cities that will pay you to move there. So, and Eagle Mountain doesn't need to be on the list, but it should be.
It's a secret. We're keeping it a secret.
My question is really, Marcus, maybe for you and or maybe for staff in general, is to make that adjustment from 25,000 to 3.5%, is there anything that's codified that needs to come back to council to be modified? That's my question. I don't know if there is or isn't, but I'm wondering if that needs to happen to make this adjustment.
We'd have to change the policy, so just whatever,
Is it a policy
it's in
then?
the policy.
Yeah, it's in the
It's
policy that
guidelines.
we adopted for the mortgage assistance
But we
program.
adopted it, right? Do we need to adopt a change to that policy, or can we just make a change here
I
on the
mean-
dais today? That's my question.
I mean, it's how you want to do it. I mean, you could say, you know, we do amendments from the dais all the times on agreements and stuff without bringing it back to council for further review.
The earliest we
But
can make
you
it,
can't take action in a work session, so it would have to come at a future date.
Okay.
the earliest we could do it anyway would be April, for April, is because there's people who have applied since February to March under these guidelines currently.
Whatever that's gonna take, I guess I'm just looking for some help from staff to make sure that we're crossing our Ts and dotting our Is.
Is it too late to add it as an additional item to our Thursday agenda?
It's not legally too late, no.
Okay.
You just got to give 24 hours notice.
That's the only thing I care about, is whether or not it's legally too late.
I love you, Melissa.
So I just want to hit a couple numbers to make sure I understand this. So I'm going back to your slide that has the unassigned. So we have 1.75 million that's not being utilized right now, correct?
Yes,
So we have a lot of money
yes.
that we can be able to utilize. Right now, we've committed 251,000 to the MAP and then 361.7 to the admin and shelter. So is there any reason that we wouldn't be able to release another 10 applications or 20?
I think
That doesn't put us in danger to do either of those. That's still within the fund requirements. It still leaves us, here's what I worry about. We didn't act before, and the county came in and they took the funds. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to start inviting outside entities to come in and start taking funds from us. So we need to utilize what they are. So to me, let's open up the gates and let's bring some more of those in. But also, we don't have to be single-minded in this. We can do 2 programs at once. There's plenty of money to do that. So let's work on getting the revitalization, because there are areas of the city that do need help, that we can utilize and help those to start to flourish again, that will also help in the turnover of some of the things. We need people to be able to sell their houses for people to be able to buy them.
Yep.
That's how you get the market moving again. And if they can't sell it because they can't afford to go through that process, then they stay there forever and the house gets worse,
Yeah.
or until they lose it.
So if we were to double what the commitment is to about 500,000, it would bring, how many more grants would that be?
Well, if we change it to the 3.5%, I mean, the nice thing about the 25,000 is really easy to budget for. I think that's
Right.
why they did it that way. But if I know the budget, and then I can allocate how much we're using, and I mean, I am willing to do the extra work it's gonna take to make that work, but for the trade-off of being able to give more grants out, I think it's gonna be worth it. But it's harder to just tell you off the cuff, because I don't know what they're gonna come in at.
I
So is
want, oh, sorry, I for sure want us to add additional funds to the map. I think that we should ask staff to bring us something back so we can formalize that and make whatever budget amendment we need to make.
How much
And
do you
then-
need?
Well, the.
$1.75 million.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the applications, like, let's be reasonable with this, but tell us what you think that number is and bring that back to us for us to make a decision on.
Well, it's gonna be probably between 415 and 430,000 for the new admin and shelter commitments. if it's gonna increase by 15%. So like, we need to be cognizant of that, but I think doubling the map and then having them come back to us in 2 or 3 months gives us a good,
It would be,
way to move
whatever you
forward.
can give would be welcomed. And then if you could let me know if and when you guys decide you want to make the change to the 3.5%, that will just help me spread it a little further.
so would April 1 work to make that policy change?
It'd be, so we accept applications from March 5th, like the 16th to the 15th of the following month.
Okay, so.
So
the-
whatever application that has, we'd have to have it updated in our website on what is being given on that.
I think it just matters on when we can have the meeting and make the approval, so.
Just a quick question, how many tier 1 and tier 2 have we turned down? Do we know that?
No tier 1 or 2 tier gets.
Okay,
approved.
so, right. they get
Well, actually, we
priority.
did have one, we did have a tier, was there 2 tier?
Oh.
I just didn't
There was
know
one, but
if
she
the
came back.
allocation, we didn't have enough money, because I would say we start with that, so we make sure that all our tier 1s and tier 2s we're saying yes to if we can.
We had 2 tier 1s last month, so there
Okay.
was a tier 2 that, I think there was 1 or 2 tier 2s that didn't get a
So
grant.
you do
last
the
month.
math, what you think that needs to be, so that we are always saying yes when we can say yes. If they meet the qualification, we want to say yes. So whatever that number needs to be, you know, because you're going through these applications. So if it's a tier 2 that you're getting a bunch of, let's find a way to increase that for the tier 2s. And then what's left over, we'll work on with everybody else that comes in. But the more we can say yes to the tier 1, tier 2, we want to say yes to those to begin with. And if there's enough of those applications and we can cover it, awesome, because we have the money to be able to do that. If we're way beyond that and there's a ton of tier 2s, good to know that too, but bring something back to us and maybe you just give us some options. If we do 10 more applications, it's going to cost this much money based on the 3.5% of the average of what the houses are selling for. You deal in that world all the time, just bring us some information and
Okay.
we'll be good.
I think there's one key point that we need to make sure our citizens understand where this money comes from. This is not general fund money, this is not sales tax money, this is not property tax money. This is money that comes to us because of the RDAs, the redevelopment agency, and the CRAs that we've created throughout the city. So these resources are being made available by, don't let me miss somebody make sure I don't get in trouble here, okay? But it's the Porter's Crossing Town Center development, so the Ridley's in that development in the ranches. It's Meta and Tyson, and there are more coming online. QTS is committed to do this, and anybody that we have a CRA with, one of the commitments that they have to make to receive that entitlement is that they'll donate 10% of their, is it their? Whatever they're having to pay in tax, 10% of that gets allocated specifically, it's real property, okay? But it's 10% of that gets allocated to the Affordable Housing Fund. The only reason the city has this type of money to work with, to offer to employees and others, is because we've entered into those development agreements. I think that's really important. Our citizens may not understand that, but I want them to understand the sourcing of this money. It's not coming off the money tree.
Did you want to add that to the website when they come in?
I'd love to have something like that on the
Like
website,
this is,
Jacinda,
this is
that helps people
made
understand
possible by
why-
Tyson,
why
Meta,
these- why
Porter
these funds
Crossing, whatever.
exist and where they come from. I think it's really important
Yeah.
that we identify that.
Yeah.
I
Great
think that'd be a
point.
great website development to give credit for them.
Okay, is there anything else? We gotta keep moving along. We gotta, and do you guys,
We are great, thank you guys.
Take less time.
That was my fault.
Sorry.
but
Thank you
important,
guys.
and I want to just real quick, Rich, Councilmember Wood and I had a conversation a while ago. This is something that you really wanted to have a conversation. Did we meet what you wanted to? Okay. While we have the chance, because sometimes it's hard, I just want to make sure we covered that. So thank you.
The reason I brought that up is I don't want this program to just being about attracting new people to come to Eagle Mountain. We also need to take care of the people who are already here.
Agreed.
And if we have the ability to do that, we need to put some programs in place that will help people who are disadvantaged because of their income. The cost of fixing some of these things on houses are unreachable for some people. And if we can help facilitate that, they maintain ownership, which is the point.
I think that and the ADU is also important because
That's the third leg of this trip, and I can't wait to have that discussion as well.
Yeah, this is something we've been waiting to talk about for a while, so I'm glad we got that. Just making sure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, we're going to move along in the next item. Thank you for being ready. It's a setback exception and Planner Mills.
Okay, so we have an applicant here today. She's requesting a setback exception for her property. The address is 1185 East Belladonna. So right now, it's an industrial property that's also located in the Sweetwater Industrial Overlay Zone. It does follow the base zoning, the industrial setbacks, but that Sweetwater overlay allows for council and planning commission to approve a reduction. This is just an informal process for the applicant to kind of get an idea of what kind of setbacks she can get. I did include the easements on here for that property as well, so that we know that we're staying outside of those. Her property is quite small, it's less than an acre. And this is her property there, just south of city center, kind of near public utilities or public works. This one here, I wanted to include this as well. This is a property that's only 2 parcels away from the applicant's property. And they have some pretty small setbacks as well. So they've got 10 on their interior side, 25 on the front. And they were approved with a site plan with those setbacks in 2022. Similar easements as well, but similar property size. So just a good comparable property. And then here are those 2 properties side by side. The green is the existing Salt City and the red is the applicant's property. And she's here today as well, if you'd like to speak to her. She's looking for the most lenient setbacks we're willing to provide to her. This is a small site plan that she kind of drew up as a concept idea, kind of a pre-concept concept plan. And Planning Commission did state that they were interested in, that they would engage in reducing the setbacks on a site plan approval.
Have any neighbors, like the neighboring parcel, has that neighbor commented at all about setbacks?
No, but I haven't spoken with them either.
So is the neighboring parcel vacant right now?
Yes, so the red parcel is the applicant's property, so all of the surrounding parcels those are vacant right now. The only one that's in that vicinity is that Salt City Fitness highlighted in green.
Do you have an image that shows this zoomed out a little bit so that we can see more of the area and context?
I can pull it up for you.
It's directly west of the storage units.
Does that give a little better context?
Mm-hmm. Is the parcel that's just to the north, that bigger chunk, is that also part of the Sweetwater Industrial Overlay Zone?
I am not sure. I can check for you.
Okay. Can you speak to?
Put it on here so we can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, actually, I might be wrong on that.
I'm just looking at the parcel map
Yeah, I had it
of
faced the
the,
wrong way.
of the existing gym that's there. It's right up against the property line. That's what I wanted to verify.
Yeah, was that
Exactly there.
existing before the plat, or is that new? That's what I was saying.
That one's on a separate plat.
So I don't think that, what I was saying is, I don't know that that was granted an exception. I think the plat kind of landed there. Is that right? Because that building was existing when this was platted?
So the difference on this one is it's not so much that they also received an exception, it was just a comparable property that kind of showed where the building was placed to give an idea of what her building may look like. The main difference with her property is that there's the street along both sides versus 2 interior sides on Salt
And that
City.
was the concern that I was saying is 10 foot against a street is the question.
So you're talking about visibility concerns if it were built too close to the property line? That's what you're talking about, right?
Or yeah, it was 15, sorry, not 10, it was 15.
So does this meet the clear vision triangle requirements?
Her property, the way that she has it drawn on here, so she would have that 10-foot setback. Let me make it bigger. Gosh. She would have this 10-foot setback here. That would be for her landscaping, and then an additional 15 feet for the building. So the clear vision is okay.
So it meets it. And it goes both directions on both roads.
Because it's 10 feet and 15 on both sides.
I don't care about that.
I noticed that there, in her rendering, it says driveway for trucks. What kind of traffic are we expecting for this particular business?
It's a fence company, and feel free to step up if you would like as well.
Yeah, you're welcome to come up and answer some of these questions. It
Yeah.
might help us.
Oh, my name's Kim Eakins.
Yeah, Justin Eakins. So we own a local small business here in Eagle Mountain already that's wholesale vinyl fence, just for, so you know our vision. And this is a property that is smaller. We were able to get the funds for with a small company to be able to get a brick and mortar set up. And so that would be for some trucks and trailers coming in. We could get deliveries there of materials and then also be able to distribute those to the local homeowners to take the fence back to their place. And that's the idea, was we're trying to get it to where we could pull people in and out without having to turn around. So we're kind of trying to maximize the use of that property.
For me, the Sweetwater Industrial Overlay Zone has always been an area that called for exceptions and special considerations because it's immediately adjacent to our sewer treatment plant. It has different fencing and design standards. So like looking at a different setback consideration to me makes sense. It's a legitimate request for this particular area. I wouldn't necessarily grant it in every other part of the city, for sure I wouldn't, but this is different because of where it's at.
Yeah, you're not just turning a truck around. You've got trailers and you want to make the property as usable as possible. That makes sense.
Yeah, correct, yeah. And that's kind of why we're able to use this one in the Sweetwater, is because of those. It makes it possible for us to expand, so that's nice.
Maybe I can ask Mickey a question. What is required by code?
The code requirement for their setbacks, I have here, I'm terrible with numbers, so I'll forget them. So 25 feet in the front, 20 in the rear, and 50 on the sides. Caveat on the 50 on the sides, you don't have to do 50 feet if your adjacent lot and interior side is also industrial.
Yeah, go ahead.
Part of the reason, back to her rendering, is that they have to accommodate landscaping. Is the landscaping a hard and fast requirement? Because when you add 10 and 15 together, you do get 25. Maybe what our consideration as a body is not requiring the 10 feet for the landscaping, but getting the 25 feet total setback on the two sides, because then it really is meeting the spirit of what the setback law is.
I'm flexible to try to make this work for you. I have no problem. I don't think that's a nuisance or a problem to anybody, and it improves your business and improves our city. I have no problem with it.
We did have one thing too, mentioned about the landscaping, was we can visit that a little later too, to try to see the best way to set that up. And our concern too is we don't want to have a lot of landscaping in the industrial area, but also because of the water, we don't want to have to use any water there either in an industrial area, save it for residentials or something like that.
I'm less concerned about it existing within your gates and more or less along the roads. My intent is always going to be for our roads to, as we're driving down them, to see beautiful things, even though not everything behind them might be beautiful. So if we can utilize the landscaping to offset some of the starkness of an industrial area, that's always what the intent is.
Okay.
Yeah, one question with that is, on the code, it said that on the property line between us and the property next to us, they wanted 10 feet of landscaping, and that's right where the driveway needs to be. So truckers would be driving on top of landscaping.
I don't care about that.
And neither do I. I think it's mostly concerned about, like what Councilmember Woods said, just where people are driving and seeing, because I don't think your neighbor's going to care about that either.
Okay.
Do you feel like you got the answers you were looking for? Do you have any questions for us? I want to make sure that you got what you needed as we move on.
So just to clarify, so we can do a 25-foot setback, we just don't have to do any landscaping on the street side, on the left?
I don't know that we're saying you don't have to, but I think for me, I'm at least willing to look at something alternate because it is in the Sweetwater area, because you are meeting the 25 feet. I get the desire to not put water-heavy landscaping in as well, but I also agree with Councilmember Wood about the look when driving on the road. This is a very industrial area, and the only thing that ever drives on this is the big semi-trucks going to this area, so I'm less concerned about the appearance over here.
And we're totally fine doing landscaping in the park strip, like they're saying on the interior of the property. You know, if we don't need landscaping there,
We're
that would
talking
be
about
great.
park strip.
Okay,
Yeah, interior is less important. Park strip's more important just because it
okay.
is the road view.
So
of
just
it.
a 25
And even
foot-
though, like right now, there's only a few that are out there, I want to be clear to everybody. At some point, it's going to be full. And it doesn't mean that how it's being used now is exactly how it's going to be used down the road. So we have to be careful about how we plan these roadways, how they're going to appear, because it might not all be fencing. I mean, you could absolutely have other types of tenants that are in there that are doing other things that we want to accommodate wherever we can in there. So, yeah, I think on the property, I'm less concerned about interior-wise, but parking strips, yeah, let's try to maintain the landscaping along those.
Okay, so we'll just maintain the 25 feet without landscaping on the interior, is that
That
the
seems
understanding?
right to me.
I might be the only one who feels a little differently about this, so I'm gonna share my thoughts, okay? And it's really this, I wanna I wanna find a way, a path forward to help you, move your business and keep it here in the city. My concern comes in, making adjustments to the requirements that already exist, that are codified, because I absolutely can guarantee that if it happens here, it's gonna happen on every one of those lots that are adjacent to you. I just want to make sure the city council is okay with that, and if we are, why aren't we modifying the code to do that in the Sweetwater area so there's consistency in the application of the code? So I'm just going to kind of leave that out there in the universe for you to consider. That's my consternation about this, is if we're going to do it for one, we need to be prepared to do it for all.
I was gonna ask the same question, just to make sure that as we consider this, is this an exception or is this a flaw? Because if we're making an exception, it's not all of the landscaping, it might be part of the landscaping or something. Otherwise, then we need to address the
Yeah,
whole
because the question
problem.
for me is, what's the hardship? I mean, that's really the question, and I hear what you're saying is, gosh, we can't operate trucks. There's probably a wider lot that you could purchase, it might cost a little more money, but maybe it better serves your business. And I'm not trying to be harsh with that, I'm just saying, what's the hardship?
Well, the thing is the 50-foot setback, that's a third of our property. And
Right.
so then we're gonna be spending all this
So
money.
I can see that, I mean, I can see that. So the side setback makes sense, what about the front? I mean,
Well, the
so,
front, we're okay with moving that back if we need to, it's more the side
so
setback.
I'm just, and this is not in particularly aimed at you, I hope you
Right.
don't
No, I
feel that.
understand, yeah.
It's really a question for my fellow council
Yeah.
members to consider as we move forward with this. Are we being consistent? Because look, that 50-foot doesn't work in this law. There's no question about that.
I
So
think
why
it's a
does our
flaw.
code require that?
It's a flaw.
We should adjust that, we should take a look at that, and we should apply that consistently.
Well, so I don't know that it's a flaw in all areas, because this was intended for the data centers, and I think that 50 feet on those bigger buildings is why it's in there. I think the difference here is on 1 acre lots that only have,
So does it need to be scaled? That's what I'm wondering.
there you go.
Right, and that's exactly what we talked about in the planning meeting, was the scaling on there for these smaller lots. For us, the hardship question, excuse me, was the fact that the lot sizes that were available jumped up from like the .87 up to 2 acres, which put us over budget, was impossible.
I run a small business, I completely understand that, and that's
So,
why I
yeah.
started my remarks with,
And that's what
I
it
want to
was,
help
yeah.
you find a way to do this, because it's important that we create an environment that will allow businesses like yours to thrive.
Yeah.
My question for council is, do we have to fix the code or change the code so that it has the scaling in it before they can bring something to us? Or are we comfortable giving direction so that they can start moving forward, and then we, parallel to that, start working on fixing code? I see a lot of heads nodding.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
the latter, that
Okay.
we move forward, but fix the code. So when this is all finished, you're gonna have, is that 15 feet of landscaped up against the road? Or 10? I need my readers. Brett, pass those over.
Are you satisfied that you got the right direction?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, we appreciate you
Thank you.
bring your business here, so.
Can I make one comment really quick? I just wanted to thank you guys. My daughter was actually a recipient of one of those down payment assistance programs. And so she actually was talking about moving out of state, and she was able to stay here because of it. So thank you.
Awesome. Love to hear the stories close to home. That's cool. So we'll pay you to live here. Okay. Moving along, we'll review some of the agenda real quick. And the next item is our city manager, Mr. Ben. Do you have any information items?
I do. The city offices will be closed on Thursday from 11:30 to 1 o'clock. That's for a women's conference, and we want to make it so that our employees can attend that. City Council's special session is this Thursday, March 5th at 5:30 to talk about the bonds, budget discussion, and council planning and retreat. Council is also canceling the meeting on March 17th due to scheduling conflicts. That is the night of the caucus, right? Caucus, and then some of us will be traveling as well. And then the Easter egg hunt will be on March 28th at Quarry Road Park. Youth under 12 will be from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and teens will be from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, any questions? We will go to our consent agenda, and there are a few items on here that we'll kind of skip because we need to talk about in closed session to do with land purchases and whatnot. We'll take care of those, and then we'll talk about them later tonight. So the first one we're going to go, so there will be some recognitions tonight, and we'll get through those. And then just for your enjoyment, I'm going to switch the appointments from item 10 to item 9 and the public comment afterwards so that we can have the public comment closer to when our regular items are coming up so that we don't have that comment and a gap. And so that's one change that I wanted you to be aware of. We do have some appointments. It's a pretty good list. Rather than read them for the sake of time, you've reviewed those. Any questions on that? Then we will go to the consent agenda, and item 12A is Hidden Hollow Phase C Plat 3 into warranty. 12B is Hidden Hollow Phase B Plat 2 out of warranty. And then change orders, 13A is a Pony Express parallel water line, Rhino Construction change order number 1. Is Bryce, okay, is there some information? Go ahead.
Good evening, council. I will be respectful.
Bryce, can I ask you a question to begin this?
Yes.
Because I think it'll give context to me for everything else through here. So this change order for this one specifically, unanticipated thing that needed to happen, which caused us to tear up something we didn't anticipate to tear up?
Yes,
That answers the question that I had then. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing.
No, absolutely. So, yes, I'm here to present the change order. There are a few involved in this project for the Pony Express parallel water line project. We do have our contractor here tonight as well. Just a little bit of background on the project briefly. This was installing about 4,800 linear feet of 16-inch C900 pipe from roughly the Hidden Hollow Elementary area down to Lake Mountain Road. Purpose of the project was to help facilitate flow from the high-producing well areas right there in Hidden Hollow down to City Center to alleviate some of that pressure, the back pressure on the CWP water line during the peak summer season, and to serve as a redundancy in case of emergency repair work, anything that could be associated with that. So I'll get into it. If you do have any questions as I'm moving along, feel free to stop me. Hopefully I make it clear. That's my intent. So item number 1, change order 1, included an increased cost kind of down on the south tie-in, as you can see here. The top image is the proposed plan. We were under the impression we had a 16-inch line in the ground shown as that diagonal there. So with GIS information and everything that was supplied to our design consultant, it did call out 16-inch sleeves, valves, joints that go with that. They were actually 20-inch, and once our contractor got into the ground, we got those measured. We realized we needed to upsize those. So that initial increased cost for item number 1 was those joints, valves, fittings, parts, going from a 16-inch up to a 20-inch. Change order 2, this is going up to the north end of the project. We did suspect we were going to have to loop under utilities on this project, but again, with our plan and profile, we did show clearance initially, as indicated in the red there, that red outline. That's your profile view. The plan view showing the yellow and red, that's actually where it intersected, and there was not clearance for this line, so we ended up doing a full water loop under that utility. Oops. All right. Change order 3, so this is the north tie-in, pretty much straight from well 7. Additional fittings were needed for this as well. That white image shows what was indicated on the plans. As our contractor got in the ground and started working, not only did we have an elevation difference, but we did have to add a few things to get that cross, which those are pretty difficult to get everything to line up perfect just to fit right. So as you can see in the actual image, going to the right, we have that reducer. It's a little difficult to tell, but then you have 2 11-inch bends to bring that up to the same elevation as the line that's going to the right. And then the red are your butterfly valves for the control purposes that were installed. Along with that, about the same time as the contractor was working from the south end, we had another conflict in this image, which is just south of the Lone Tree entrance. You have a conflicting water line as well as that power. So that required another half loop to avoid those. Going over the top would have been almost no cover. So that is where the half loop is located. Change order 4, again, this is one as the contractor got kind of around the Lone Tree area on both the south end and north end. There was a lot of hard rock excavation. And so as the contractor got going, that did require additional time, labor. I can play this. Hopefully this file works. Kind of show you what they were dealing with. It's pretty loud, but again, this is them working on the trench for that water line using the jackhammer as well as the track hoe to break through the rock area. Let me see if that's going to stop. There we go. Change order 5. So a little difficult to see here, but this is additional landscape work that was needed. The original plans received from our design consultant called out just shy of 8,000 square feet of landscaping needing to be replaced. The images, or at least the color you can see, is additional landscaping. So the pink is rock that was removed along the trench path dark green was responsibility caused by the contractor, and then the light green was outside of scope. And hopefully this email makes a little bit of sense as well. So item number 6, these were items where, again, initially on the bid, there were a few line items that were underestimated. This included asphalt trail, concrete repair for curb and gutter. Might be a little difficult to read, but our design consultant provided how they came up with their quantities for those line items. And there were assumptions made that caused this oversight. For example, asphalt trail, it was about a 3-4 foot section directly over the trench that was assumed, where in many cases, as the contractor was working, that whole 10-foot width needed to be replaced. And you can imagine multiplying that over the length of the pipe. So that was similar for landscaping, similar for asphalt as well. Altogether, with these changes through the course and duration of the project, about $384,690.30 is what the total in change order costs ended up being. The contract budget was just shy of 1.2 million. Now, looking at budget, this was a project part of the Well 7 Unity Pass Phase 2, which is a larger project. This included not only this parallel water line in Pony Express, but also Well House 7, design of the pumps, internal piping, monitoring systems, and some additional work. And that was budgeted for about 3.8 million. Now, we did have quite a few lessons learned on this project, but first I'll open it to the council if you have any questions regarding any of those items.
I'm going to imagine this is probably the least favorite part of your job.
Oh, yeah.
But I appreciate you going through the detail. When I prepared for this meeting, I'm going through this and trying to visualize some of these things. And not working in construction, it's difficult for me to conceptualize. So I appreciate you going through those things. And I was just going to ask, you know, in my practice, when we have errors, trade errors, or mistakes that happen, we always kind of zoom out and look at the machine and see where could we have improved or done better. So I look forward to hearing what lessons you learned.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
On any of these. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you'd like, kind of dive into that. Yeah, no problem.
I just had one question, Bryce, and it's really about the hard rock excavation, the additional cost for that. And I know when you're bidding this as a contractor, I'm just curious if that was an item in the original contract that was open to increase. I mean, is it identified in the original contract? Because they obviously bid to put this in there. And I recognize they ran into some material that perhaps they weren't expecting to find. But I'm just curious how that works and how does our contract deal with that, the original contract?
So I believe this contract had an item in it that stated any area of trenching that consisted of more than roughly 30 to 40% hard rock for each linear foot would have that additional cost charged to the project. I don't remember the exact percentage, but that was a conversation.
So it's at least contemplated in the original contract. It gives the contractor an out if he runs into something that's hyper difficult and costs him a bunch of money. I work in the construction trade, so I understand that, gentlemen, and I'm sensitive to that. I just want to know how our contract dealt with that, so.
And that was something, we had that discussion because going back to initial design of the project of taking this line, if you want to call it the south side of Pony Express down versus the north, we knew we were going to hit rock either way we went. Ultimately, the north side of Pony was determined to be the path of least resistance with utilities, hard rock excavation, especially kind of where the high pressure gas line is on the south side coming out of Lone Tree. You have that kind of rocky area going through.
There's a reason it's called Unity Pass and it elevates right there, right? It's because it doesn't erode.
Yep.
So Bryce, that was the same one that I was gonna point out to the council as they consider this one. All it shows in the change order is a unit of one with a price of like 32,000, 16,000, you know, and of course the total charge is 60,000. So I wanna know how did we get to the 60,000?
Yeah, so we do have that broken out a little more. For the sake of the PowerPoint, I condensed it, and I can go back in and get that exactly. So that 60,000 is considering the sidewalk removal, the hard rock excavation, as well as, no, that was just it for 4. The hard rock, if I remember correctly, was probably only about 30,000.
It says 32,000, but so I worked in the excavation trade, and I know my fellow council members would look to me on this one. It looks like about 10 feet of hard rock excavation for $32,000. I want to know how we justified that hourly, or what gave us the cost of $32,000?
Correct.
Because that's
yeah, substantial.
That's substantial, and I want to know why is it 32,000?
Correct.
I understand the line items. I don't know why it's 32,000.
Yeah. So with the stationing, and again, I can go back and mark this up on the actual plans, it was a substantial length. And I don't know if Derek, if you have that number.
Go ahead and come to the mic so that we can, and I'm not questioning you, I just want you to justify that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm Derek Hill with Rhino Excavating. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to review this. As Bryce was saying, this is actually from station 27 to, I think, 3050. So it's about 350 feet, which is all along that trail right just, I believe, to the south of Red Pine intersection. So it was a substantial length where typically, you know, we aim to put in 200, 250 feet of pipe a day. We were actually getting 1 stick, sometimes 2 sticks a day at most through that whole section. So rather than taking us 2-3 days, it actually ended up taking us 2.5 to 3 weeks to get through that. And additional equipment rentals of, you know, a attachment, hammer attachment, things like that, so.
So I understand what a stick per day means.
Yeah, sorry.
But again, no, I understand. Yeah. But I still want you to justify how you came up with that number. Was it based on an hourly?
Yeah, so that was based on our crew rate, our equipment and labor rates is all. So.
On top of the already bid amount?
Correct, yeah. So I mean, if you think about, you know, basically our labor equipment rate is about $5,000 a day is what our cost is for 2 excavators, a loader, and a 5-man crew. And so, you know, we anticipated taking us 3 days to get through this section at most, where it ended up taking us almost 3 weeks at $5,000 a day. So we actually, when we initially brought this forth to the project team from the city, our number was actually higher than this, and so we've kind of negotiated down to that 32,000.
So I think, and I appreciate that answer, but I'd want what we learned from this in the future to quantify what that means. I don't feel like it's quantified, other than it took us a long time. And that's, I mean, sometimes, not you, you're a great organization. Well, it took a long time because your guys weren't as good as the other company, right? I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
So what quantifies that? You understand what I'm saying? And I think that's one of the takeaways for us is to be able to quantify that expense and why it's justified. I think that's what I would say. Because I don't know if 3 weeks would have taken another company 3 weeks, probably, because that stuff sucks.
Right, yeah, I mean.
But how do you quantify it?
Can I ask just like a simple question? I'm not in the construction industry either, so I see these line items, and for me, it's hard to know. I mean, you know better on some of these because you've been involved, but so a change has to happen. How do we know we're getting charged a fair rate on the change that has to happen?
Pre-negotiated usually.
I'm assuming that was a pre-negotiated rate beforehand, part of the spec?
Yeah.
And then just kind of due diligence on the city side, as these changes came with like the south tie-in, north tie-in fittings and part, we requested that part list from Rhino and then went in and verified with GIS, photos, field inspectors, okay, that, they said 3 butterfly valves, that's what was put in on the north side, and then cost as well.
Yeah, I made the assumption it was less. I'm sure we started higher. That usually is the case. We're gonna try to put everything we can on there. I mean, I was in the construction industry for quite a while, both commercial and residential. And commercial is a lot different. I mean, it's as much as you can possibly charge, and that's our starting point to be able to work down where everybody can keep from retching, right? So, to Mayor Gray's point, though, I think understanding how we got to that point, why it took the length of time that it took, maybe that's part of the learning process that you're talking about, is that in the bidding process, we didn't understand the material that we were going to be dealing with, and maybe that's one of the things that needs to change so that we have a better anticipation of what we're getting ourselves into, because it can't be open-ended. I think everybody understands that, right? You can't be like, well, we thought 3 days and it's been 2 months. I mean, there needs to be some guardrails put in place so we don't have that happen again, and I'm assuming that's part of the learning process that we're talking about.
For sure. Yeah, I'll make this brief. So yeah, a few of those lessons learned. Assumptions need verification. So again, there were assumptions made with the data that we had and provided to our design consultant, which ultimately carried throughout the project. And anytime those changes needed to happen, it costs time and money to get parts in. So any assumptions on any project just need verification and reasoning.
Maybe that brings up another question as far as when we're anticipating these, because when you're doing the initial bid, it's hard to determine, okay, I go with the low guy and I'm going to be paying change orders. Like you just plan on that happening, right? I go with the high guy and expect that they're going to cover everything there, and maybe we're not lenient with the change orders. How are we bracketing once we get to, we've identified a problem, it's going to take longer than 3 days. Are we giving them a budget to live within and say, you're not to exceed beyond this? This is we can agree to this amount, even though we've already pre-negotiated what your rate is for your man hours and your equipment rental, because perhaps they didn't anticipate they were going to have to rent some of the equipment. That's a possibility. But there also needs to be this is the ceiling. So you're going to have to live within this. Did we do that with this project? Is that something we've already built into our process?
I think moving forward with future contracts, for sure. This is definitely one that's made us look harder into a number of things, including that as well. Brad?
Maybe I can just piggyback and give some context. I think Bryce has tried to, explain, this Unity Pass project's probably one of the hardest projects that we've had in a while. And part of the reason that it's a hard project is that's a thoroughfare and a corridor for utilities. And so, as he mentioned, I just want to reiterate and kind of state for the record as well, that when you plan these out and you lay these out, you do the best that you can on paper to lay these projects out, and we tried to lay it out the best we could. And just going back where he talked about, we had a lot of discussions. Should we go down the south side? Should we go down the north side? What's going to be the least impactful? We made the best call and the best decision that we can. When we bid this project out, we have a call-out list with line items, with scheduled call-outs for fittings and pipes and distances and all of those things. We try to quantify that the best that we can based on what the project is. Once you get into the project, sometimes that turns into something that's just a little more, it's more difficult. And I was just gonna say, just like the hard rock excavation, I think on this, I think that there was a quantity count or an assumption that there was gonna be a volume of hard rock excavation. And the reason that this change order, they came in much higher. They were much higher, and we've negotiated way down. And we feel like in the scheme of the project that we've got it to a balance where we feel like it's justified per the contract.
So Brad, that's why I was just gonna ask the question for the two of you both standing here that would help council, I think, make this decision is, I said, we don't know if company A or company B would have taken longer or not, or less time. You were there every single day. Do you feel like that they made an honest effort with the correct equipment to get through, especially that item? In your opinion, that we've been treated fairly and that we're treating them fairly on this, and I think that'll help us I wasn't there, so I don't know if they could have done it quicker or not, so.
I think Bryce could answer this, but I'm standing here, so I think I can answer it. Do I think that there was room for improvement on the project? Yes. Could there have been some better things that happened with the project from the contractor? Yes. Is there better things that the city could have done through that project? Yes. This was an extremely stressful project. It caught a lot of criticism in the public, and we're aware of those things, and we're going to try to take those things and learn from them.
And these numbers are justifiable in your mind?
And we've stamped, double stamped, reviewed these several times to get to the numbers that we're at. And I know Bryce is completely capable of, talking through this, and I think he's done a great job in putting this together and quantifying it. But this has been a really difficult project because, as you know, if you go out on a fresh piece of ground with a lot less utilities, it's a lot easier to put sticks of pipe in the ground. And you're dealing with a mountainside with already a bunch of fiber lines and a bunch of utilities, and some of those utilities are from the beginning of the city, and there's not good documentation. And so we make the best assumptions that we can as we start the project. We work through the project, and then we just have to manipulate to it, and we have to adjust to it and try to make the calls as we can to go through it. And we're always going to give our best effort to try to be as efficient and effective and cost-effective in our projects as we can be. So I just wanted to add that.
I just want to make sure you understand, I don't think we're being critical of the staff and the efforts that you've made to get there. I want to make sure you hear me say that. There's obviously some learning that can be done. I mean, we're aware of the issues that happened, that we're part of the public part of this. And there's no doubt in my mind that you've worked them down. I mean, I guarantee you they started a lot higher than that. But I think that there's an opportunity for us to learn from how do we bracket better in the bid? How do we set some ceilings for them so that there's some expectations if there is a problem, that you have a budget of this amount, and you should have also put some fail-safes in your bid for unintended or prepared is not the word. Unanticipated, thank you, that's the word I'm looking for. And usually they put a percentage in there for that.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure, it's not an indictment of anybody. I think it's a good opportunity for us to fix some of those processes. I'm more concerned about the processes. I think you got the number down. When I looked at that, I'm like, that's not the number they started with, or Bryce would have said something.
Yep.
So obviously we got them down to that, but I think there's some processes we need to improve.
Absolutely.
So that when we face those things, and one of the things I was going to say also, when you guys run into lines that aren't even listed, what are you supposed to do?
Yep.
I mean, that happens because somebody didn't know it was there, they marked it in the wrong place, didn't mark it at all. Those are unanticipated things that happen. And having to resize a line because you thought it was 16 inch and now it's 20. I mean, how do you prepare for that? Yep. You don't, right? So, I mean, that's construction, that kind of stuff happens, and usually that kind of thing is built into the bid. So I just want to make sure that first of all, people understand that happens. Mm-hmm. But second of all, it's also not a blank check for people to just run the bill either.
For sure, yeah. No, I feel a lot of good lessons that came from that. The assumptions, good data. Again, if we would have had correct data, that could have been some cost savings as well. The communication is critical. As you mentioned, Mayor, could someone else have done same time frame of work faster? Hindsight's 20/20, but I do know there were internal communication issues that the contractor did change. And I feel like once those changes were made, a lot of the issues, especially regarding traffic control and PR, those went away. Again, maybe a little later than we would have preferred, but.
When we weren't there every day, and like mentioned, we trust our staff and we got the best staff in the world. So if you're telling us this is right, that's the best we can do because we weren't there. So that's why I wanted your stamp and Brad's stamp that this is justifiable. And to piggyback on what Rich said, we don't want our contractors thinking we're difficult to work with. We just have to answer to people too. And we want to be a good partner, and we know that they did their best efforts. And it was a very difficult and high profile, if you will, project. So we appreciate the efforts they made. I know the crossings were it was rough. So
last question, as we're doing those projects, I just want to make sure that we're documenting things that were done 20 or 25 years ago. Are we laying that back out in our mapping for future projects?
With the GIS,
because we're just going to have more of this, right?
Exactly.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. We're trying to be more proactive, especially in the design phase with other projects, getting that corrected. And just as a closing point, one final thing learned and positive outcome. David Salazar worked with us, and we have a beefier, better improved traffic control plan and policy. So gives us a little more teeth, because I know traffic control was definitely one of the hot items on this project, so. But yeah, learned a lot through the project, and that's what I have for you, unless you have any other questions for us.
I just want to tell you how much I appreciate your presentations. It's
Thank
very
you.
good, not just for the council, but I think that anybody who wants to understand how money's being spent, they don't have to wonder with your presentation. So Bryce, I appreciate that. It's very well informed, it's very well laid out, and I think that that's a real benefit to people who are trying to understand how the money's being spent, why we're spending additional money. So thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Thanks, guys, and appreciate your work. Are we going to leave this on the consent agenda? Or no? Okay. We'll move on to the next one is David Salazar, change order on the signal, Eagle Mountain Boulevard, Pony Express.
Mayor, council members. So this is to close out the roundabout project, the traffic signal at Pony Express, Eagle Mountain Boulevard. So there were 3 change orders on the project, and I have a summary chart here of the project budget, what was spent on design, remaining construction budget. Then we have BHI contract total, they were our contractor, and the 3 change orders I'll go into next slides, and then our new contract total. And the reason we're here today is because even though we have budget remaining, according to our current code, because we're greater than 10% of the contract price, we have to come back to council for approval on these change orders. So here we are.
But on that note, isn't this mostly covered by MAG anyway?
Yes, but the city is paying the funds, cash flowing the project will be reimbursed at a later time.
But MAG will cover it, including this change order, correct?
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure you guys understood that this, even with the change order, we're under the MAG approved budget that will be reimbursed to the city.
Correct. And the remaining funds, I think I mentioned before, we're starting to use for the Pony Express widening from the intersection down to the fire station. We're working on that design right now. So change order 1, also I have all the change orders in your packet. That has all the itemized list. We can go through those if you have questions. I didn't put them on here because the text was kind of small. I'm happy to go through every item. They listed all the items by quantity and unit price. This one's been approved already. This was for the use of temporary traffic signal lights. That went really well. This has been approved, I think it was in July or June council. Change order 2, the majority of this came from the addition of landscaping. That was not in the original scope. And as the project was going on, we noticed that originally we designed just to kind of manage cost was just to use some natural seeding. But given that the Maverick and the Holiday both had xeriscaping, we wanted to look nicer and be consistent. So we did the city added landscaping. So that's what the majority of the costs come from, the landscaping, the irrigation, the mob, additional traffic control. Some of the smaller items in change order 2 were base course. We had a base course on the north leg approach to add additional shoulder when you're heading north to the intersection, so the traffic could not necessarily require a flagger. We want to keep traffic consistent, so they built up that east shoulder better, so we added some there. During excavation, we found an abandoned 15-inch storm drain across from the Maverick, the Holiday. So we wanted to plug that up, and we put a new 18-inch line instead. And then there were some errors on the drawings that BHI found as they were setting the elevations. So there were some curbs they had to fix there, some adjustments, additional lengths we had to kind of feather in better. Also, there was some water valve and manhole location elevations that were also not correct. So that was change order 2. Change order 3 was minimal. There were some plants that were missed as far as the counts. I think there were 37 like shrubs that weren't added on there. We also added some additional concrete from our walkthrough around the pedestrian buttons. So for ADA accessible vehicles and persons could access the buttons better without falling off into the landscaping. So we kind of widened up the trail. And then we also found that some of the plans didn't line up well with the existing striping. So we had to redo some of the striping to better align because some of the skip lines didn't line up with the existing, the fog lines, so we had to fix some of that stuff. We also found there was some traffic signals, delineators, and object markers that were also not in the plans. But we, both BHI and I caught some of those, and we made those corrections while they were still on site and saved some mobilization cost as well. So going back to the summary, like I said, we caught a lot of these things are designed. They did help the project. It does flow better. And even with those 3 change orders, we are still under budget. And that's all I have for my presentation.
I'll say the same thing I said to Bryce. Great presentation. I think it's good information. It makes it very simple for us to look at it and find the value in why we need to do additional monies for that. I'm always going to be a fan of improving. That's one of our major intersections. So yeah, landscaping makes total sense. Putting safety things in there while we're in construction and better base so that we don't have to have flaggers that improve the traffic flow. I think the citizens can, I'll speak for them. They're grateful because the flaggers would have made that situation worse than it already was. So yeah, I'm in favor of what's on there. Thanks for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we're good on that one.
Thank you.
Moving right along, we'll go to item 14 is the minutes from February 17th. Any questions? Then 15A is a site plan for One Call Auto, and David Stroud has that.
All right, Mayor and Council, item on the consent here is a site plan. The property you see there in the orange, that's the lot that's in the recently recorded, for the last couple of years, the Rush Creek development there. Just to orient you, that's Mountain Land Supply across the street, if you remember when that site plan came through. Looking at a building of 4,400 square feet, will be an auto repair, multiple bays in the back. Including just the figures there, you see your landscaping, total square footage, whatnot. Building elevations here, those bays are in the back, not directly visible from the street. Obviously, if you go down the street, you will at some point, but bay access in the rear of the property. Constructed of some awnings, split face block, that sort of thing. Then the landscape plan. They are providing access to the adjacent property. Whenever that property develops in the future, they will share an access as code requires. And the lighting plan, total lumens, they're under the requirement. They got wall lights and they've got some pole lights there as well. All of those lights are full cutoff and night sky compliant. Any questions?
So they had all the architectural requirements they were supposed to meet then?
Yes, yeah. They got the chart there, it lists the features they're using. Past city council meetings, when it talks about the majority, obviously, that means half of those elements need to be spread throughout in the buildings, and that chart there does list those elements.
Okay, this one appears to be good. No other questions? Good job. All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, the next one is going to be something we'll discuss in the closed session before we can come back. So if it needs to be removed or whatever for any other reason, I think we can talk about it later, correct? You okay holding off on that one? Then we'll see if we can blow through a couple more of these scheduled items. Item 17A is also something that we need to discuss in closed session. So if there's any questions prior to that, I'm open to, okay. 17B is a resolution to come out city approving professional service agreement. And this, I think this is related to 17A. So is there any questions on that one that we need to talk about now, or, okay? Then 18, the public hearing is on Eagle Mountain Municipal Code 1760 and 1710 regarding fencing. This one is Ms. Mills again.
I make this excuse a lot. I'm a new planner. I was not expecting to come up and go over this right now with you. Would you like me to cover the presentation or just briefly do an overview?
I think that's something that Brett just kind of asked me, and I think the
Yeah,
question.
My question was this, I mean, I'll put it on the record for everyone to hear. My question was, wouldn't we be better off to let those things that are on the public hearing or the noticed agenda that starts after 7, let's set those aside now, and perhaps we could go into closed session early and address those things in closed session that need to be addressed so we can get back here as quickly as possible. That was my request of the mayor, and it's up to him to, I guess, to decide if that's okay or not.
I think it would also be helpful for the people who want to make a comment to be able to hear a presentation.
Yeah, and I think typically, so this has been something that I've worked through, and I'm open to discussion about how to go through these. But I've always felt like sometimes if we can get some of the generic questions out of the way during our work session, it helps our policy session go way better. I do agree that for the benefit of the public, some of the stuff needs to be worked out or shown again, if you will, but sometimes that makes our next meeting go way late into the night. So if there's no...
Maybe set some guardrails of if it's a staff thing that's being brought to us, it's a code change like the slope development. Let's talk about those because, I mean, there's going to be a public hearing on it, but the reality of it is the questions need to come from us in that environment and we can talk about it.
And so I guess one of my questions and what I'm trying to get at here is one of the reasons I want to ask it, if there's going to be like some red line changes or something,
right,
they can do it in between, and then as we go through it again, we're not trying to legislate from the dais. So that's why I try to get through the whole agenda. And if there isn't any of that, then let's just move on. But I want to at least brush past it.
Mayor, we'll follow your lead. You're the chairman, we'll follow your lead.
I mean, if you don't have anything, we'll brush past it. But I mean, that's why I want to at least, if we can hold off on the presentation, that's fine. But are there any questions then on this one? Nothing? Then sounds like they've spoken, because no matter what I do, that's the answer, right? So that's, thank you. Then also on 18B, it's going to be a similar situation, the rezone on certain lands known as QTS. Do we have any questions or comments or concerns on this one? Okay, we'll hold off on that one. 18C is ordinance Eagle Mountain City amending municipal code 15.8, 1710, 1725, and 17100 regarding slope development.
I have just one comment. There's a misspell in section B. Where it's supposed to be first, it's spelled as fist. Other than that, it looks good.
Okay, and Robert, have you made that note? Do you need the section again?
No, you got it.
Section B.
Okay, is there any other, do we need to bring Robert up, or is there any other questions on this one? Not yet? Okay, then 19A is the resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the consolidated fee schedule for site plan amendments. This is David Stroud again. Do we have any question or comments on this one? Hold off. All right, then 20A is an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City enacting chapter 2.65 of the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code establishing a senior.
I do have one question on this one, Mayor. And it's really, having met with the senior advisory board today, I actually asked them this question. It references a written, that there's a requirement of written minutes. And we don't do that for city council or most of our boards. I just wonder if we can remove the element that states it has to be written minutes and just put that minutes need to be kept.
So the difference there is that we're recording and our videos are in place of the written minutes, but we do timestamp them and have a copy of the minutes. Where they're not doing a recording, they would have the written.
They did a recording today.
They're going to do a video recording?
Oh, not video, excuse me.
So that's where
audio.
it would be in place, and the state allows us to do that, so
Okay.
that would be the difference.
That's helpful context,
Yeah.
Jen, thank you. So I withdraw my objection.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments on that one? Nothing? 20B is an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving the development agreement with Williams. And I think this is going to be a larger discussion, but is there any thing that we can take care of now? Melissa, your hand's on the button.
Well, I'm just ready to make a motion when you're ready.
I've got a lot of questions on this one, but I think it's better to do it after the closed session.
Okay, okay. Then I think that's all of them, and I'm open to a motion. Oh, 21, sorry.
The Utah 250.
Oh, yeah, sorry, and you know what? I didn't read this, but it's a resolution of the Eagle Mountain supporting America 250, and I know there's going to be a document that we'll read, and so it's, do you have any questions on that? But it's going to be, that can save. Okay. Go ahead.
All right, Mayor, I move that the city council adjourn into a closed session for the purpose of discussion of pending or reasonably imminent litigation, the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, the purchase, lease, sale, or exchange of real property, a proposed development agreement, project proposal, or financing proposal related to the development of land owned by the state or a political subdivision, and/or the deployment of security personnel, devices, or systems pursuant to Section 52-4-205 subsection 1 of the Utah Code annotated.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Wright, and we'll start with Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
We're adjourned to closed session at 5:56. I don't hear it, but we're working now. All right, if you'll find your seats, we'll go ahead and get started. We'll just let you guys get comfortable real quick so we can get started. And then, as is our custom, we're going to start, before we get started, we're going to have a prayer, and Councilmember Wood will offer that.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful to gather together as a community. We're grateful for the opportunity to discuss the business of the city. We pray that would help us in our decision-making, that we will be fair, that we will be cognizant of the consequences, both now and in the future. Help us to be good listeners, that we will take into account the eyes and ears that we don't have, that our citizens have, that can help us in making better decisions. We're grateful for our first responders. Pray that would continue to protect them as they go into harm's way. We are especially mindful at this time of our military, our men and women serving locally and across the world, particularly those in harm's way now, and we ask for thy protecting care upon them. We're grateful for the leaders of our community, of our state, of our country. We pray that would bless them to make good decisions on behalf of the citizens of the United States. We're grateful for all of the things that we have in this city and for the community of people that are invested in its success. Help us to be better to each other, to give each other grace and the opportunity to make mistakes and to recover from those mistakes. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Wood. All right, I will officially call this meeting to order of the City Council at 7:06 on March 3rd. And we will begin the meeting with a Pledge of Allegiance. We'll be led by our Planning Director, Brandon.
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. We will start with some information items. Mr. Reeves.
We'll turn on
Our
the-
city offices will be closed on Thursday from 11:30 to 1 p.m., and that is due to a women's conference, lunch, educational opportunity for some of our staff members to attend. A city council special session will be held this Thursday, March 5th at 5:30 p.m., where we'll be talking about the bond, budget discussion, and council discussion. City council meeting on the second meeting of March 17th, is canceled due to scheduling conflicts. That falls on the night of the caucus, as well as some of the council will be traveling and staff. And then our Easter egg hunt will be on March 28th at Corey Ride Park. Youth under 12 will be from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and teens from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, thank you. We have a few recognitions to get to. And the first one we're excited about, this is the recognition of Outstanding Intersection Improvement Award for Eagle Mountain Boulevard and Pony Express traffic signal. And I know who's getting the award, but who was presenting the award? Okay, I knew he was involved too, so welcome Shane, one of the engineers from Provo, right? And let's make sure that mic gets turned on. And Shane's from the American Public Works Association presenting the award. So.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure tonight to represent the American Public Works Association Utah chapter in presenting this Outstanding Intersection Improvement Project of the Year for 2025. It's presented to Eagle Mountain City, the contractor BHI, and the engineer Horrocks Engineers. And this is for the intersection that was just built right out here. We took out the roundabout and we made it into an intersection that handled a little more traffic during peak times. So we're excited to present this to Eagle Mountain and the contractor and engineer. So I think they're all here. Like to come.
Yeah, let's invite them all up, everybody that was involved. And on behalf of the city, David Salazar is our traffic engineer, and he's accepting that, and of course the contractors. So. Now, David, you stay there, and I'm going to invite Vince to join us too, our head engineer up here, because we have another award that also in engineering. That's the Outstanding City Engineer Award for Assistant City Engineer, David Salazar. So, oh, do you have more? Sorry.
Go ahead.
It was part of it's the next one, so finish what you were doing. I thought you had all that.
Well, it is.
No, it's part of his. APWA is here to present.
Okay.
But, yeah, we're happy David's getting that, but you can go ahead.
So, yes, again, the American Public Works Association Utah chapter is happy to recognize David Salazar as the Outstanding Engineer of the Year award, and Outstanding Engineer of the Year for 2025. And I was on the selection committee, got to review all of the candidates that were, and their bios, and the thing that stood out to me was everybody commented on David's optimistic can-do attitude and his consideration for others, and his willingness to be involved in the community. So as a resident of Eagle Mountain and as a board member of APWA Utah chapter, I'm excited to have the opportunity to present David with this award tonight.
Thank you. Okay, Vince, hold on, Vince. I wanted you up to, because you're his direct report, and that's why I invited you to join us. So, as his boss, but I want to also invite Karina Salazar to join us up here for a picture, and also Shane, if you want to pose as up here presenting him the award, and then I think we have our camera back here somewhere. There you are, and then we're going to stand up right here behind you guys.
All right, I think it's appropriate for a quick point of order here to go ahead and offer anything that you guys want to say, and I'll even allow you, Ben, to join in.
I just want to say, well, thank you to all the staff, but this particular project this year was probably the outstanding project for our city, and it did come with a little bit of grief because of, change is hard, and letting go of the roundabout was hard, but it was failing because everybody leaves town at the same time and everybody comes back at the same time. But David managed it with exceptionalism all the way through, great professionalism, and the contractor got in, got out, got it done quickly, and so we truly appreciate all involved in the management and professionalism of that all the way through, so thank you.
I think it's awesome that he genuinely loves what he does. Like his enthusiasm for Eagle Mountain and the projects that he works on are just incredible. And then I also think he sets a really good example. We had our EM Serves Day of Service, and he was out there with other city employees just making sure people were safe on the road and like doing all these amazing things. And I just think you're a credit to Eagle Mountain. So thank you for all you do.
My first experience with David Salazar was, first I heard about his willingness and just the type of person he was from those that were on the hiring committee. It's pretty rare that the hiring committee actually reached out and said something to me, and they started with, we know we're looking for an engineer. We think we found a really good engineer, but we found another one that's equally as great, perhaps with a different skill set. What do you think we should do? And I said, let's hire them both. We know that we're missing and in great need of engineers. And I think I had that conversation with Finn. I remember having that conversation with you, and I was grateful that the admin were willing to take that direction, and the council was willing to support bringing another staff member on, because David's made a huge difference in the day-to-day life of Eagle Mountain citizens with our traffic patterns and our road projects. You may not know it, but he really is the reason things are starting to get better.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm not missing an opportunity. I want to tell you, I think the world of David. I think he knows that. I've expressed that to him. One of the things that I think is one of his, besides his skill set, that goes without saying, but his incredible ability to listen and then to take what he hears and to put that into action. It's been a pleasure to work with him since he's been here. I've told the mayor, past and present, we need more David Salazars in our organization. He is a great collaborator. He brings people together. He listens to what they say, and he's able to bring opposing views into a place of compromise where it's better. And I greatly appreciate that, because it truly has had an impact, not just on the intersection we're talking about. There's roads that we have been working on for a while, that Mid-Valley Road is one of those. Road up in the north part of the city, up by the mine. Fantastic collaboration and coming up with some solutions to some very difficult problems that found a way forward that we've been in an impasse for a while. So thank you very much, David.
All right, and I just say ditto, because it's been well said, other than one thing. I know he fills in for me sometimes at MAG when the council has other things going on and late nights, and so I say all the time we have some really great staff, and tonight's about David. He's one of our best. I heard there's other bests today in the other building too, but he's right up there. And most appreciative to your family and your wife, who allows you to stay up late and stay at these meetings. And sorry we take him away, but we need him. And we appreciate him and the sacrifice from you and your family. So thank you guys. And congratulations on an award well deserved. So, and thanks, Shane, for coming and helping us. So, all right. On that, we're going to move right along. And too bad you don't get the last word and get to say anything, but we're going to move along anyway. So, the next one, we have another recognition. It's actually a certificate. Mr. Zach Hilton will present, and we'll bring up Stormwater Manager Larry Diamond.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I appreciate you guys giving the time tonight to recognize some of our staff. I'm here to present for Larry Diamond this evening. I think most of you know Larry well. For those of you who don't, Larry just recently passed his 20 year with Eagle Mountain City, just about a little over a month ago. So he is our original OG stormwater man for Eagle Mountain City. He recently just completed this course where he's certified stormwater manager with the APWA. It did require a pre-application for approval to even do this process with a lot of studying and testing. And from my understanding, there's several people in the state of Utah that are currently working on this, but currently Larry Diamond is the only person in the state of Utah that has this certification. So, there you go, Larry. And I think he's here prepared to give I think he wants to give like a 15-minute speech. So.
All right, and do you need a picture as well? I don't know if you brought any family with you, because I didn't hear, but, okay, yeah, come on up, and Zach and Brad, your direct reports probably, come get in the picture. Maybe if I would have planned better, I could have done the comments for both of them at the same time, but I'll offer the same chance. And I'm just going to start off by saying, again, some of the best employees, as Zach and I talked about this earlier, the only certified person in the entire state. And I don't know how you have 20 years when you only look 30, so that's started young. but anybody want to make any comments?
Yeah, Larry, you've been great for us. You were an employee of one for quite a while in your own department, and that's an incredible burden for a person to take. Thank you for what you've done for the Stormwater Department in Eagle Mountain. We appreciate your hard work, and I've seen you many times out there helping when lines are busted and trying to help even in other departments. You've been a great asset to the city, so thank you very much.
I'll just say too that Larry, I'm so grateful for all that you bring to the city and how long that you've worked for us. And I'm grateful for your family and how supportive they are. I know that being in charge of stormwater means that you don't really get to clock out ever. And Eagle Mountain certainly has had its challenges over the last 20 years with stormwater things, with like 2 100-year floods in the same year. So like, I just am so grateful for the enthusiasm that you bring to your job, but I also am grateful that the people that work with you know that you'll always have their back and that you are a team player. So thank you.
Larry's just a quiet, gentle giant. He just does his work, and he doesn't seek the recognition or the accolades that he truly has earned. I'm grateful for you, Larry, and if you give us another 20 years, maybe you'll have the beard as big as Zach's. That's the goal, okay? So that would be my challenge to you.
And I just want to say, Larry just has a heart of gold. I've only been here a little over a year, but he was one of the first people to reach out, warm heart, positive can-do attitude on any project, and first jump into some of the leadership training, and just a positive example, not just stormwater, but of a fantastic Eagle Mountain City employee.
All right, thanks, guys. Now, this is where I'm going to do, just switch one item. We're going to go to item 10A, and then come back to public comment. And the reason I'm doing that for the benefit of the public is so that our comments are closer to the items that we're going to be addressing. So I want to take care of item 10A, the Community Service Board's appointments. And we'll start with an appointment. These have to be made by motion one at a time. So the first one on the agenda is Jay Johnson for a one-year term with a term starting in April through March of 2027.
Mayor, I move that we appoint Jay Johnson to the Community Service Board for a one-year term, April 2026 through March 2027.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Whiting, a second by Councilmember Hewish, right? Is it the second down there? And we'll start the vote with Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
And Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Number 2 is Cherie Curtis, a 2-year term starting in April 2026 through March of 2028.
Mayor, I move to approve Cherie Curtis to serve on a 2-year term from April 2026 through March 28 on the Community Service Board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hewish and a second by Councilmember Whiting. And we'll start the vote with Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
And Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes. The next one is number 3, Charlotte Ducos, a 2-year term starting in April through March of 2028.
Mayor, I move that the city council approve the appointment of Charlotte Ducos to a 2-year term, April 2026 through March 2028, on the Community Services Board.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Hewish, and we'll start the vote with Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
And that motion passes. The next one is Steve Conger for a 3-year term starting in April 2026 through March of 2029.
I'll do that one. Mayor, I move that the city council approve the appointment of Steve Conger to the Community Services Board, the Community Services Board for a 3-year term beginning April 2026 through March 2029.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Wood and a second by Councilmember Whiting, and we'll start the vote with Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
And Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. And the last one is appointment of Jesse Southworth to a 3-year term starting in April 2026 through March of 2029.
Mayor, I move that the city council approve the appointment of Jesse Southworth to a 3-year term on the Community Services Board from April 2026 through March 2029.
Second?
Okay, I think it was Clark. So the motion was made by Councilmember Wright and a second by Councilmember Clark. And we will start the vote with Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
And Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Okay, and that motion passes. Now, all of you who have been approved, well, and they're not here anyway, but let's take care of that. Thank you. We do have one more. It's item 10B for the Senior Advisory Board. It's Deborah Kimbrough for a 3-year term starting in April 2026 through March of 2029.
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Wright. And we will start the vote at Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
And Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't notice if Mr. Conger made it. Oh, there you are. I couldn't remember if you were on call tonight, and I was looking through, didn't see the uniform. So okay, everybody that's been appointed, if you'd come forward, and our recorder Lacey will administer the oath of office. And anybody that's not here, and then we're going to go down and congratulate from down there. While they're taking care of some signatures, I'll just say this is really where the rubber meets the road. These are the volunteer citizens that come together and sit on our boards, which we have many boards, and they vet different things, they bring different things and help us make good decisions. We love and appreciate all those who serve on our boards throughout the city. And I think, Steve, you might have to correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been serving on boards for 117 years or something like that? Yeah, so he's been on some of the boards from the very beginning. 16 years?
Yeah, 15 years with
15 on the cemetery board. And and a volunteer fire department. So Steve and I served on the cemetery board like probably about in the beginning, right? That's how long ago it's been for me. So thank you for your service and all you guys that are continuing to serve. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with some of our council and mayor items. And let's start with, because I said I would come back. Sorry. I'm glad you guys keep me on task up here. Now we will start, and this time has been set aside for public comment. I will open the public comment period. As a reminder, public comment is an opportunity for community members to address the city council, and each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes. If you wish to speak during the public comment or public hearing portion, please complete a form in the back, it's in that blue folder back there, and return it to the recorder up here. When recognized, please come to the podium, state your full name for the record. Council members will listen but will not engage in discussions during public comment. Disruptive behavior, personal attacks, or comments about individual city employees are not permitted. Lastly, public comment period is for items not associated with other scheduled public hearings. If your comments relate to a public hearing item, please wait until that item is called and the public hearing for tonight's meeting. Just so you know what those are, 17A is a public hearing. That's an ordinance of Eagle Mountain, Utah, approving the Fifth Amendment to the amended and restated Overland Master Development Agreement. So if you're commenting on that, you can wait. Another one is the ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code 17.60 and 17.10 regarding fencing. There's another one, 18B, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, rezoning certain lands known as QTS SCL2. 18C is a public hearing, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, Section 1580, 1710, 1725, and 17100 regarding slope development. And then 19A, a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain City Consolidated Fee Schedule regarding site plan amendments. So those are our public hearings. If you're here to speak on any item not in a public hearing, now is your time. I'll open the public comment period at 7:29 and look to Lacey to see who's first.
So I have one that came through the email today from Sierra Nichols that states, "Good evening, my name is Sierra Nichols. I'm a homeowner in City Center, an environmental scientist by training, and a mother of a child starting at John Hancock Charter School. The school sits about 2 miles northeast of the proposed plant in our valley, where prevailing winds move south to north most of the year. I'm not opposed to growth. I want a rec center. I want a bigger library. I want jobs closer to home, but growth must be compatible with the people who already live here." She went on to talk about the natural gas. While emissions permitting will go through the Utah Division of Air Quality, their role is to ensure minimum regulatory compliance. And then she goes on to say, I welcome industry and tax revenue. I also expect the highest quality industry, especially near a school. Thank you. And then we have Tim Smith. See here? Come on up.
My name is Timothy Smith. I am here to speak on the same proposal. I don't think a natural gas power plant is a really good idea there due to the emissions and the noise. It fails on both of these items. I know how a lot of people feel about small modular nuclear reactors. Just because you say the word nuclear, people are going to worry strongly about that. But the new small modular reactors they're safe. They're put in heavy earthquake areas. They're put on ships. Most of our naval ships run on these small modular reactors. And I think that would be a much, much better way for us to go than anything that's burning any petroleum. And that's all I have to say.
Tiffany Walden.
My name is Tiffany Walden. I'm here tonight to defend myself against the outright lies the city projects onto me. The city is correct about one thing. Eagle Mountain has a police force rented from the county. We pay approximately $200,000 per officer for 35 officers, which comes out roughly to $7 million a year. What we do not have is our own police department. What we don't have is a police station with 24-hour services for paperwork, ticket processing, or booking. And because of that, data and crimes are not being properly documented. That is a fact. If this city had its own police force, we would pay closer to $80,000 per year per officer with benefits. That means Eagle Mountain is overpaying roughly $4.2 million annually while still not having its own department. I would love to debate this with you, but if the city wasn't always running and hiding. But why would you care, Mr. Reeves? You'll be retired when it matters. So I'll ask you again, why don't we have our own police force? Where is all the money going? Jared, since you control the checkbook, maybe you can help the public understand where the money is actually going. Or are you too busy making sure the rodeo is profitable for you? Well, let me make it easier for you to focus on the city's money and not your own. In my hand is a lawsuit we filed today to take the rodeo grounds back from the city so we can put the land to good use for the citizens. How does a fun campground sound? It seems like, Melissa, it seems like you've been very clever about manipulating the information that is allowed on the Eagle Mountain City Citizens Facebook page and pushing misinformation. That kind of power over community narrative should concern everybody. You managed to trick me into helping your campaign, and I'm not easy to trick. Richard Wood. I've watched you insult developers who invested in this community, then whine because they don't do enough. You degrade people who are less fortunate, even claiming that apartments bring crime. I've even heard you mock residents who simply want a dog park. That's not leadership, that's contempt. And Eagle Mountain deserves better. And Marcus Draper, as an attorney advising this council, how dare you say you don't care about the future of Eagle Mountain?
You can turn off the mic if you will.
You have an ethical duty to this city.
So the mic isn't on, so that's enough of that.
I am here to offer 4 paid positions at $25 an hour to citizens of Eagle Mountain who want to help hold this council accountable.
So that's enough, Tiffany. I don't care if you talk about elected officials, but you will not talk about our staff, so that's, so Tiffany, that's enough.
You can apply at jobs at emfoundersgroup, no I'm not, .com,
So-
emfoundersgroup.com. Yeah,
Go
let's
ahead.
go back to some of the recognition of staff again.
We have some of the best. So real quick, while we get to the other stuff, and because of some of the stuff that's said that we are not owning up to, I want to make sure that the public understands both sides of the story. And there's some claims made there that probably need to be addressed. So I will be the first to stand up and say we do have an Eagle Mountain Police Department, and it's those guys right over there. So as to the claims about $80,000, I don't know an officer in the state that makes that, and that does not include the cars and the buildings and everything. And when we pay a contract price of nearly $200,000 of what the claim was, that includes the fuel and the gas and the truck and the insurance. I mean, that is all in per employee. That's not just their wage. So again, the claim of missing money and things like that's just untrue. Our deal with the Sheriff's Department is really, really good. And if it wasn't, we would do something about it. So we look into it almost annually, and I will defend the budget for our officers every day. and their talent and the things that they offer to us. So there's no question, and I know they know, but publicly, so everybody knows that they do us a fabulous job, and we stand behind our sheriff's department. Their trucks say Eagle Mountain. They are the Eagle Mountain Sheriff's Department, and it is what it is. So with that, let's get back to some public comment.
I have no other public comments for the general public comment.
Hold on, did you say you have no more?
Well, Joy's is for an item, that's a public hearing. Oh, okay, then yes, Joy.
Okay, so, yeah. Joy, go ahead first, and then Jeff, did you fill out a paper?
Joy Rasmussen. I'm here to talk about the general idea. There's been a nationwide movement across the country, 28 states and growing, to put a moratorium on data centers. Florida just passed a law saying we don't want any more here. Now, Florida has a lot more water than us, a lot more, and more people. And if they're saying no more, I think we need to look at that. Eagle Mountain is not a very big city. We don't have a really great grid. We don't have a lot of water. We don't have a lot of resources. And I'm just very concerned about, I know we have some that are already coming. We can't stop the ones that you've already allowed. But I'm asking you as a city to do something, whether it be a resolution or a law, whatever, say moratorium on data centers. We have enough. Let's pause. Let's get the citizens' feedback. Let's look at how close these are to homes, new neighborhoods, and schools. Let's look at the effect it's going to give on the cost of energy, because everywhere that they've put data centers, the cost of energy for everyone has risen. And the closed loop systems, I know they use less water, but they also have a lot more chemicals in the water, and eventually that water will be discharged. And according to what I've seen, it goes into the water supply, and our sewer systems won't be able to filter the chemicals. And the other problem with them is the noise pollution in general. Like, it's going to affect the mental health, the physical health of the people around them. And right now, the places they're being put is really close to Firefly, the schools. And so I'm just asking you as a city to hear the citizens. I'm hearing more and more people, they don't really care so much about the nuclear reactors as data centers. They're very, very concerned. And I'm just asking if you as a city could maybe just stop allowing more and let the citizens maybe vote. I don't know, put it on the ballot or something, but let the people have more of a voice about data centers in general. And there's a problem with the noise pollution. It's called infrasound. So even if you can't hear the noise, it still affects people, and it causes mental health problems, heart problems, anxiety, depression. It causes all these problems. I emailed all of you the studies about it, but I'm concerned about how close these are to the school and how it can affect our children and then people in their neighborhoods and stuff. So that's my request.
And Jeff. And did you turn in a paper? Okay, thank you.
Jeff Ruth. Let me start off by saying, after what Tiffany said, I've worked with a lot of you for years. You are great quality people. Kind of acting like a person throwing a tantrum because they didn't get their way on something. And when I grew up, when a kid threw a tantrum, there was consequences. She needs to face consequences. There's no other way to put it. And as far as officers, I've had a lot of dealings with them over the past few years, and I think the ones we have are great. Officer Gilstrap is just awesome. I've worked with them a lot lately, and like I said, our officers are great. Hope you guys keep going forward and doing what you do. Like I said, I stand behind you 100%. May not always agree, may give you a hard time, but other than that, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. And now, you have no other papers. Is there anyone else here that came that wants to speak in public comment? Seeing no one, we will close the public comment period at 7:41 and get back to our agenda. That was almost too much fun. I want to do it again. All right, item 11, city council and mayor items. Brett, I want to start right here with Councilmember Wright.
Boy, after that, I don't know how to even top that, quite frankly, but I've been thinking a lot about something, and I'm going to share it. I've shared this once before in a council meeting, but I think as we interact with one another and as we face challenges, one of the things that I've always tried to do is to develop the quality of charity. So even if, and I'm just going to share this quote because for me, this is something that I reference quite frequently. And I think after what we experienced here, I just want to share this. These are my thoughts. And this is a quote by a gentleman named Marvin J. Ashton. Some of you will recognize his name. Charity, perhaps the greatest charity comes when we're kind to each other, when we don't judge or categorize someone else, when we simply give each other the benefit of the doubt or remain quiet. Charity is accepting someone's weakness, someone's differences, weaknesses, and shortcomings who has let us down, or resisting the impulse to become offended when someone doesn't handle something the way we might have hoped. Charity is refusing to take advantage of another's weakness and being willing to forgive someone who has hurt us. Charity is expecting the best of each other. And I'm going to tell you that the bulk of Eagle Mountain citizens are charitable individuals. That's been my experience. And I'm really grateful to represent you, to experience life with you, and to be able to serve you. And my commitment promise to you remains unchanged. I will do all that I have in my power to represent you fairly, honestly, with integrity, and make the decisions that I believe are in the best interest of Eagle Mountain City, both in the short term and in the long term. And I'm reminded, Mayor, if I can have just an indulgence for another minute. I'm reminded of Theodore Roosevelt's, it's a quote that I'm going to share that he shared when he was in France in 1910. And most of you will recognize this. It's called The Man in the Arena. It is not the critic who counts, but the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end of the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither knew victory nor defeat. I share that every person who's seated here on this dais this evening is in the arena, and I'm grateful that they're here with us. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilmember Wright. I'm really grateful for Councilmember Wood's prayer to begin this meeting. I hope it is all of our prayers to remember the military that are fighting so valiantly for us right now. My entire life has only known a country of Iran whose leadership has been bent on the destruction of Israel and bent on the destruction of the United States. And I hope also that in our homes we've been able to share with our children the remarkable events that happened a few days ago when that individual, his life was terminated. And there's a real opportunity right now before us in the Middle East. And I hope that at a city council meeting here, we can at least I can spend this moment to thank our military, to let them know that even in our corner of the world, we're very grateful for them, that we're praying for them, and we are praying for the people of Iran, that they will rise up and form a government that will pattern after the patriots that we have here to provide freedoms to its people. This is their moment, but how we can help is through our faith and prayers for the Iranian people right now. They need our prayers as much as our patriots in the 1700s needed prayers to form the country that we've got. And so I pray and hope that our citizenry can join together. I was moved to tears to see marching in the streets of London and Los Angeles and cities throughout the world, Iranian flags, Israeli flags, American flags. There are Christians and Jews and Arabs and Muslims all marching together peaceably, because that's really what the world mostly is. By and large, we have a great world with a great citizenship and a great love for one another. There are a few bad leaders, unfortunately, and I just pray that we can recognize that we actually do, as humans, love one another, respect one another. There's a lot of respect for one another's religion and different beliefs, and we can live side by side and march together in the streets having different beliefs like that. and coexist in a great way. But there are a few bad leaders that get in the way. It's just my prayer that the military will be blessed at this time, that the Iranians will be blessed at this time, that which is happening will result in something amazing for Iran and for the Middle East. And I just wanted to share my gratitude for the military that's putting their life on the line to bring this about.
I'll say ditto to that. It's never a dull moment in Eagle Mountain, is it? You know, we never know what we're going to get next. I'm grateful that we have the freedom to have exactly what happened tonight happen. That freedom's protected. For people to be able to speak, whether they think it's true or not, whether it's right or wrong, that we have the ability to still be able to speak what we think our truth is. I'm grateful for the men and women that are protecting that freedom right now. Thank you for coming. It makes me feel so good to see so many people in here, for whatever your reasons are, to come and speak to us, to participate in the dream of Eagle Mountain, whether you are a citizen here or whether you are a developer here. You know, the reality of it is we have a lot of things that are said about us that aren't true. And if we didn't have the thick skin to be able to deal with it, we shouldn't be up here. So I'll just dismiss the things that were said and say, those of you that know me and that know the other members of the city council up here know that we are people of integrity and that we are engaged in what is best for you individually and for our families as well. I hope you'll continue to trust us to make those difficult decisions and that you'll trust us that the information that we've been giving, we're trying to do our best with that information. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of our community and helping us to build the best community in the state of Utah.
I think we found our next presidential campaign right up here. I want to echo everything that's been said. I wanted to just talk about small acts really quickly. I always, when we're walking around our neighborhood park, if I see a piece of trash, I pick it up. I tell my kids, grab that trash, grab that bottle, and they usually say, well, that's not mine, I didn't leave it there. And I say, but this is our park. And, you know, sometimes I'll see a rock in the parking lot, I'll throw it back in the landscaping, because somebody can slip on it, or it can flip up and hit, you know, somebody else's car. But I wanted to just share a quote tonight, and I'll be quick. This is from Margaret Mead. She said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." I love that thought, that a small group, our Community Services Board, if they're still here, I am pumped. I am so excited. I didn't vote for the RAP tax. I publicly was against it, and now I'm going to be working with this board, but I am excited. I'm excited that there are people in our community, that talented, capable people that are willing to step up and do their best. So I just want to welcome them. I'm excited for them. And no matter how small your group is, if it's your family or just one person, you can make a big impact in our community, and appreciate all the small acts of service and kindness. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for being here tonight. When I was driving around today, I was thinking about the different people that are driving on the roads with us or walking on the paths. And some of you moved here 25 years ago, and some of you moved here today. And regardless of when you came or the reason that brought you here, you're part of the fabric of what makes our city what it is. It's no secret that I love this city and the people in it and the people who serve it. When I was a kid, I remember my great-grandparents and grandparents teaching me to leave things better than you found them. And I truly believe that that's our job here as Eagle Mountain, to leave this place better than we found it, so that when our term is over serving on the dais, that we have given service to protect our residents and protect our way of life, and to make this place better, and to support you in your efforts to do that. I am super excited to serve alongside Councilmember Hewish and the Community Services Board. I love the idea of our residents being able to help shape what we do as a city and to be able to come up with creative, awesome ideas to make this place better. And I just want to end it with a quote. Contention is a choice. Peacemaking is a choice. You have your agency to choose contention or reconciliation. I urge you this day to choose to be a peacemaker now and always.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the comments, and I just wanted to add that thanks to everybody who's shown up and welcome, and we love seeing these people here. And I find that maybe in my role a little different. I say a lot, it's not mine, it's just my turn. And it's probably easier just to leave it be and let it go, but I think it's part of my role to defend some of the things that maybe come even against staff or against some of my fellow council members. And so for the public's benefit, there's been some claims made, and I think it's unfair to say that Melissa doesn't have any influence over Facebook. I don't know that, I mean, especially private groups, and so I just wanted to put that out there and say that nothing is going on, and maybe just leave it at that. And to be honest with you, I know it's like water off a duck's back, but I don't even remember what the claims were against you, and I know you don't even care. So,
You don't like
but
dogs.
you don't like dogs up there. And the bottom line is whatever it is I'm proud to be up here with this group of people at this time, and I'm not even going to address the claims against me, and other than to say that I've been serving on boards for ever and ever and ever, and used a lot of my own money to promote some of the things, and have never been paid a penny. So whatever the claim is, you're welcome to come look at whatever books are out there. And really, it's I was just a citizen serving on boards when Councilmember Burnham and the council 14 years ago said, let's have a citizen board run a rodeo and a derby and all these other events. So it just is that. And we're proud to put the rodeo here in Eagle Mountain, and we'll see how that goes. But I wish I would have made at least one penny, but I haven't. So we'll just say that. But with that, let's get back to the work. We have talked about our consent agenda in the work session today. Also, just to circle back, there were some things in the closed session on item 16A, just making sure that we're leaving that on there on the consent agenda. Okay. It happened with a property purchase, and I think that was all.
I'm happy to give a motion if you'll take one. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Whiting, and I think we're to Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Huish?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
And Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
All right, that passes. Going on to our next item, 17A is an ordinance and a public hearing. So this is a public hearing if you came to speak on this item. It is approving the Fifth Amendment of the amended and restated Overland Master Development Agreement. And I believe Marcus is presenting.
Yes. Okay, let me pull that up here. Okay. All right, so the city entered into amended and restated master development agreement with Sitla and Ivory Homes, and I believe it was executed actually in January 2018, but was approved in December of 2017. That was after Sitla decided to partner with Ivory Homes to help develop their property that had been ongoing at that time. There's a certain portion of that development that is labeled as commercial, and this concerns part of that commercial area within the overland development. And so it's roughly 53-acre development that includes, I guess, two major anchors would be Smith's Marketplace and Lowe's, as well as 4 other smaller anchors connected to the Smith's Marketplace building, and multiple pad sites. To make the project financially feasible, there are certain tax incentives that are included to help support the development of the infrastructure for it. The agreement would allow the property to be used consistent with the already vested historic commercial zone use, with a few minor exceptions that they have asked for in the agreement. But it would ultimately determine kind of what the architecture is going to look like, what the development is going to look like. There is some flexibility built in relation to the pad sites, but as far as the main anchor buildings, what you see is what you get. They would result in the development of Old Airport Road east of Pony Express, as well as Mid Valley Road, as part of the supporting infrastructure and water and sewer and stormwater and all that to go with it. But those are the basic broad strokes of the agreement, and I open to questions for the specifics that you have questions about.
Okay, is there any questions for Marcus? I do see the applicant here, and we'll invite them up if there's any, unless there's questions for staff. Let's start there.
Just a quick question about the architectural standards. We asked to have that included in the MDA, the ones specific to the downtown, and I don't see a reference to that. There is some loose language in there. Is there a reason we didn't add that in?
Sorry, what specifically are you referencing?
The ones that we've been doing with
Yeah, so
DCBO?
they updated the elevations and submitted those, and I submitted those by separate email. They just were kind of, in order to accommodate the requested change that was ultimately finished after I submitted the main packet. But there were updated exhibits that were submitted.
Okay,
Maybe.
if there's no other questions for Marcus, I'd invite the applicants, whoever from your team is taking the questions, so. Hold on,
Jeff.
There you go, okay.
Is it on now? There we go. My name is Jeff Randall with AWA. I'm here on behalf of Smiths and the developer. Smiths is here. We have Kyle Zanti with Smiths here representing Smiths. Brett Wallen from the development team is here as well. And then our traffic engineer, I believe, is on virtually. So if we have any traffic questions that I can't answer, he'll be able to jump on and answer as well. I'm going to share my screen. There we go. So, Councilmember Wood, I've got some slides here for you on architecture that we'll go through that hopefully will answer your questions. We have made some changes from our last meeting that we've taken the city center concepts into account, and I'll go through that for you here in just a minute. But we're excited to be here again tonight. We've had many meetings and discussions and working through with the city, both with the council members, the mayor, the staff. We really appreciate this opportunity and the ability we've had to work with you for a number of months now as we've been working through this. So I wanted to go through kind of some of the questions that came up last time, some of the changes that we've made to the development agreement, and then also there's a few other minor changes that we'll talk about tonight that aren't in the development agreement that we're proposing to you tonight as well. So first of all, this is the updated site plan. Not a lot has changed other than this does address some of the traffic questions, and I'll go into some of the traffic questions to start off with. First item to talk about is the acceleration, deceleration lanes along Pony Express. We had deceleration lanes, right turn lanes coming into the driveways. There was some questions about can we add in some acceleration lanes. As we've worked through with our traffic engineer, also had a call with David Salazar and went through this. This now reflects, you can probably see it a little better on this slide that's zoomed in. This now reflects that we will have basically a third lane all the way along the front of the project that'll act as an auxiliary lane where people will be able to merge over to make the right turn decel, or if you're pulling out, you'll have that lane to accelerate and then merge into the two lanes. We felt this was the best way to allow kind of that accelerating, decelerating, get them out of the main traffic lanes. Also talking with David, it sounds like there's projects going further up the road to try to expand to 7 lanes on Pony Express, and this will help tie in with that as well. So with the project, we are proposing and showing on here to have 3 lanes along there, that third lane being an auxiliary lane that we'll be adding along Pony Express. So that is shown all the way along the frontage here. One other item that was asked that we would look at would be, it was a high T signal at the middle, I don't know if this pointer.
this one will work over here. The middle intersection here going to a high T intersection here, which would stop the northbound traffic but allow southbound to continue. We went through the modeling of that, since we last met, we have submitted our traffic study to David Salazar, as well as gone through some additional modeling looking at that high T. One thing you will see on this is that our study has shown that we need dual left-hand turns coming out of this middle drive. We need 2 left turns coming out. Working with David, we also feel that we're going to need 2 left turns at Mid-Valley once with the new words that this road is going to get over the mountain. And when people are coming home and in the PM, we're going to need dual lefts here as well. So as we've worked through that, to do a high T with dual lefts here, you've got to get those 2 left turns to accelerate and then merge over into the oncoming traffic. And there is not enough distance between that intersection and this intersection to get them to accelerate and then merge over into the oncoming traffic. So our traffic engineer's recommendation was to make this a standard signal, not a high T, get the dual lefts coming out. We are setting up this intersection for dual lefts and the right turn. We've also talked about getting almost to what I would call a free right coming around this corner as we lay out this intersection, and really setting this intersection up for success with the amount of traffic that's going to be projected coming into that area. So we've worked through that. I don't know if David has anything to say about that, but we've worked with him pretty closely over these last few days, working through the traffic studies, those modeling, and that's kind of where we've landed on what we have found provides the best level of service for the accesses here. So any questions on that?
So just a quick question. I just wanted for clarity. So this section through here will have 3 lanes?
Correct.
Okay. So one of the suggestions that I would make is that this right turn, because you're not going to have 3 lanes here, this right, make it a continuous right.
Into that auxiliary lane?
Because it allows the traffic to continue.
And that is
not
our
stop.
plan. That is our plan.
So as we design that, I think that will be helpful to that intersection. I actually prefer a stoplight there personally, because I think that we're going to need to unload from your development onto that road. And there also needs to be time to unload off of Pony Express into your development.
Creates those gaps. Yep, absolutely.
I do have some concerns about the number of entrances, and that's not new to you. I told you that in the meetings that we've had. My preference is always to try to do a major road to get into your development and not encumber traffic from being able to move forward from too many entrances. Where you have the 1 lane, I mean, I'm going to defer to David on this, but you understand the concern there about, I don't want to create the same problems that we have seen exist on both state streets in Salt Lake County and in Utah County, where as soon as somebody turns, traffic behind them has to stop. And if somebody executes it incorrectly from the other lane, they're going to stop both traffic lanes. So I just want to be cautious about, we have 2 roads, we're hoping for the 3rd one, but this is one of our major roads, and we can't afford to stack.
Yeah, get the marker. I think they've done a great job as looking at those options. We think the 3rd lane here is going to be the best solution for that. I mean, there may be some learning at first with that, but I think about like State Street and Orem, where you have the 3 lanes, and that 3rd lane does kind of serve as an acceleration deceleration lane. Traffic kind of knows to stay to the left. If we thought about doing striping, but then people might just use it anyways, the 3rd lane. So we like the idea of having that, especially with Airport Road, which will eventually kind of feed down to the east. That's kind of make it like a circular axis there. They've been great as far as looking at access here on Mid-Valley. This is a 2-foot concrete median. It's going to get pulled back here to limit the ride and ride out. So people are not breaking that. Also, same over here as well. So those will be protected, not conflicting with the left turn pockets on either side. So they've done a great job as far as communicating and understanding the traffic that we're projecting. Some of the numbers they had were a little lower than we're projecting, but they understand the turn movements will be even higher potentially. So we're designing for the future too.
Any concerns about the traffic heading east, turning in here, with any stacking back to the intersection?
No, at this point we're not, because I mean there's no opposing traffic. They can just turn in right into there.
There is a right turn decel lane there as well.
I'm cognizant of the fact that that's overland, and there's a lot of traffic that comes from there.
People come in that direction?
Right, so when they come through that intersection, if somebody stops there, especially with your very first phase of that, it'll be a single lane. Them coming in there and stopping stops the traffic. So as we're designing this, we need to find, maybe there needs to be a turnout lane.
There is.
There is one there.
There is one.
Does it go all the way to the intersection?
It goes, so we are building, there will be 2 lanes coming through here.
Perfect.
And then there's a 3rd lane for that right decel coming in. So there'll
Thank you.
actually be 3 lanes there.
Yeah, from our conversation, they're working on updating the plan so we can see all these things incorporated.
Yeah, it's such a big plan, we gotta like zoom in on them to see the details.
And I just want to make sure that we're all up to speed, and we might need Brad's assistance on this one, but my understanding is a lot of the medians are coming out of the middle, and this is kind of showing some medians. I have 2 questions, so I'm going to throw them out there. So part of it is where those overland people are coming out. These people, there's a stoplight here, but there's no traffic, so these roads making a left-hand turn here into oncoming traffic with no protection, you only can wait for a light here, but with a median there, we anticipate that being a lane, right? I don't want to call it what I call it, but.
You're saying like a left turn pocket here and left turn this direction, is that what you're saying, Mayor?
Mostly, no, because I see the left-hand pocket here. I'm talking about these people coming out of their homes, going to the other supermarket.
Oh, going northbound.
They're going out of town.
You're saying like a center lane that they can pull into to merge, use it as a merge lane? We are looking, we have to do one of 2 things. We've either got to remove these medians or we've got to modify the medians.
Well, so, and that's what I was asking.
And we're fine to work with staff on if we completely remove them or if we just go to a 2-foot, either way. So.
I think the goal was to remove them, and that's what I was making sure, so.
Yeah. And we talked a little bit about that on Friday, so.
Okay, I just didn't know what we're looking at here. The second part of that question was, just for clarity, because I can't see it now, but you mentioned the 2 left turns out. Is this a single left turn in right there?
Correct. Single left in, yes.
Okay.
And that is actually already drawn longer, and we do need to take that piece out to make it longer. That's part of the conversation we had Friday was,
Yeah, I think if that
are we just
becomes
taking
a-
it out, or are we leaving a 2-foot median in there, so, yep.
I think the council's desire to see those removed. I think Brad's desire to see them moved. Probably David. I think everybody, Zach wants them out. Is there anybody that wants them in? So, that's pretty clear.
Okay.
So is there any other questions on this before he continues?
On traffic?
I do want to ask just a little bit, and it's really about the right-of-way up there on Airport Road. Can you just speak to that a little bit? Because I know that part of the agreement speaks to the city being willing, if at some point in time, the developer's ready to sell that. And so my question is really, is that in the best interest of the city? That's really the question that I'm wondering, because that right-of-way is preserved now, right?
Yeah, so.
So do we want to lose that?
I'll speak to it a little bit, and if Vince or David want to talk about it, I guess they can chime in here. So I don't remember the exact width. This right-of-way is quite a bit wider than what the city's master plan cross-section calls for. Am I saying that right, Vince? And so there is a section, you actually see this line right here. This is where the right-of-way line actually exists right now. It kind of runs right up through here. So there is a chunk here, I want to say it was about 30-ish feet, 35 feet, that the city has said the right-of-way is this wide. Our master plan says we only need this much, and we're saying we're willing to purchase that 30 or 35 feet from the city.
That's really
type of
my
thing.
question for
So-
David is, do we need to preserve it, or are we good?
We don't. So that was the old cross-section, 202 feet for a parkway. And I think it was 50-foot park strip, so it was pretty wide. So with the update to the TMP, we have that as a 5-lane major arterial as a 152. So that's why we were able to shrink it down a little bit.
That
Continuing
makes a lot more
westward,
sense
it'll
to
be
me.
wider. That width will stay, and then it goes to 7 lanes from there.
So while we're on that topic, I think that if I'm reading the development agreement right, you would want to acquire that at the price the city originally acquired that, which I'd be curious to know what that is. It seems to me it should be.
No, it says that they would pay what they paid,
What we're paying for the land.
what you're paying for the.
Market value, what we're
currently,
paying
right?
for the land.
The language is ambiguous, though. It does say the developer.
Marcus, can you help us on that?
So it's not clear on which developer paid that price. That was one of my
It's
concerns.
what they paid for the land.
Yeah, the intent, and maybe we can clean it up, but the intent is it's what what we're buying, what Smith's is buying the land for is what we would pay the city for.
I think it just needs to reference what we said in the recitals in the very beginning, so it's clear which developer and what price is being paid. Just, that was one of mine too.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that's easy.
Good on that one? Okay, I will keep going. All right, we've covered the traffic side of it. The next one, there's a question that came up on the outdoor cells and needing to clarify the language here. So just, so right now it reads any outdoor storage, permanent and seasonal outdoor cells and display is authorized. So what we're trying to do is, the intent was this is an outdoor cells, display, and storage area. And if I go to the next slide, this is what's in the exhibit. Identifying where like Lowe's outdoor storage areas are, or cells areas. These are for things like their wood chips, topsoil, the tough shed, those types of things that they have out there, right? This is their outdoor cells area and storage. And so the intent was to change this more to seasonal outdoor cells, display, and storage. There was a comment in here, there's a word in here saying to be screened. It's kind of hard to screen the wood chips when they're sitting out in the parking lot. And so we wanted to clarify that wasn't, the intent is not to screen them. They're seasonal, they're for sale. And kind of work on the wording here to really just say it's outdoor cells, display, and storage. The city still go through the administrative review. It's still applicable to code enforcement. And that it's, the areas will be as defined on that exhibit, which is the exhibit that was in the development agreement already. So I pulled a few pictures from Smith's and Lowe's. They'll have their different flowers and wood chips and so forth. But that is a request that we're making there, is that we modify that language just to clarify that outdoor cells display. Councilmember Clark.
It's my desire to let you have an outdoor sales display because I think that's important. I think the storage plan part is there are other major retailers in the world that take shipping containers as major accessories.
As permanent, they become permanent?
Yes, to their parking lot. And I've worked with some of the biggest retailers in the world, so I know that sometimes during certain times of the year, there's a need for extra storage.
Sure. Christmas and those different times, yes.
It needs to be very clear to you and your client and in the agreement that that's not okay. Because we don't allow residents to just have shipping containers wherever they feel like it either.
And maybe we work on do you have in mind I would say what comes to my mind is a timeline, a time frame.
I don't know, because I don't know that this has ever had to be something that we've had to tackle before. But it would be my desire that if there are big shipping container type storage, that it's behind the building, just like we put the semi trucks back there and different things like that.
And that could be, we could designate like this area back here, and then maybe it's for, 60 days or something, so.
Yeah, and that would have to be screened. That's a good point, Mayor. I just think that the display, awesome. They're beautiful. The storage, no. And I hope that we can make that clear in the agreement.
Work on that, Marcus, and come up with some language on that.
And I think particularly the south side of the Lowe's building, which is going to be close to
this
right
side.
there in particular, because that's going to be facing the city hall, that we want that to be visibly strong.
That needs to be your prettiest display of all.
Put the flowers on that side. Okay, we'll work on that. Okay. Next section, lighting. We talked about lighting at the last meeting. We've worked through what got sent to you in the development agreement still said 150,000 lumens. It's because we were still working through calculations and working with the lighting designers and so forth. So where we have got to is that we're able to get to, this says 150 right there, strike out the 150. It's 100,000 lumens per gross acre, which is anticipated 130,000 lumens per net acre. And that we're lowering the light poles down to 25 feet from 30 feet. So we're able to lower the lighting levels down some to still meet kind of what Kroger and Lowe's have for safety. And this is what we're proposing for you tonight. Councilmember Clark.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and just to confirm, those will be the hooded.
Yep,
Hooded
and those will be,
lights,
those will be
okay.
dark sky compliant with the hooded. Yeah, the fixture will be cut off
I
at the
went out
bottom.
to Smith's in Saratoga with my
Yep.
measuring tape Sunday night, and they were like 25 feet, so.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
You're checking me out. I
Thank you.
appreciate
I
it.
appreciate it.
I had a conversation with Brandon Larson about what does it mean to be net acre, and he said typically that's when we remove the streets from something, and there's no streets obviously to remove. They're kind of like, they're still parking lot, I guess is what I'm getting at. So what was factored in your net acre calculation?
So net acre is typically that we reduce the building areas. So we take out all the building areas. So there's a little over, I think there's 350,000 square feet of building on this site.
Yeah.
So we take that out because there's no lighting in that area. And that's how we get to the net. So we take the gross acres of the site, that's your gross number, and then the net is we take the building areas out. So we reduce the acreage of the.
So the lighting's concentrated in the areas that don't have buildings.
Correct.
Yep, okay, thank you. I think that's an important distinction too.
Yeah, good question. Any other questions on lighting? Okay, next one is architecture. And I wish I had the slide in here for the original Smiths, but here's the new Smiths elevations. These are a considerable shift and change from what was originally proposed. We went back and talked to Smiths, we worked with the architect, we twisted their arms and tried to take some of the features of what we saw in the downtown area and try to tie them in so that we felt like we could tie in with what's there. Some of the, as you can see, we kind of call it the barn feature on the end. We've gone to a kind of a dark metal bronze, kind of a dark bronze metal canopy over the main. This is the one entry on this side. There's another entry over here on the other side. So these kind of fins extend out on both ends. This rock wall right here, if I go to, this is the flat one. I'm going to jump to this one. This is the rock that we're going to use, trying to really make a play towards Simpson Springs. And that rock will be used consistent throughout the development. So it's the same rock that Lowe's will be using. I'll show you Lowe's has added some rock. Smiths will have that. Our pads will use that. We'll have that consistent rock through the development to tie in with that. And so this is just the 2D, I'll say flat elevation. This is, for example, is even the back here, some of these cross braces. This is the screening of the dock. So our trucks would actually be behind that wall. You wouldn't be able to see the trucks, for example. This is the pharmacy pickup on the side. You can see this, this is the barn on one side. You've actually got kind of a gable look over on this other side where the pharmacy pickup is. So we've really tried to make some changes here. Any comments?
I was just gonna say thank you for taking our feedback. It was nice to see something different. I don't think I've ever seen a Smiths look like that.
Yes,
Looks
yeah,
like a
this will be
mountain modern.
unique for sure.
Yeah.
Can you go over the Lowe's version of that too? Because I
Yep.
think some of us still had concerns about the exterior on
Okay.
that.
Hang on, let's stick with this one first. So,
Okay.
number one, thank you.
You're welcome.
For listening. I like the culture stone. I thought it was split face CMU. I was ready to come beat you up over that. And you shut me down before I could even open my mouth. So I'm
So
gonna tell you,
there
I
is
think that's-
some CMU you'll see, but
Right.
the rock and like I
The big
said,
wall? Yeah.
this whole big wall, here's the rock, this wainscot across the bottom is rock, and then there is CMU, off the sides, so.
I mean, it's a lot of space. I understand CMU has to go there. But I'm gonna tell you, I like that understanding who we are and who we want to reflect. I appreciate that. That reflects our past and our future. I think that fits in nicely with what we were trying to accomplish with downtown. I greatly appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Wood. Moving over to Lowe's. Lowe's, we went back to them, did the same thing, tried to ask them to, hey, where can we tie these things together? Lowe's has added, this doesn't, actually I have another one that zooms in a little closer on a 2D view. They've added that same rock wainscot across the front and the sides. If I go back here, you've got it down the sides, across the front. They've added that same rock to tie in across the Lowe's. They've tried to kind of create kind of I'll say a focal point on the side. This is the side that faces Mid-Valley, where we were talking earlier. So they've tried to create kind of a focal point in the middle and break up that wall there as well. So any questions on Lowe's? I know Councilmember Clark, you had mentioned maybe wanting to talk on this one.
So the area that's on that bottom elevation where it says right elevation.
Yep.
Is that kind of strip along the bottom cultured stone?
Correct. Yes.
Have they offered to put any beams in that kind of coordinates with what Smith's is doing and our downtown requirements? Because beams, I think, would make a difference. We have them at our Walmart, and you don't want to be outdone by Walmart.
We can mention that to them.
Lowe's people, are you listening?
On this side elevation, there aren't any beams. The front, they do have some of these, I'll call them beams. There's these columns, the underlying support the beams and the canopies along the front elevation, but there are not any along this side, the right elevation, so.
So that side of the building is gonna face the best city hall in the whole state, maybe even the nation. And we don't wanna look shabby compared to our city hall, so.
Call it what Brett calls it. I don't want to say People's House. What was it called? The
hub?
It's the
Yeah,
hub.
it's the hub.
The hub?
Yeah.
The hub.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, those canopies that are in front of the store, it just makes me wonder, maybe they could do a different flavor a different, something different than
Okay.
that. It maybe feels a little too industrial as opposed to an inviting barn. I echo what Councilmember Wood said about what Smith's has brought, the elements of like that barn look, that country look. And I think if they could bring a little bit of a country look to the Lowe's there, I'm concerned a little bit. I mean, their roof line is not really interesting. It's just one, aside from where they have Lowe's, but just it's a really flat all the way across. There's nothing that's elevated.
You're
And
talking
maybe
this
there's-
side view here?
No, the
Councilman Whiting?
front.
Oh, even the front as well.
The front looks really like it's no broken up roof line. And so it feels a little bit from that picture more like an industrial building. If it didn't say Lowe's there and you saw the building, you wouldn't even know what the use is inside. But I think most people would guess industrial as opposed to some kind of a retail type of location. And I realize that Lowe's does, construction type of stuff, but it just makes me wonder if they could do a little bit different elements along the front, maybe bring in a little bit warmth on the tone, maybe intermix somewhere, because I know Smith's brought in some of that warmth with the brown color, some of the earth tones, and here, I don't feel it quite as much, and I think if they could accomplish that, that would be the helpful, and I really appreciate what the consideration on the south side as well, but maybe if there's, and maybe they can break up some of the color there as well. I don't know. Maybe they could propose something, another idea there as well. But I at least I'm grateful for that. And obviously it's good branding for them. They're putting their name there, but I have no problem with that. That looks good, but.
Okay.
They could easily frame that in with timber. I mean, the reality of it is, if
you're
they framed in the Lowe's.
on this side here?
With timber, yeah, outline it with timber that goes with the feel of the rest of the development. You're probably gonna gain a lot of points from doing that, and it's a home lumber place, for crying out loud. So, it fits with what they're trying to do anyway, but to Craig's other point too, we do have requirements of breaking up the roof line. That doesn't meet the spirit of it. They could absolutely fix some of that by doing some of the same things that Kroger did with with putting the barn at the ends. But if you did that for the entrance and maybe one other element over that section that's over here, I'm assuming this is the contractor's entrance here.
Yep.
If you did something that kind of did that here, I think that solves the problem. You did something to frame that out that has kind of a chalet feel to it, or a lodge, whatever, where you have kind of that roof line with timber. You solve the problem. You've tied it in. I'm okay with their color. They want to have the color as their branding, but there needs to be something tied back in. Otherwise, that's a sore thumb in the middle of that. So I think they need to get to that point for me before I'm like, yeah, I'm good. But I think they do need to break up their roof line, that is required by our current code, and they haven't met that standard.
And maybe that roof line could be broken up a little bit on that south side too, where this mid-valley is. I mean, that's another consideration where if they've got the lows there, they could even make the roof height a little different in that one section, something to set that out a little bit, and I think it'd be helpful for them anyway.
Yeah.
And so, because we're talking about that, and I just caught what Melissa looked up, I want you to share that with them, because I think this is what they're asking.
Oh, shoot, it's a slideshow, really quick. It's the beams that are around the entrance of Walmart. You guys did.
Yeah,
The Walmart.
we were involved in that.
And it's the same
Do that, but
blue.
just do it like.
Okay. The other elevation we have, we looked at that one, this is an example of some of the shop buildings, some of the architecture there, similar. We've got the rock, same rock, wainscot features. We do have some timber. This doesn't show very dark, but there is some timbers. This slanted roof, you can kind of see the timbers underneath it, but kind of that style for the pads and the smaller retail buildings out, along Pony Express and so forth. So that's for those, kind of give you some flavor on those pads as well. So,
As I've said before, we want you to be incredibly successful with this because it's success for our citizens.
Right.
So the more that we can meet this fluidity that we're trying to create in this whole area where everything is working together, where people are coming for the experience to be in this area, you're gonna have more patronage to your stores, your anchor stores, the ones we don't know that are coming yet, the pads that are there. We want them to be busy, but we want people to come in and go, this is unique. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. There's nothing in Utah particularly that I've seen that's like this. People tend to respond to what they see, and they're going to make association, even if it's something that they do all the time. And even though there's not one too far away, they will make the distinction between how things look and the environment that they're walking into. And I just think what Craig said is, when they're coming down Mid-Valley Road, we want them to look at that and go, man, that is awesome.
It's really the showcase. It's the showpiece for people coming into. It's an entrance. It's the new entrance to the city, frankly, right there. And one question I had: so on this pad site, is there a consideration for potential brick? And maybe that's what's being displayed on one of those corners. In it, the bottom right.
Over
Like
here?
I'm good with brick material as well, being used, and whichever color you feel, a brick that you would feel is suitable for the development, and I love that, and the wood. And what I like about this particular thing is you're balancing a cool tone with a warm tone in here, and it's not just cool tones throughout or warm tones throughout. I like that balance, that variation is so appealing, and I really like that this pad site is capturing that with the warmth of the wood versus the cool of the stone. I think that's just a great architectural combination.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the feedback.
Good moving on your roof lines also.
Yeah.
Variation.
Thank you. Okay. I think the only last couple, I'd say minor cleanup items, I think we're already taken care of. Councilmember Clark, you had brought up a question on, I believe it was you, brought up the commercial laundries as a question last time. I believe we've taken.
That was mine.
Or was that yours?
I have that in my pocket.
And I believe we took that out. I think, Marcus, did we take that out?
It's still in there for their consideration,
Okay.
but,
We are planning on taking it out, so
Let's
if
get rid
it's,
of it. I'd get rid of
that is coming out. And then I think there was gonna be some language about adding a second person for signing off on the release of funds. Did that happen, Marcus?
That's in there.
Yeah, that's in there.
Okay, and that was taken care of. So I think those were a couple of the final things that I had on my list. Is there any other questions or discussions?
Signs.
Okay, signs.
Talk about signs. We had a bad experience.
Okay.
We've got a sign that looks like a city sign that's north of there, and some of your signs are approaching that size. There's 10 signs, 5 of which are 27 feet tall, 14 feet wide. That's a no. They're too big. So we got to find a compromise for those.
What was your bad experience?
Well, you drove in.
Where do we start?
Are we Eagle Mountain, or are we the
Says
name that it says
Overland.
on there, right? No, the problem is that they're not supposed to dominate the roadway through there, so we don't allow them to be that size. Unfortunately, we have fought this fight. It was fought long before I got here. I'm fighting it while I'm here, and I'm sure we'll probably fight it long after I'm here. But I think that we want the signs to be appropriate to be able to advertise what's there, but not dominating the roadways. And 27 feet's pretty tall. For what we're doing in Eagle Mountain, that's almost as tall as the tallest residential building that we allow.
Okay.
So we gotta find a compromise somewhere in there.
Okay, and to your point, there are gonna be a lot of tenants in this development, right? And so there is a need for signage, you know, we've got.
How many pad sites are there? Are there 40 pad sites?
23.
43?
Well, and there's 23, and some of them are gonna have multiple tenants in them, right? So I mean, you could be looking at, I'd say 30 to 40 tenants in those 23 pads. So, then you've got the 2 anchors, we've got the 4 other junior anchors back there that all need signage out on the road. So there's a definite need for signage.
I mean, you've heard this before. Other cities have said this to you. What solutions have you come up with to address this?
One is, how are they lit? And that plays into it. So at night that they're not this shining beam of light out on the roads. There's different ways we can light them, and we can show you some examples of that, of different ways that we can still light up the names, but keep the amount of light down. So that's a big thing, and I know with the dark sky here, that I think that's something we definitely should look at with you and show you. We can show you what those options are and what we can do there. And then size-wise, we can look at that. There's some maybe available there to wiggle around and move around, but we still got to balance out that we've got 30 to 40 tenants in here. We're trying to make sure they're successful. And as you said earlier, their success is the city's success. And so there is a balance here of, if we strip out all the signs, that's a negative on the center, and some people won't come because they can't get the right signage. Not all tenants are that way, but some are. So we just got to balance that out.
Do you know the height of the kind of monument sign at the Smiths by like Fat Cats and stuff down in Saratoga Springs, just for our?
I want to say it's around, don't quote me on this, I can go pull it because I've got it at the office. I want to say it's around 20-ish feet, I want
Okay.
to say, but I'd have to go pull that we did that design many years ago, but I'd have
That's
to go pull
probably a
it.
good split the difference height. Just to give you some context, part of the problem with the sign that we're talking about is when it was brought for approvals, it showed the diagram and it showed the little person on it so you could see the scale. And then they proceeded to build the ground up 6 to 8 feet above where the road was.
Where it was.
And then install that massive sign on top of that.
Gotcha.
So it was a total cheat, and I've said it to their faces. But I think we want to avoid that. The other thing though, and I had a really good conversation with Councilmember Wright about this, the reality of it is City Hall's going to be a taller building. If we get a
Right.
hotel down there, that's gonna be probably a taller building. And right now, while it's in the middle of an empty bowl, it does dominate, but it may need to have a 20-foot tall sign when it gets to that point. So I want us just to be cognizant of that, because this is just the start of what's gonna happen there.
Yeah, I think on the signs, like for a neighborhood, having a big, huge sign where you feel like you're driving into another city is one thing. But for retail, where they're marketing, they're trying to draw, advertise, and maybe have a different opinion on the size of the sign.
I need to jump in here because,
Yeah, I mean, I would expect to see a sign like this pulling into a major.
This is a regional power
Complex.
shopping center, right? I mean,
Yeah,
this is
it's gonna be massive.
This is massive. And it's gonna, to put this into perspective, this building here will be probably 24 feet tall for the small pad. The Smiths and the Lowe's, they'll be pushing 40 feet tall on their front elevation. So, I mean, to put it into perspective of, just our single-story buildings will be taller than most buildings you see. And then, to your point, the city center downtown area calls for 2-, 3-, and 4-story buildings over there. So, yeah, this area will get taller as it develops out, for sure.
I think just as long as the placement doesn't create accidents, you can have good visibility, turn in, turn out.
Yeah.
so I want to make sure that these guys know what we're asking, because it seems to me that not everybody agrees, which is where I want to jump in and say, for instance, Councilmember Wood, and I don't take a side on any of this, but basically just said work on it and it's a no, and then I hear others saying that maybe they're okay with certain things. So I want to make sure that they have, if there is a disagreement, what is the direction that they can have that we can at least get a majority on, because it doesn't matter
That's
what
what I was gonna say,
any
whatever-
one person says.
Whatever the majority says, that's what we do.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, but I don't know that we've landed on that. That's my point, is if we've got one person saying no, and, you know, what's the consensus? So that they know.
Yeah, and bringing the lighting down after businesses close, if you go through Saratoga Springs, like Hobby Lobby, their lights are off.
Yeah.
Which I hadn't noticed that before, but now that I'm driving around, you start noticing things. So that might be a consideration.
Either Councilmember Wright or Councilmember Whiting maybe level this out, 'cause I don't know.
I'll just say this. I think that over time, I do think that they feel imposing currently. And so I mean, I understand completely where Councilmember Wood is coming from, and I've thought a lot about this specifically at this site. And then I kind of lean into what Councilmember Hewish said, right? And I've had conversations with Councilmember Clark about what does this area look like long-term with City Hall, with the library, with some of that development that we're trying to attract there. And I don't think it stays 2 stories tall. I just don't see that being the kind of, and others may see it differently than I do, and I respect that. And so I see it as being kind of the larger area of Eagle Mountain, the higher area. So although I think this is a little bit big to start with, and if you're willing to tone it down a little bit and it wouldn't impact your tenants, that would be my ask. But I don't know what that looks like, and I'm not certain if you go from 27 feet to 25 or 23 or 24 or 20. I don't know what the difference makes to you as as someone who's trying to market it and sell it. There is one other ask I want to at least address with you, and nobody's heard me say anything about this, so I might get myself in trouble even with our own branding department. So I see that you're Eagles Landing, and I see the tenant signs, and I see kind of the I don't know if it's metal or wood, whatever the left side image is, and it kind of has the mountains. This is just my personal thought. I would think it would be really cool if we had the eagle that is Eagle Mountain City's logo, and maybe that's what it's meant to represent. I don't know. But I would love to see that incorporated into that, because it's right there in our downtown area, and I think that it would set this whole shopping plaza apart as a recognizable space that is Eagle Mountain specific. I think I'd like to see that incorporated if our branding department will give you permission to do it. I don't know where
I
that.
agree with what he's saying, because the reality of it is there's gonna be a ton of directional signage there. Like if you go to Logan, you can see on their main drag, there's the signs that tell you what's what, you know? And it's got the city's branding on it. And by extension, the monument signs that you put here will also be part of our signage.
Yeah, we actually took, so there is some signage in the downtown city center guidelines or book. There is some signage, images and different things in there that we did try to play off of that a little bit. We didn't say exactly copy them, but we tried to play off of them. If we wanted to, if the city wants to we want to tie logos or branding a little bit closer, we could, but we did. There is some purpose behind that we tried to use similar colors and kind of play off of those designs a little bit on that. One other thing that Brett just reminded me of is that under the typical, I'd say, code or signage out here, there would be monument signs at about every pad all the way up and down, like all the way along Pony Express. So if there's, I don't know, I haven't counted them, if there's 16 or 18 pads along there, we've eliminated a lot of the monument signs and tried to consolidate them into bigger signs in less locations than if we had multiple, every pad had its own monument sign along there. So that is another thing we've tried to do is consolidate the number of signs. Yes, it makes the signs bigger, but we have consolidated signs along there as well, so.
I think that looks better, personally.
Yeah, it gets really, if you've got signs all the way along there, it could get real busy.
So one thought could be going a little shorter and maybe wider, and again, I don't know if that will add up to what you need but maybe that's a thought. Maybe just take some of the feedback and throw some ideas back relative to that.
Okay.
And then branding wise, I hadn't thought about that, Councilmember Wright, and my first inclination was no, and then as I thought about it, I thought that might be interesting, only because this is a gateway now. And that makes it a little different, where there's a gateway where the city hall's there. And maybe that's.
I wouldn't want to see that done everywhere in the city, but
No,
I
you're
think
right.
because of its proximity and it being part of that downtown campus, I think it makes, at least, it's something I wanted to approach.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a couple additional comments, just compliments. I love the name Eagles Landing. I think that's a perfect name. Excellent on that. I really like the fact you put the detention pond on the south side of Lowe's. That gave us a little bit of a physical separation from the city hall. I think that was a great choice there. I'm grateful that the development agreement gives you flexibility in how and when the pads get developed, because I understand the market's going to in part dictate that. So I recognize that what we're seeing here today, at least where the pads are located, could look very different. And I'm completely fine with that. You need the ability to adapt to the market needs. So I like that aspect of the development or the agreement as well. I did have a question on section 5.2 that may involve Marcus. There's some things the city's asked in there, but the way it's worded is such public infrastructure may include, but not limited to, the following elements. Because it talks about, for instance, secondary water infrastructure. It talks about elements. I don't know if because these are city obligations to provide, I believe, if I'm reading that section correctly. And I just want to make sure that we're not required to certain elements that we may not be able to or may not want to do, like secondary water.
5.6.
5.2.
5.2, I don't have the.
City shall provide to developer, and then it gives a list of things that the city shall provide to the developer. But I'm reading the word may. I just want to make sure that may is not a must, and I'm just interpreting that correctly.
Yeah, so public infrastructure is the required infrastructure, so it's may include, so these are the types of things that we're referring to. Major roadway and traffic related improvements, water shares, secondary water infrastructure. Again, that's not binding. Like if there's no secondary water infrastructure that's ever approved, then it's just, these are the types of things we're talking about, so that when we're talking about public infrastructure and you're reviewing the agreement, 10 years from now, you know what we're talking about.
Okay.
Because I don't think we would have plans to bring secondary water.
I haven't heard of any.
I don't think it's harmful language, because on the off chance that we are able to bring secondary water, it's already in the agreement.
Is that everything on your end?
So everything on our end, yes. I think probably waiting for the public hearing.
Any other questions? I know this is a big one, and we've spent a lot of time on it, so just want to make sure everybody's asked their questions, and if they have, thank you for your time. This is a public hearing, so I want to get to that. It is now 8:45, and I will open the public hearing on this item and ask Lacey if there is anyone that is. She has no one. Is there anyone in the audience that came to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing at 8:46 and come back to the council for any other discussion or. Do you have something else to add?
One last thing.
Or a motion?
I thought I might have some questions to answer, but if not, I got one last thing.
Okay.
Again, we appreciate the feedback, all the time we've had. Our request tonight is really if there's a way that we can find to approve this with conditions tonight. If that includes meeting with, even a committee with staff, a council member or two, to work through whatever those final, to get the final conditions resolved. But our need is to move forward. Our next step is we need to submit applications and get this thing moving with some commitments that Smith's has, Lowe's has, and to really keep this on track. One thing that really raised my eyebrows earlier tonight is when I heard your next meeting is canceled. And if there was a chance this wasn't going to get approved tonight, we're a month out, and that delays our project a full month and not just a couple of weeks. So that has an impact on us, and so If there's a way we can work through that tonight, I'd love to do that with you and see what we can do, so.
So, and just before we go on any further too, I wanted to make sure that I circled back, so I wasn't sure. I think I understand, but is the sign thing resolved? Are we good on the sign?
I think we could work on it with some conditions, yes.
Okay. Then with that, if there's no other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
The question still remains, so the city has yet to work out an agreement on the bypass road. And so that's something with Sitla and Ivory.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So that part is.
That could be a condition to this as well. And that is, we can't close on the property until that is resolved. So that can be a condition of this development agreement. I mean, that, yes, like, we need to close on the property. I think our agreement goes till August, so.
As well, because I can't move forward, right, as long as it's a condition.
There's a lot of conditions. I wasn't taking notes.
I mean, I'll give you my opinion.
Okay.
I'm one person. I think there's a lot of things that we'd like to see you to come back with. My understanding is that we would really like to see the land deal done separately, so it's done before we move forward with that. That's my understanding. Now, if people have a different opinion on that, they're welcome to state that. I think the majority of what we've talked about, the design standards with Lowe's, I'd like to see that, a remedy that comes from that. As far as the other things go, I mean, it sounds like I'm the minority voice on the signs, and so if there's something that you can bring back that is a compromise, that's great. For me, I think we got to solve the land first, and I think that's a solvable thing quickly. And then I think if you can bring those things back, I don't have any problem. Whatever we need to do to move the rest of that forward. So I'll leave that to the mayor to decide how that can happen. But I mean, if it means putting them off for a month, maybe there's something that can be done. But I would like to see the things that we've talked about. There's a long list of things that I think we need to see what you come back with before we just say, yeah.
Okay. From my notes, the list I had was the land deal, the Lowe's elevation, and signage.
And I think the commercial laundry, I think there were a couple.
Yeah, I mean, the commercial laundry is just literally deleting.
Remove commercial laundry.
There were a couple of things tidied up, I think, on the development agreements.
Yeah.
Was it just the laundry? I can't remember.
I mean, the laundry was the one that we were removing outright. The storage was the one we wanted to talk about.
Storage.
The screening.
Screening of storage,
In
yes.
relation to like,
This one.
limitations on bringing things like storage containers onto, and where they would put and screening
Right,
requirements. in
like no
relation to
storage
that.
containers on the south side of the Lowe's building.
Right.
So the outdoor
that- I
cells,
mean, yeah.
outdoor cells and
elements.
storage with containers, screening.
The road elements also, so we can see a final of what that looks like. So the right-hand lane, the third lane, because it's not really
And
delineated.
that'll is on there. If we need to blow it up bigger for the final exhibits, we can do that, but that third lane is on there, all the way across that frontage, so if we need to blow it up bigger on an
I
exhibit, we
think it
can.
needs to be clear, so in the master development agreement, there is no question what the expectation is.
Then we probably ought to just spell it out in words is probably the best way
Words,
to do
and
it.
then something to show,
Okay.
a graphic that follows what the words say. And then your two left-hand turn lanes, I think that is demonstrated here on the screen that you got up there with a regular traffic signal. So whatever we need to do for David to show that, and I guess, did we even ask him if he's okay with that? You okay with the regular traffic signal there? Okay, so I think just that needs to be clarified that that's what it's going to be.
Okay.
And then the deceleration, acceleration lane in the middle, the extension of the turn lanes, that needs to be represented by graphic and by language. So right there above Pad H, that section specifically where you said you're going to extend that.
Yeah.
I think those are some of the things we need to make sure. We've got a lot of experience with master development agreements where we didn't go in and be specific and then came back and we're fighting over what the intent was, and I would prefer not to do that.
Okay.
I'm wondering, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about feels outside of the land deal, feels like site plan decisions as opposed to development agreement, but I see Councilmember Wright shaking his head.
No, I mean, I think specifically the Lowe's elevations, I think that there's some room for improvement there, and I think you heard some of that feedback, but that's gotta come back, and look, Jeff, I guess I would just say this, what I'm hearing from the council is a desire to help you move forward, but there's still there's enough items that we really feel like they're unresolved. They're close, and I think this discussion has probably really helped push them in a direction that we're gonna land where everybody's comfortable. So I guess my thought is this: encourage you and Marcus to work to solve those things, present something, bring it to us, get it in our hands through our planning staff. And I mean, depending upon what else the mayor sees that we're kind of setting aside, where we canceled our meeting on the 17th, perhaps we should consider another day, the latter part of March, to consider those things if there's enough work that justifies that.
I was going to mention that especially for your comfort, but for staff and the council, we've got a lot of work to do, and because of conflicts, that meeting's canceled at this point, but that doesn't mean I'm not open to rescheduling on a different day. We do have an authorized or a schedule that's been approved early in the year, but just for your benefit and any other application, we are always willing to do our part to accommodate a special meeting if we need to, in order to, not to do any favors, but
one of the things I'm worried about is what lands on that April meeting, because we canceled the meeting in March.
A lot.
You can see we have a really small agenda tonight.
So it's if the need arises, and I work closely with our recorder's office and our staff, and Ben and I have been trying to find dates for all kinds of meetings, and March is just packed with everything, but we are 100% open to a meeting if needs be, and we'll.
That's what I was just pulling my phone out, looking at the calendar, because I think you guys were reading my mind, is maybe we need to entertain that and work with mayor and recorder and so forth and Marcus to figure out if, maybe there's another date we can make work, that we can make these changes, get it back to you, and get in front of you as soon as possible, so.
And we'll definitely have other items too. It's not, like I say, that we've got a lot of work to do, so. It will be a special meeting with other things, so.
Can I just say, we're very appreciative for the collaborative discussion. Yes. And we've had a lot of meetings on this, and I feel there's this moment where you feel edified, where there's this edification process, and I feel like we're reaching that moment, and we're grateful for your contributing to that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I appreciate that.
So we'll bring it back to the council. Is there any other comments or a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion. I move that we table approving the Fifth Amendment to the amended and restated Overland Master Development Agreement and bring it back at a future meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Wright and a second from Councilmember Whiting.
Mayor, there's a question down
here. Yeah.
Could we ask for a change to that motion to allow for the study to proceed with support of the city?
That's the next item.
We will, on the next item. I forgot where was I here? Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
And Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Now, the next item is a resolution 17B of Eagle Mountain City approving a professional service agreement with Economic Planning Systems for consulting related to Eagles Landing. This is the same applicant, but let's see, it's Evan. Sorry, I do know who it was. Where did Evan go? Evan, did you have anything on this one? Your name's on here. No? Okay.
I think we're good.
Okay, no, it sounds like the
If you
council.
have any questions, we can answer it. How's that?
If the council doesn't have any questions, there's no public hearing on this one, so I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve the resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving a professional services agreement with Economic and Planning Systems Incorporated for consulting related to Eagles Landing.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Whiting and a second by Councilmember Wood. Are there any questions regarding to the motion? Okay, Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
All right, moving right along to item 18. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. An ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code 17.60 and 1710 regarding fencing. And thank you, Ms. Mills, our planner. If you would start with your presentation.
Let me see. I just wanted to make sure the applicant was here real quick. She is, so she's ready. So I'm going to dive into it. I'm going to cover what the actual code language would be, and then I'm going to invite the applicant up to kind of explain some of it. I'm not a materials scientist, and a lot of this is going to be materials focused, but please bear with me. So we have...
Just so you know, I'm happy to bring the applicant up if that's needed at your discretion.
Thank you. So the basic gist of it is the change is pretty simple. It's adding pre-weathered weathering steel as an approved material type for our fence code. And that just comes in 2 changes, allowing it as the allowed material there in the orange first one. It's difficult to read. And in the second one, excluding pre-weathered as a not allowed version because we disallow metal. And then adding a definition for what we consider a pre-weathered weathering steel to refer to, which is specifically the one that's designed to be pre-weathered so we don't have to have that weathering process. These are some of the material facts. I'm going to cover a couple of them, but we might come back to it. Essentially, it's a material that lasts for a really long time. A lot of people think of material of weathering steel as the corrugated steel here on the right. The weathering steel is on the left. It typically has an extremely long life. It does not rot through or rust through. It doesn't get holey, so it doesn't really degrade. Once it develops this patina surface, it's pretty durable. And then there are some cities nearby that I don't want to say that they allow it. Their fence codes are much less restrictive than ours, but they are not disallowed, and these fences are in those cities as well. So coming back to these material facts, again, it lasts an extremely long time. They're very common in desert environments because it's dry and there's not a lot of humidity. The intention with including pre-weathered weathering steel is so that we can't install fences that are going to bleed, because when these fences are weathering, they do develop a rusting kind of surface, which can then bleed and like on the concrete, which requires an acid to mitigate and clean that up. We do have a requirement that they're sealed annually as well, but again, that would be difficult to enforce with code enforcement. But at this point, if the applicant would like to add anything? Okay.
Then if there's, for the meantime anyway, until we have some questions, is there anything from the council on this one? Questions for staff? Nothing. Okay, questions for the applicant? Again, nothing. Go ahead.
I think you ought to let the applicant come up and at least help us understand why the request, what they're looking for.
Okay, I'm happy, and she said she didn't have any comments, but at least answer that question, why the request? Speak into the mic if you will.
I'm Katie Elliott. So the reason I would like it is that it is affordable and durable and low maintenance.
So you would be using this where, like at a residential property?
Correct.
So this would be the boundary of your property line, basically?
Yeah, our front yard. Yeah.
Okay, while we're thinking, or do you have something? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just sitting here thinking, it's not something that's allowed by the code currently. That's the reason for the ask. And you have to know that my background is, I deal with art. I deal with Corten steel all the time. So I'm pretty familiar with it, and I see, and these are not Corten, I don't believe. Is that accurate? The fencing panels, just regular steel, mild steel, I'm guessing.
No, the stuff I'm looking at is corrugated steel.
It is Corten.
Yes, and that's what we put in the code because we don't want it to be just
Yeah, so the difference between those two, for those who may or may not be aware of it, is that Corten is made, it's specifically designed to rust and to create a patina or an exterior, and then to stop that process so that it is more durable than just if you were to put mild steel out there and leave it for the same amount of time. The mild steel will rust away and disappear, but the Corten steel has a durability factor of, I'm not a metallurgist, so I'm not gonna say, but it's much more durable and will last longer. I think it's just important that we kind of understand that. It's really just a matter of kind of visually how it looks, right? Mm-hmm. And that's where we get into the subjective nature of it. Yeah. So I'll probably leave it there for now. Yeah. But thank you.
Just for context, I'm curious, are you on a larger lot? You said front yard, so I want to know, is it a quarter acre, half acre?
We have a half acre, but we have a lot of side yards, so we have a lot of front yard that you'd be seeing it on.
Corner.
Uh-huh.
Perfect. So with that, not seeing any other questions up here, that is a public hearing. So I do want to go ahead and have the public hearing. If you'd sit down for a second, right here close is probably fine. I will open the public hearing at 9:02 and look to Lacey, and she has nothing. And then I'll look to the crowd and see if anyone came to speak on this item. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing at 9:02 and bring it back to the council. Welcome to ask any other questions, have a debate amongst yourselves.
Can I ask staff just one more question? I mean, the staff is recommending denial. I want to understand why.
So we recommended denial based off of the rusting and the bleeding component. From a code enforcement standpoint, we would have to, we can't, trying to tell them that they have to reseal it. Think of the wood fences. We don't get the wood fences resealed. There's a lot of fences that are kind of falling apart. The difference with those wood fences is that they don't bleed, they don't stain. And so while we can require them to be pre-weathered so that that bleeding risk is minimized, we can't go through and, how do you tell that it's actually Corten steel and not something that may rust through or, an off product, trying to check that with the permitting process. So that was kind of the difficult portion from our perspective.
Thank you.
I'll share my concerns. We got a fencing problem in Eagle Mountain. Everybody knows that. We've got 1,000 different styles of fences of every kind of vinyl that you can think of, or some type of non-wood looking wood type thing, and all you gotta do is drive down Eagle Mountain Boulevard. That's a good place for you to be able to see all the different kinds. I'm not really in favor of changing the code for fads, frankly, and I'm trying to think, what does this look like broadly? You probably take great care of your property, and it probably looks immaculate, and it's probably gonna be awesome looking on your property. But we make this broadly available, and people who don't take care of it, we've now made it look worse than it looked before. And I never am in favor of making a broad code change for individual applications, so I'm struggling with this because I can see where it could be appealing, but I can see a whole lot of instances where it could be abused by many other people as, well, this is what it says loosely, and then the code enforcement for you to determine whether or not it even meets that, or is it just a rusted fence? And I look at that and it seems like a lot of additional work for our staff, the potential for it to really have a negative impact on how neighborhoods look. So for me, I tend to agree with your recommendation. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word, your recommendation for that as well. There are more negatives to this than positive, even though I'm sure yours is going to look awesome. That means that everybody else gets to take a shot at it as well. And the potential of them not being.
Yeah, I'll allow it since you're the applicant. Go ahead.
I guess where I come with that is, how do you manage the wood looking good? How do you manage vinyl looking good? How do you manage any of them looking good? Just because it's one material that we haven't offered, but you're not managing really any of the other materials that are being offered. So that's where I have some pushback on that.
You have a legitimate gripe with that. There are some fences that are in disrepair. To the comment from our staff, we have wood fences that are in total disrepair because they haven't taken care of them. You're not wrong in stating that. I think that one of the reasons that vinyl is chosen broadly is because it weathers long. Now it gets broken, and they're supposed to replace panels. We haven't had great success with some of the vinyl, especially along major roadways. Kids kick them out.
Yeah.
Debris from the roads knock them out. But on the other side of that, we also have tried to prevent any metal fences from being put in because they tend to have other issues that are hard to mitigate. So I sympathize with where you're at. of trying to do something that's unique and, that would potentially look very cool for your property. But in doing so, we open it up for other people that may not have the same care of their yard, care of the property, and then we have to deal with those negative impacts. So for me, I'm just not willing to do a one-time thing that we have to then deal with in mass.
Okay, so if anyone else wants to weigh in, otherwise I'm open for a motion.
I'll just ask the council a question. Do you feel like this style, that a half acre plus area, that this could work better in that kind of area? Or do you want just a code just straight across the board?
So are you asking, like, should we limit it to certain size yards? Or?
That's just the open question.
Okay.
I was just wondering, not that I had an opinion one way or the other, I just was wondering if lot size could play into this.
In my view, this is one of those materials where vinyl is vinyl. You know what it's gonna look like. You pick a color, tan, white. There's not a lot of variation. With steel, you could have one yard that has corrugated wavy steel that doesn't look great. But I also think you could have some steel that looks really cool with the property. And there's just, I don't know where the code would, I think it would need to be really specific. And that gets challenging. But if you can, those are just some of my thoughts.
Maybe.
There's maybe too much variation in what could get installed.
Maybe what the approach to this is just like we have an animal management plan when there's something that falls outside regular code, but it's something that we should consider, could be asked to consider, that maybe there's a different fencing plan that could be brought in very specific circumstances, because I feel like that would address Councilmember Wood's concern about, like, if we open the door with this, you may take really great care of it, but there may be other landowners that don't. And maybe that needs to be our approach, so we can allow our residents to be creative with the finishes that they have, or try something that could look really cool, but it gives us the responsibility to review it on a case-by-case basis.
The negative to that is we're picking favorites by doing that. And what message does that send to people who don't live on half acre or larger lots? You don't get to choose something quote unquote cool? Only because you live on a larger lot? I mean, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna make that statement. I mean, it's either good for everybody or it's good for nobody.
I guess I wasn't talking about it being specifically for a lot size. I'm just saying, much like we look at an animal management plan on a yard that wouldn't normally have animal rights, we could look at an alternate fence plan for very specific reasons. Or we can just say, sorry, this is too hard for us to open the door to this. But I don't think that the requests like this are going to diminish in the coming years. I think there's going to be more people that want us to look at something other than Monterey gray. So.
Anybody willing to make a motion? Still thinking about it.
I'll make the motion that's on the staff report here, and then we'll see if anybody agrees with me. Mayor, you entertain a motion?
Yes, sir.
I move that City Council deny the application for an ordinance of Eagle Mountain, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code 17.60 and 17.10 regarding fencing.
There's a motion on the table. Anybody second? Seeing no second, motion dies for lack of a second. Anybody else?
I'll make a motion, Mayor. And before I do that, I want to just make a statement. I think that there's probably at least a carve-out that could happen for this product. And I got to tell you, I came feeling like there's no way.
Yeah.
Okay? But as I think about it, some of the questions that you raised make me think, how is this less architecturally pleasing than a vinyl fence that's beat up or a wooden fence that falls apart? This is certainly stronger. It's going to last longer. It's going to maintain its integrity longer. The concern that I have with it is it's gonna rust. It's gonna continue to, even if it's Core-10, it's still gonna rust, and it's gonna bleed onto the concrete. And so I think in some of those areas, maybe there needs to be some fallback or some thought given to that process so that it's not right on top of city sidewalks or right next to city sidewalks. So I think there's some guardrails that would need to be put in place for me to feel comfortable like we should move forward with something like this. But I'm not prepared to say no.
Yeah.
And it sounded to me from the reaction we got from council that most of us are not prepared yet to say no.
Yeah.
So my motion, Mayor, would be that we table this item and that perhaps we bring it back and have a discussion. I know that doesn't help you in what you're trying to accomplish today,
Yeah.
but,
I had already looked at a few things of
So
what
that
we
would-
could add to it to,
so that would be my motion, is that we just motion to table this item and that we bring it back for some consideration in a work session at a future date.
Second.
I was just gonna make the comment, we ought to give them instruction if you're gonna table it, so they at least know what to come back with.
So,
For a work
hold on one
session.
second. I like that. So I just want to make sure that we get the announcements for the record. So, Councilmember Wright made a motion, to table, and Councilmember Clark seconded that. And as far as, discussion on the motion, I think that at least so that our staff knows what it is that they can work on. For instance, and I want to throw in a couple of things. The problem with the animal management, which I understand the concept, is this a structure, and that plan can be pulled, and it's subject to the owner. This one, if this owner moves away, it's a structure that's in place. So that's one of the guardrails that I want to caution as to how the staff looks
Mayor,
at that.
And I'm probably gonna just say this, I don't know that we're gonna get to a yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not prepared to say no, and I think that's really where I'm at today. And so I'd like to have some further discussion, and I think that could occur with a couple of council
In a work
members
session.
assigned to.
Okay,
if
so I
you
like
want,
that even
assigned to a
better.
Committee with staff to work on that for
Yeah, and could
to
there
just
be-
go through some ideas, and then perhaps we can
Yeah.
bring it back to a work session.
You know, and if it gets approved, maybe 2 or 3 specific fence designs.
Yeah.
With steel that's crystal clear, these are the 2 or 3 options, and we consider those versus.
The other one,
maybe
especially in a
little
residential
open-ended.
area, I'd want to look at neighboring properties being okay with it, because it does have impact on the neighbors. if the
Well, the
fence is there.
resale value too, I'm curious what Craig and Rich think about properties that.
That's where I'm debating in my mind, because here's what's hard. I'm looking at photos, and some of those photos, I'm like, man, that look can look like a country look, but it could also look like, man, this is a rundown look. And so I'm sort of struggling, and maybe I'm struggling, and maybe it helps if we have definite no's. These are examples that are definite no's. Here are the limited yeses. I think there would have to be some tight guardrails on it, some tight boundaries on what this is the way it has to look.
Let me get back, I want to get back to the motion, and I've been stiff on this on other times, so rather than that, what I was trying to figure out is where we went from here with that. So what I really like that we've done in the past is assign some council members to work on this, and maybe I even want to hold off on that. I want to take a vote, and then let's get back to that discussion in 1 second. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Hewish.
This is to table?
To table.
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Clark, Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
And Councilmember Wood?
No.
Okay, so that passes 4-1. Now that we have the motion out of the way, does anyone want to volunteer? And I'd actually like Rich to be on that as a no, just like we've done to others who.
So I'll tell you, the application is for this particular pre-weathered still. If we're looking to change the fencing code and add still, we should have given direction. The reason I voted no for that is because this application is specific to that. I'm not against discussing other types of fencing things, but I think that that's a separate issue from this. That's why I voted no.
And I'll tell you why I motioned to table it, Councilmember Wood, if I may, Mayor. One of the reasons I did that is because this is a very specific applicant that has paid a fee to bring it before us. And rather than just tell her no and say, if we make a change, you can bring something back, I want to take the opportunity to see if we can find a yes in there somewhere that we can agree to. So that's my thinking. And I think there's some guardrails that can be put in place with this, where the material needs to be sandblasted before it's colored. It needs to have that look. It's a ferric nitrate that you add to it to rust it. I know that. That's what I do. fact, I'm doing a project right now for Modesto, California, that's all of their old rails that is finished in just this way, and some signage that says the crossing. So I think there's a way to do it right. It's certainly not the picture on the right. So let's go there, okay?
I do want to add really quickly as well that the, one of the things that we included was the requirement that it's sealed annually, so that helps with the bleeding and the mitigation of the cleanup costs. Another idea that she had brought up as well was to disallow it by sidewalks or anywhere where that bleeding would be a problem. I didn't include it in the code language because I figured you guys would have feedback, so happy to take the feedback and implement it.
So with that, and we've already made the motion on this item, so I just want more importantly, do we want to see this in a work session, or do we want to us have a committee, is what I'm trying to figure out. Is this,
I don't even know that we need a committee. I think it'd be good if any council member that feels particularly passionate about it, share their feedback with staff, and then staff brings back
obviously one-on-one then is what you're trying
Yes.
to just, so maybe
kind of a
send
digested
an email
version of it.
and then,
Yeah.
and everybody can get with Ms. Mills to work on where we go from here. So, okay, thank you. Is that acceptable? So we know where we're going? All right. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to item 18B, ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, rezoning certain lands known as QTS SCL2. Thanks for hanging out with us late into the night. This meeting's going on. David?
Anybody need a break?
No.
Nope.
Let's keep plugging away unless you go. Okay, let's go.
Okay, all right. Mayor and council, this is a request, rezone request from QTS. Obviously, they're currently operating and construction of a data center as we speak. They've acquired additional land, and so they're here tonight to request that the land you see there in the red be rezoned to the RTI overlay zone. Constitutes 8 parcels. The parcels are in yellow. There are some green lines there too. It's a different layer. I had to have both of them, but parcels are in yellow, 8 parcels totaling 523 acres. Now, the agreement says that any land that QTS acquires with adjacent to or across the street from the original QTS property is automatically subject to the QTS agreement and the amendment that was approved a year ago. So this property now already is governed by the agreement. However, to take full advantage of that, the RTI overlay zone needs to be there as well. That then brings in those standards in the RTI zone. Just the 2 maps here show you what the general plan shows on the left as business park light industry, and then the current zone, which is agriculture. The RTI would be an overlay on top of the agriculture. So should some standard not be addressed either in the RTI zone or the agreements, whatever the standard then is in the agriculture zone would then move forward. Just right now, these are the uses that are permitted in the RTI zone. P being permitted, S being a special use, mean there could be additional standards for that S. There was an agreement approved February of last year, identified accessory uses, and these are a list of accessory uses that are also permitted there within the QTS development as well. So that is the extent of rezone to the RTI overlay. There are standards in the code which state staff is responsible for the plat approval, staff is responsible for site plan if there are certain criteria met, such as wages paid to the employees or number of employees, that sort of thing. Typically with this type of use, most of those would probably be at the staff level based on the RTI language.
Questions, comments for staff?
I guess a question, and this might be, come up with questions from the citizens. So since QTS has acquired it, the development agreement basically already gives them an entitlement to do RTI type of activity regardless of the rezone, correct?
Yeah, whatever that agreement stipulates.
It says it's subject to the zoning ordinance, right? So that they need the rezone, in my mind. Now, subsequent to this agreement, we clarified in future agreements that language to make that abundantly clear, but it still says it's subject to the zoning ordinance, and so this rezone is something that's not, is a necessary housekeeping item in order for them to take advantage of the development, it being part of the development agreement.
Yeah, but withholding the zoning change would it in essence go against the spirit of the development agreement that's already been agreed to, correct?
I mean, yes. I mean, the idea was if they're surrounding, they knew they wanted to expand or that there was a likelihood they would want to expand at the time the development agreement was entered into. And so this was something that was contemplated.
And I always love it when people travel a long ways just to watch a meeting. So I want to invite the applicant to go ahead and say anything you'd like to say, give you the opportunity to speak. Coming from Phoenix, Arizona, at least once a week, right?
Yeah, feels like that. Thank you. And I love being here. Mayor Gray, members of the City Council, my name is Ryan Lee. I'm the Government Relations Manager for QTS Data Centers. And just want to give you my heartfelt thank you for your servant leadership, viewing this meeting tonight and being here. I know it's a lot of hard work and it's not easy, and I really appreciate coming into Eagle Mountain, again, as the mayor said, about once a week and seeing the tremendous growth. And that is really the foresight that you bring to your city. The economic development has been incredible to oversee, or to observe. I want to thank City Manager Reeves as well. You have a tremendous city manager who, and him and his staff have been just given us unwavering support in this project, and they've been extremely diligent, and we've asked a lot, and I know it's been a true partnership, and we feel valued being here. You know, as we select sites and we consider sites, we look at really important factors such as workforce development. We look at construction availability and who's willing to come into these communities and construct and build and live in your community. And you're seeing that with all the economic development being attracted to Eagle Mountain. And so I applaud you for that, and think that it's just an incredible observation by Eagle Mountain. And so we are here requesting this rezone. We are working at a rapid pace to, again, complete this project and bring the immediate benefit to your community. So with that, Mayor, thank you very much for having us here tonight, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Good. I have a question, but it's not related to the rezone. Is that okay, Mayor?
Yeah, and there is a public hearing, so I do want to get all this out here.
Oh, okay.
But I want to get the questions first.
Okay, someone had just made a comment earlier about the closed loop system and leaking chemicals into the water. I was just want to give you an opportunity to kind of address that specific question, because I know there's residents on our city Facebook page, some are for the data centers, some are opposed, and I would love just to hear your thoughts on how those systems work. You don't have to get deep in the chemistry, but if you could just maybe address that comment that we received earlier.
Absolutely. Yeah, we take the water stewardship extremely seriously. So when we charge our data centers in this closed loop system, it's a one-time charge. And again, that water gets treated and recycled within the system. You could think about it like a radiator system where it's circulating through. So there you have the immediate water saving benefits with the closed loop system. We abide by all EPA requirements. We work with the state agencies here in Utah to ensure that any water that would be discharged would be done so in an environmentally safe standard. There's permits, there's regulatory obligations that we need to abide by. And as we operate this closed loop system throughout the country, and we're expanding in Europe, we continue to be welcomed in communities where we're operating this with safety. And so, Councilmember Hewish, I don't have the answer in terms of chemicals and treatment, but we've got a team here in Eagle Mountain and our development team who'd be available to answer that question for you if you have any. But we continue to be not only approved by local governments throughout the country, but abide by the state and federal standards, and we haven't been shut down or beat up over that at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, and then can you speak to the amount of the one-time charge? What would you equate that to?
Yeah, so there's some different numbers that we're going back on, but it's more or less less than an Olympic-sized swimming pool per building. So you think about it as 50 meters long by 25 meters wide, 2 meters deep, one time. And so others may be using that more frequently. Also with energy, energy is an important piece to this as well. The climate here in Utah is very complementary to our system because as the weather temperature drops, we need less power to be able to cool that operating system. And so as you enter into the late fall, winter, and early spring, you're using less energy to cool down that water versus maybe an environment that's in a more warm climate.
And then can you speak to the presence of data centers and increasing energy costs for residents?
Absolutely. We are fully committed to paying all costs for the energy that we need. We're working with Rocky Mountain Power. They have been great partners for us, and we want to support the grid. We want to do our part in supporting not only the generation commitments, but the transmission, which can be very expensive. And so we have given our commitment to paying for that entire infrastructure so that it's a relief and not a burden to the citizens.
Councilmember Whiting, one thing that I want to point out is the state legislature put law into place to protect regular ratepayers so that we wouldn't have to carry the burden of large users like that. So it's false when people get up and say that it's being increased because of that, because there's actual law in place to protect our people from that. So that's one thing I feel like should be brought to light.
And I wanted to touch back on that. I thought it was going to be a question, but on the 10,000 gallons or roughly an Olympic-sized swimming pool, that water inside that closed loop, that one-time charge is a minimum 20-year life cycle and possibly longer. So that's less than most homeowners use in a month that lasts 20 years.
It's probably less than the water break yesterday.
I know it's less than that.
Yeah. And Mayor, thank you for that. And an important point too, once you charge that system that first time and you maintain it, everything else that we're operating with water is going to be sinks and toilets and cafeterias. So that's really going to be powered and supplied by your standard maybe 3/4 inch pipe or 1 inch pipe to, again, support the toilets and the sinks. And so.
I was just going to say, I think the ultimate irony is that the charging, the one-time charging of the data center with the amount of water of Olympic-sized pool is exactly what's going to make it possible for our city to have an Olympic-sized pool someday for our residents with zero tax burden. And I think that that's a really important thing to point out, and I love the irony of it. So.
And that water won't last 20 years.
For sure it won't.
And it'll be treated a lot.
Drain for the winter, Councilmember Clark, yes.
Can you also speak to the monetary investment that this means for Eagle Mountain, like in terms of the dollars you're bringing in to build what you're talking about building?
Yeah, Councilmember Whiting, thank you for that question. I don't have that. I know that we have a team that can put that together. Jack, do we? Yeah, I think we owe that to you. So there's an analysis that we can put together that talks about construction sales, that can talk about labor, talks about the impact of the economy. But I apologize, I didn't have that prepared this evening.
That'd be a great thing to provide to our staff so that they can share that correct information. And we can get that information out to the citizens who are being told one narrative instead of being able to see both sides of it. I think that'd be really helpful information.
Yeah, Mayor Gray, Councilmember Wood, I appreciate that, and I'm going to compliment Abby. She had the foresight to ask me this evening for those numbers, and so we have some numbers to crunch and get back to you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I do want to get to the public hearing, so if you'll stay close, we might call you back in just a second. But this item is scheduled for a public hearing, and I do want to open that at 9:30. And I know there's at least one comment.
Joy Rasmussen?
Joy? Thanks for hanging out with us.
There should be 2 new emails in your inbox from other people who have emailed who couldn't make it. So Eric and, I'm sorry, I can't remember the other girl person's name. So I recently learned about something called infrasound. My daughter actually did a research project on this and told me about it, but I didn't pay attention until recently. So data centers emit a sound that people cannot hear, but it actually can affect them in a negative way. And I mentioned this earlier, but it can actually affect it can cause Headache, stress, sleep disturbance, lack of sleep, and stress can result in anxiety, cognitive impairment, cardiovascular risks. In more extreme cases, noise pollution can cause tinnitus and hearing loss. And that's just the regular sound you hear. The infrasound, generated by Elon Musk's Colossus data center in Memphis, it can tangibly harm your health in measurable ways. It makes the heart work harder, spikes in cortisol, vestibular issues such as loss of balance, vertigo, and nausea, producing vibroacoustic effects that reduce blood flow to the brain even long after the infrasonic exposure has ended, contributing to high-frequency hearing loss, causing shortness of breath, and generating anxiety and depression. The land they're asking you to change over to the RTI zone is 1 mile from John Hancock Charter School and 1 mile from Firefly. So what about those people? I know this is bringing money and they sound like it's great, but there's the sound pollution, that's an issue. What are they going to put there? Are they going to put data centers there? Are they going to put natural gas power plants? Those also emit harmful emissions that are harmful to the health if it's that close. I don't have a problem with natural gas, but putting it that close to schools and homes seems risky to me. And I feel like the city is going to be giving them like a blank check to do whatever they want. And given the past city efforts to allow nuclear reactors in the RTI zone, this is very alarming. It feels like we're letting the camel in the tent. The nose of the camel is going in the tent, and there's no safeguards to protect the citizens who don't want nuclear reactors in the city. I looked it up. QTS on their website says they're exploring nuclear energy to fuel their data centers. NYO already wants nuclear. Meta wants nuclear. All the data centers I know of in Eagle Mountain want nuclear energy. And so if we continue to allow them here and continue to rezone for them, we're going to end up with nuclear energy here. And the waste will be here. President Trump has recently reduced the regulations for security. Now we're hearing about Iran attacked the data center in one of the Middle East places. It did. And the fuel used for small modular reactors it's HALEU, uranium.
30 seconds remaining.
And it can be used for practical high-yield nuclear explosives, which makes them more attractive for theft or diversion, for clandestine weapons, which means they need stricter safeguards, but President Trump ordered less safeguards. Basically, the cities can put whatever security they want. So I'm asking you to put something in writing that there won't be nuclear reactors to protect the citizens, so there's a buffer zone around the schools, so there's not noise or other emissions that are going to harm city residents if you have to allow this. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Steve Ruggles.
Good afternoon. Few new faces. It's the last time I came to speak on this subject, so glad to see you. Again, my name's Steve Ruggles, local Overland resident. Been living here for about 3 years. Retired from the military in 2001. So thank you for all your comments about the military and the thoughts and prayers there. They're my brothers and sisters that are in harm's way right now, so I appreciate those thoughts and prayers. Like I said, I served in the military for 20 years in the Air Force. I retired as the head of radar operations at NORAD. I was there on 9/11. That's another painful day. But my background has led me to continue my service for another 27 years and counting. Still working with the military, supporting them on radars. But in that job, you probably wonder, what am I doing, talk about this stuff right now? My job was to help find power sources for those radars in remote, austere locations like in Alaska and Canada and other places around the world, small island nations and things like that, to protect us against air and missile defense threats. So that's my background. I'm not a nuclear engineer, but I am here to talk about nuclear energy. So there are a lot of concerns about nuclear energy, and a lot of them are valid. The liquid-cooled reactors that most of us are familiar with do have a fairly nasty track record of some catastrophic failures and things like that. But technology has evolved. I'm old enough, I remember watching Saturday morning cartoons on black and white television. My smartwatch 50 years, oh, that's right, I didn't have one. My smart TV, that's right, I didn't have one. My laptop computer, I didn't have one. The technology has changed. So let's get to a few facts today about the technology. So number one, neither the mayor, the city council, the governor, or the legislature have authority to approve the design of a nuclear reactor that would be placed here in Eagle Mountain. Only the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has the authority to approve the design and construction of nuclear reactors in this country. Since the NRC was established in 1974, they have approved one commercial license that never transitioned into operation because the cost to get to the licensing point was cost prohibitive, that it was just no longer financially feasible.
30 seconds remaining.
So water concerns. Molten salt reactors, and I mentioned this before in previous meetings, require very little water, basically bathrooms, culinary, and fire suppression. They use liquid salt to cool the reactors. And then finally, there are some safety concerns with nuclear reactors. With molten salt reactors, any kind of hazardous waste is captured in the salt itself, and precious minerals and medical isotopes can be extracted from that. If there happens to be a containment leak,
Your time is up.
it's contained
Thank
in
you.
the salt and it doesn't evaporate into the earth.
Thank you, sir.
We did get 2 comments that came in after the cutoff from Ashley Richards. Wasn't sure if she was here. And Eric Dunsworth, both in opposition to this item that we will make sure is part of the packet.
Okay, so to be clear, you said packet, you mean part of the record?
Yes, part of the record. Thank you.
Okay. So that will be entered into the record, those emails. Is there any others? Okay, and is there anyone else here that did not get an opportunity to speak? You'll get your opportunity. Or did you want to make public comment? You'll have a chance, settle down. With that, we'll close the public hearing at 9:38 and bring it back to David and the applicant. Any other questions for David? Okay, and for the applicant? Go ahead. You're welcome, come on.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just a point of clarification. With this development agreement, there is no plans to use nuclear energy. The development agreement does not authorize the use of that, so that would be something that would have to be addressed at a later time if that was available. Also, in terms of noise, we can appreciate concerns over noise. Noise compliance is addressed as part of the development agreement, and we work with staff on that. Some of the key components is that we design to comply with the permissible noise limitations that are state and locally set. We use sound mitigation incorporated into the site design that your engineering and development services teams are working with us on. And then equipment enclosures and sound barriers are used so that we could have as minimal impact to the community as possible.
Okay. If there's any other questions for the applicant, if not, I'll bring it back to council for discussion or a motion. It is 18B.
Mayor, I move to approve an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, rezoning certain lands known as QTS-SCL2.
Second.
Did you get the whole motion? Or was there any-
Do I need to read all of the parcels?
No.
Okay.
Just rezoning to what?
As presented?
Rezoning as presented. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Yeah, is that?
Yep.
Okay, and we have a motion by Councilmember Hughes and a second by Councilmember Clark, and we'll start the voting with Councilmember Clark.
Yep.
And Councilmember Wright. That was a yes. I think you turned your mic off. So.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting
Yes.
and Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hughes.
Yes.
And that motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item 18C is an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, Section 1580, 1710, 1725, and 17100 regarding slope development. And we'd invite Mr. Hobbs.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, you have seen this product already, and since it was last in front of you, revisions have been made as per your request as part of the tabling action. Those revisions are within your packet, of course, and newly presented code amendment. Staff is cognizant of the correction to the word that had the misspelling, and that can be easily fixed before, if it's approved, being transmitted to the recorder's office tomorrow. This involved removing particularly the allowance for calculating average slopes within the city, and redefined how slopes are determined and how they're to be marked, especially in preliminary plats. Introduced an actual definition of the code, moved a diagram that was necessary to be transplanted to a different location, and broke out some of the paragraphs for easier reading based on, we think, an improved format. That's the crux of the changes that were authored. Any questions?
No questions, I was just double checking because I didn't have the applicant. So the city is the applicant on this one, and just want to make sure we covered that. It is also a public hearing, so do you have a question first? Okay, if there are no questions, I do want to open the public hearing at 9:41. And Lacey? And is there anyone here who wants to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing at 9:41 and bring it back to the council on item 18C.
You entertain a motion?
I will.
Move that the city council approve 18C, correcting the misspelling in section B where it says fist, where it should say first.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Wood and a second by Councilmember White. Is there any questions on the motion? And if not, we'll start the vote with Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
And Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor, do you mind if I make a comment on this?
Yeah, go
I just
ahead.
want to tell Robert, thank you for this. It was pretty rough on him on this one. Appreciate how this is written. It's well written. I think that's going to make a big difference as we move forward with this to preserve the nature of our city. So thank you very much for this.
I think this is a big win, honestly. It's a great change.
And we've got so much code we were working on in staff meetings today. There's a lot coming, but again, it just sounds like we have the best staff in the world because we do. So thanks to our staff, and I appreciate those comments. So thank you. We'll move on to anybody else? We good? Item 19A, resolution of Eagle Mountain, Utah, amending the consolidated fee schedule regarding site plans. David.
Yes, Mayor and Council, last year you approved a code change to allow staff to do, under certain conditions, administrative site plan approval. Well, we decided we needed a fee for that as well. It wouldn't be fair to charge, the normal site plan fee. That wouldn't be feasible. So in conjunction working with the finance director, we came up with a fee of $250 should an application for administrative site plan approval come in, due to the nature that, in my experience over the years, doesn't take a lot of review for that type of application, and so we feel that $250 is an adequate fee amount for that type of application.
Okay, and I just want to throw this out here. This is one of the things that I was working on as I met with the staff at the planning department today, that I think we'll see other fees, for instance, inspections. We're not charging for re-inspections, and also I made a funny comment about jury duty. Marcus wouldn't confirm, but I think since 1956, jury duty's paid $17.50 or something.
It's $18.50 for the first day, and it's something like $40 or $50 for each additional day.
Back when that used to be a day's wage, so.
Only thing I can confirm is that when I was clerked at the district court 18 years ago, those numbers were the same.
So I think and really what that means is some of our fees have been too low, and we need to make those reflective of what it actually costs our staff and in actual cost. So I think we're going to see this again, and with more change. I know Brandon and his team's over there working on that. So this won't be the last time we see this, all I'm getting at. But we do have a public hearing on this, and we'll go with that now if there's no other questions. So at 9:44, did you have a question? I'm going to open the public hearing at 9:44. And Lacey has no one, so is there anyone here who has come to speak on this item? If seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to 9:45, and I'll bring it back to the council.
Will you entertain a motion?
I will.
I move to approve agenda item 19A as presented.
Second?
Okay, I think that was Councilmember Wright. So Councilmember Whiting made the motion, and Councilmember Wright for the second. And the vote is on Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
And Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
And that motion passes. Thank you. Item 20A, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, enacting Chapter 2.65 of the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, establishing a senior citizen advisory board. Miss Natalie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This section of code just formally codifies our senior board. They have been active since 2006, but they were established via a resolution. And so just for the sake of consistency and having all of our boards in the code, we drafted a code, very general, to help them keep operating the way they are. But yeah, drafted a general code just to make it official.
Okay, I think everybody's seen the code, and this is.
Just a quick question. Brett brought this up, and I just wondered if there's a way for us to help accommodate them being able to record the minutes and getting them written without causing undue.
What, I guess we'd ask Marcus legally what's required. What's the minimum requirement for a?
I mean, unless we're gonna have them do it in here and use the same system we use for recording city council and planning commission meetings, they would have to, do the minutes like any other public audience.
It's fine, they'll do it. They'll do it.
And generally, minutes are, when I say minimum requirements, they don't have to be word for word, it's just a general.
They're minutes, they're not like word for word.
What was talked about. Yeah, so, okay. Any other questions on this one? I'm open for a motion.
Mayor, I motion that we approve, I move to approve, agenda item 20A as presented.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Whiting and a second by Councilmember Wood. And we'll start with old Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Thanks for keeping me on track. 20B is an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving the development agreement with Williams. And Mr. Draper.
Yes, Williams is an independent power producer, and so they have entered into a relationship with Meta in order to produce power for the Stadion LLC data center expansion. So they are looking to locate a natural gas facility on a portion of the Stadium property that was included in the newer development agreement that was approved in October. This development agreement would authorize that specific use, just with the caveat that under the Stadium Development Agreement, it is a permitted accessory use on the property, but it would be specific to this use being on the portion that is being, I believe, leased by Williams. Ultimately, they'd be required to install any necessary public infrastructure that's required as a result of the development. They're looking for some exceptions to city code specifically to allow them to go up to 75 decibels in sound, at any time of day. Right now, our city code, I think, reads 85 during the day and 65 at night citywide, so this would be a 10 decibel increase during the nighttime period, but would be within the daytime limits. This is consistent with the industrial noise limits in our neighboring communities, including my city of residence, Lehigh. And so it's not something that's out of the norm and is very consistent with the language or with the requirements of other cities. On the property itself, that's governed by this October 2025 development agreement, they're asking to be allowed to use above ground power distribution lines. Generally speaking, we require distribution lines to be undergrounded. They're seeking that exception just within the property itself. So anything that would ever potentially leave the property would have to follow the code. So those are kind of the broad strokes of the agreement. It would be, I guess, I think it's 286 megawatts capacity for this, which, just to give some sort of frame of reference, at that capacity, I think we would expect, just a municipal energy tax benefit to the city in the $7 to $10 million range for the general fund, which is about around 25% of what our current general fund is. So it'd be a massive increase.
So I have just a question about the agreement numbering. It skips. On page 3 to page 4, you go from 1.16 zoning ordinance to 4.1.
What? Let me see. I don't think, let me pull that up.
We wanted to leave those numbers so that we could add things later.
Yeah.
That's what
the article is correct. So it says, so you have Article 3 consideration, Article 4 taxes, but the numbering's missing.
Okay, let me pull it up and see if I can find what you're referencing.
Okay, while he's looking
Page,
for
let's see, 2 and 3, or 3 and 4, sorry.
So Article 2 is, essentially like, there's just Article 2, right? So that's essentially 2.1, but because there's no 2.2, it's just left as Article 2, and that's the same for Article 3. So that's why it's numbered that way.
Okay, thank you.
So, Marcus, also, section 5.5 gives timeframes and staffing for processing and review. I assume our staff has looked at those timeframes and they're good with those timeframes?
Yeah, so we've talked about this, about essentially them, so we're on board with this as far as, again, it's when reasonably possible, and so this is something that we're okay and comfortable with. And again, there's the out clause in the last sentence. If we just don't have the staffing to meet those deadlines, then they can pay for a third party to facilitate the expedited processing, so.
Okay, and 5.6 also gives us some deadlines, but I assume again that those deadlines were acceptable to us.
Yeah, that's pretty standard with what we do with with any of our processing of applications.
Okay, and then just a quick question on 6.2. It says any water effluent that the city receives from company in connection with the generation project shall contain no more than 800 milligrams per liter.
Yeah.
Total dissolved solids, and I assume that's something that the city can deliver.
Yeah, so that's something that we requested to be put into the development agreement to make sure that in the event that they discharge water into our wastewater system, that's something that we're capable of treating. So they need, if it comes out and it's not, it's above that level, then they would have to treat it down to that level before they discharge it into our system.
My question is 5.7. There really isn't any timeframes for them other than the 40 years for them to get started and complete. In fact, it states just the opposite, that they'll do it at their own time frame. It's a concerning thing to me that we don't have something to push the project.
I'm not super concerned because I know Meta's pushing them to the nth degree. And so if they can speak to that as to what they're comfortable with, if you'd like to alter that language, but given this was not something that I think is a huge concern because they're kind of under the gun to get it done yesterday from their business partner.
I mean, let me ask
But
this,
I'll
Councilor.
let them speak to that.
Are we
as to what
okay
they
with
want.
that? That we just hope that that Meta's going to push them to get it done? Because
What I want to point out, some of the stuff I'm doing up at the state quite a bit, is they're actually working on a ton of RDA type codes up there, and they're starting to merge them. I know you guys have been in the LPC meetings, and they're talking about restricting CRAs, RDAs to 20-year max anyways. That's why I want to make sure the language was, it hasn't passed yet, but there might be a 20-year max anyway. Having said that, I know I've mentioned plenty of times, and Marcus has confirmed on the record, that there is no current RDA with this project, and I want to make sure that...
That's correct. The only kind of incentive that was received in connection with this project is that because with bringing Williams in, Meta is going to have to pay higher rates than they would if they were purchasing the power from Rocky Mountain Power. And the concession was essentially that we're going to charge them municipal energy tax as though they were paying Rocky Mountain Power rates. That's the only concession at all for either party that is connected to this expansion.
Is that reflected in this agreement?
That's something that Meta has to pay, not Williams. And so, but that's in the stating agreement, yeah.
And then back to Councilmember Wood, I think for years we worked on sunset clauses on MDAs. And
I'm less concerned about sunset. I'm more concerned about getting to work.
Yeah, so I'm saying.
For me, it's get started. And there's nothing in there that gets it going, even though I understand that Meta's in a hurry because of the power.
I will let them speak to that. If they're comfortable in amending the language, then obviously I don't have any problem with that.
So, and then this, I agree with Councilmember Wood on that. I think we need to include some kind of start on that. The other one, and I've always not liked section 5.8. Here's the question I have on that. So I'm personally okay if they were to acquire immediately adjacent property and have that be incorporated in. I don't like when the adjacent property now creates new adjacent property, that they can now get that next adjacent property and then that next adjacent property. And I want to make sure this development agreement only would pertain to the immediately adjacent property now, instead of like, well, now we acquired more and then the adjacent to the adjacent, you know.
I mean, it does require that they be entitled to do these uses. So if the adjacent property or the adjacent to the adjacent property doesn't have RTI zoning, doesn't allow natural gas, or some sort of, doesn't allow natural gas power plants, they would have to come for permission to do that, right? So that additional property clause is sort of controlled by the fact that if they don't already have entitlement to build a natural gas power plant on the land that they've acquired, then they have to come back and ask for that entitlement.
Okay.
So there is there's limiting language in there.
So mine's a general question about the 5.8. Can we stop making that part of our template going forward?
I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's, you know, part of the give and take in the negotiation. Obviously, they want to be able to have the flexibility to expand. But certainly if that's the direction the council wants to go, as a body, then certainly we can, you know, have that discussion and go forward that way.
Thanks.
And this is another one I do agree with Councilmember Wood on. I just, I'd prefer to not see a clause like that in there. Like, at some point, the city still needs to have some kind of control, especially when we're talking about multi-decade projects, where we begin, like, we're currently suffering, I can't say suffering the effects, we're experiencing the effects of multi-decade projects where we can't change directions, where we wish we could. So, anyway.
So if I can make a comment on that, what I wanted you to consider about the 6-year sunset is 40 years from now, a new council, their hands are tied. So I'm not talking about the start time. I'm saying that it maybe gets revisited, renewed, because I don't want to say what 40 years looks like. So.
You know how I feel about that.
Well,
I would rather it be shorter, for sure.
So when we talk to them about whatever that is, I think that we need to be considering, okay, we're okay with this right now, but we don't know what this looks like.
I think that was kind of what the intent of the MDA benchmarks were when we put that in there, is that it would enable us in the MDA to set those specific to whoever the applicant is and say, okay, at this point, yes, at this point, yes, at this point, yes. And if you haven't hit those things, then a big no is coming. And I think what that does, and it's not to scare off the applicant by any stretch.
To reevaluate
It's
where
to
we're at.
reevaluate, it's to have the flexibility to say, we gave these entitlements with an understanding you were gonna come and get to business so that we could reap the benefit of that entitlement. If you're not doing that, we gave an entitlement that's not benefiting us. And so I think that, for me, if we're gonna say yes to some of these things, we have an expectation to get started and a completion date.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was pointing out on as far as the 40 years part. Did you guys get your questions answered? We've kind of been right here. I want to.
That's right. I have just one more contractual question. Section 11.1. So the force, and I'm going to not pronounce this correctly, force majeure.
No, that's more or less correct.
Okay, event. So I'm thinking in my mind, so let's say an earthquake happens.
Act of God.
So it says, the deadline for performing such obligation shall be automatically extended by 1 day for each day of the force majeure event. Well, an earthquake is a 1-day event.
Well, the effects of
With
the
a-
earthquake
with a
are necessarily 1
multi-day-
day. So, I mean,
This
You know,
is just sort of
each-
like
yeah,
good
so-
faith clause, basically, like you're just gonna act in good faith.
yeah, you know, so, I mean, if the earthquake causes circumstances that delay it by 3 months or 6 months or whatever, then essentially it's saying that everything gets pushed back that length of time. So yes, the earthquake, you know, hopefully will last a few seconds. I know that there's some on record that last minutes, and that sounds terrifying. Having, you know, grown up in the Bay Area and lived through Loma Prieta and all of that, you know, I'm quite familiar with earthquakes, but it's, you know, the effects of those obviously are longer than the, 17 seconds the earthquake lasts. So that's the intent of the clause, not to, you know, and it's, you know, flexible, and we can certainly be more specific if that's desired.
One last question for me. This is the first MDA we've done since I mentioned this, and so I wanted to bring it up again. When we're doing these large parcels that we're clearing land, The huge concern is as soon as we scrape the top off, we've created seeding for the tumbleweeds, which cause a massive problem in the city. I would love for us to put some sort of a mitigation in there for the grading, that once that's done, that they're putting preventative measures in place to prevent those seeds from taking root. And then if they do, there needs to be some responsibility for what it is, the impact that it's causing on the city. Most of that stuff is coming from the south end from construction. I think we need to start implementing that every time we do a mass grading permit.
If you guys are done on this side, I'm going to come back. Did you have some?
I have a couple of questions, and this is they tackled some of them. 5.11, the Stadium Development Agreement, it says, except as modified by this agreement, the Stadium Development Agreement remains in full force and effect, and the generation property shall continue to be governed by its terms. My question is, what's the impact to the TIFs that are given to the stadium?
So again, the Stadium Development Agreement reference was the one done in October, not the original agreement. The one done in October has no TIFs. Right, it has that MET
Can we
concession.
add, so is it clear that this references just that agreement?
Yeah, it's a defined term.
Okay. And then and I probably don't understand this, Marcus, so hopefully you'll help me understand a little bit better. And it's under the recitals. III says, subject to the terms set forth herein, the city will construct all necessary infrastructure at the company's expense to facilitate and support the development and operation of the generation project. Does the city intend to construct all public?
I mean, at this point, I'm not aware of any actual additional, and that's why we built in flexibility into the agreement. They would be paying for it. So obviously, we typically don't do our own construction. We hire contractors to do that. But so that's the language, is that they would pay for any necessary public infrastructure. So we need to upsize water, sewer lines.
So I want to just understand
roads.
that what that does is gives us the flexibility to hire a contractor. We're not going to do it ourselves.
Yeah, no, I mean, we don't
That
do
was
that
my
in-house.
concern. It doesn't obligate us to do it.
No, it doesn't obligate
I don't want to
us to
see
do it.
Brad out there putting in public infrastructure.
It doesn't obligate us to do it in-house.
Okay, got it.
If we got the staff, if no more questions for staff, I'll invite the applicant who's speaking for Williams to address any concerns and any questions for the applicant. You do have a presentation, I presume?
Does he need one?
I know he's plugging in.
There we go. All right. There's the echo. Andrew Johns, project manager with Williams. I do have a presentation, but I also recognize it's 10 o'clock, and I know that we've presented to you guys on the same topic. So if you guys would like to just hit me with questions, if you feel comfortable with the understanding of the project and the scope, we can go right into that, or I can give a quick refresher on our project scope.
I would just ask if we're not going to do the presentation, that you email it to us if we don't already have it, and that we can include that. Sure. And other than that.
Yeah, the recorder's requesting that you email it to the city, so if you could just email that, would be great.
I can do that.
Thank you. That's what I meant.
I've got a couple questions.
Go ahead.
There. So, okay, here's where I want to start, and you're going to have to help me here with my lack of understanding of the terminology. In Linden, here, the city Linden, there's a natural gas power plant that uses a ton of water.
Yep.
Like massive amounts of water. I don't remember that technology they're using. I'm curious about the technology you're using relative to water.
Yep.
And because it seems to me the development agreement doesn't spell out the technology you're going to use, and I would rather that the development agreement include language that sort of outlines what kind of technology you're using for the natural gas power plant.
That's totally fair. So I actually have a slide to talk to that. Oh, went past it. So this is very generic, but what this is presenting is a combined cycle power plant technology, similar to that of what would be at Linden. And specifically, the water consumption that you're concerned about is that bottom right cooling tower block there. And that is unique to the steam turbine, which is the second component of the combined cycle. For our project, we're simple cycle, which is just combustion, turning the gas turbine, going into generation. So everything associated with the bottom half of that screen is not associated with our project. in terms of how we're generating the power. So from a water consumption standpoint, we're orders of magnitude less from what our evaporative coolers require. So that cooling tower is for the working fluid, the steam, the combustion gas coming off of that and cooling it down, whereas we're using our evaporative cooling on the inlet of the air intakes to cool the ambient air temperatures down and create a more to maximize the efficiency of the generator units we have on site.
So is there a big steam cloud that goes up into the air with your power plants?
No.
Okay, so is it possible to put this into the development agreement saying this is what what we'll be doing?
This is what they're not doing.
Oh, this is what you're not doing?
Correct,
Yeah,
yes.
Can we put in there what you are doing? Can we
Yeah,
add that
so
in here?
it's a simple cycle combustion.
It's literally just adding a few words. Instead of
Okay.
natural gas power plant, it would be simple cycle natural gas.
Perfect. If we could add that in there,
That's
that would
very
make me
simple.
feel better.
Yeah.
Just because I would just prefer that in a big way.
That language, no issue with there.
Then my next question, can you comment regarding, I mean, I know that there are government, levels of pollutions that are monitored beyond what the city does. What kind of scrubbers are like air scrubbers are you putting into your technology?
All right, in terms of air pollution, is that what you're going for?
Yeah, like what are you doing to help mitigate air pollution, I guess?
Yeah,
is the question.
so actually, kind of hard to see here. At the discharge of each of our combustion units is going to be a selective catalyst recycle unit, and that is collecting all of the NOx, the CO emissions, any of the particulate matter, all of the emissions coming out of that is being captured through the SCR system, and those are specifically engineered to the turbines that we're installing, as well as to the DAQ, Department of Air Quality stipulations.
Do you know how much, I mean, so there's still going to be some pollutants that go into the air. Do you know what that, like how much is that, say, if you take tailpipes from cars, like how many cars worth of pollution are you putting up? Do you know?
I don't have that example. That would be a great one we could come up with for you, but I don't have that with me today.
My understanding is that you have to fall within the credits that you have acquired for this. So you're going to be, the non-attainment zone is going to dictate whatever you've been able to acquire. So it's going to be within that range. You can't go anywhere beyond that because there's massive fines and all sorts of things that are associated with that. A lot of this stuff is going to be regulated. We're not going to regulate it. It'll be done by Air Quality, Department of Air Quality, whether that's federal or state or both.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, so the state sets it in terms of the minimum requirements of the EAP. So
And
state
then what can you speak to the concern about starting?
I'm sorry,
Can we
for the
add
concerns of what?
language into the agreement that you would start sooner than later?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're moving earthwork already. We're being pushed pretty hard. We'd be fine with language that supported that, but we're going. Yeah.
I'm less concerned about the end of it. I'm more concerned about benchmarks getting it done. And I know that you're motivated in this moment right now, and that Met is motivated in this moment now, but we've also had people stop. And then the tax revenue that we're expecting to come from this is delayed even further. And I think our citizens expect that there's going to be a return on some of these promises that have been given by our data centers and their partners. So for me, I think we need to show what's the progress. And putting that in an MDA keeps everybody on the same page with that. So perhaps that's something you guys can work out with Marcus to come up with a reasonable timeline. I don't think 40 years. I'm comfortable with just saying whenever we get to it in the next 40 years is, I don't think anybody should be okay with that. You shouldn't be okay with that. We shouldn't be okay with that. But I think we need to see something substantially generating within the next 5 years.
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. I think in our application, I think the language was carried over from the stadium agreement for that particular language, but yeah, we're fairly motivated, so we'd be fine with some language around that.
Thank you.
So I want to talk about noise decibels. And I know that there's, in order to meet our current code, you were gonna have to build a 30-foot wall, and that's ridiculous. I'll just say it that way, okay? But I'm not convinced that we shouldn't ask you to build a 10-foot wall along the south and the east boundaries, because I think that that will at least have some impact at ground level on the decibel levels that will be heard there. I realize that there's some expense associated with that, so I'm not naive to that. How would you feel about a request like that to do that to help mitigate some of that sound?
Yeah, I think if that would ease some comfort on that front, I could advise though from how the noise is generated and in terms of how a receptor would receive that noise. Our evaluation looked at, I believe, a 17-foot wall would be the minimum height for it to have any impact from the 75 decibels that we're requesting for the increase.
What is the actual decibel measurement that you're anticipating at the property line? It's not 75.
Correct, yeah. So for absolute, all out, every single unit running, it's 74 decibels at the property.
Oh, it is.
And that, keep in mind that that is a logarithmic scale coming off of that. So for every step you're taking off, the sound is decreasing exponentially from there. So it's not linear, I guess.
So 74 decibels at the property line.
Correct.
So I was going to wait to bring this up a little while. I mentioned that this morning I was working with staff on some code stuff, so I just want to get kind of some feedback that might help this application, and we can talk about it again later. But for instance, noise ordinance, and I know Abby's brought this to us a couple of times. We have the same noise ordinance throughout our entire city, no matter what, it's 65. For instance, Lehigh is 55 in residential, so we're a little high there, but 85 in the industrial. So looking at it zone specific, one of the things is I met with Brandon this morning on some of our code adjustments, and the team over there is maybe looking at that. And then what I instructed was giving, similar to our zoning code, of buffering where the industrial meets other uses, be it commercial or residential, that within, a buffering distance of a couple hundred feet or yards, that ramps up to the 85. Or I don't know what that number's gonna land on, but I think it's a code that in general that probably needs to be looked at. And as long as the council's okay with that, I would like the staff to maybe see if there's some room to work on that anyway. So if that was the case, them being a ways away from the next nearest zone, now if they acquired additional property, it could get closer. But in reality, I believe that's right. Lehigh's 85, was that right, Brandon? Yes. In the industrial? I'm trying to go off memory, but it was 55.
That's what I was thinking, it was.
Oh, 75.
75, that's what I was
industrial?
recalling, it was 70. We can double check, but I think it was 75.
Okay, and Ogden's 80, I think I'm hearing. So anyway, I think at the 75 request is in line with industrial, like air compressors, tire
So I guess
companies.
this is what I'm worried about, Mayor, is what's the impact if they acquire additional property and it gets closer and closer to residential development? What's the impact?
I think that's why I was saying that buffer.
What's the buffering that we're looking for there, or is there one? I mean, that's really the thing that I'm concerned about.
I think that's what we gotta figure out.
It might function on this site because we know what's there today, and anything that comes, they'll recognize that use is in place. But I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with that when we're looking at extending this to adjacent properties. That's part of at least one of the things that concerns me a little bit is that as they acquire land, if we're willing to put that into the development agreement and this automatically transfers and it gets closer and closer, it creeps closer and closer to residential, that makes me more concerned about the decibel level.
See, and I think that's what I was pointing out in the code that we'd work on, that it would have to meet footage or yardage or what I said away to before you could ramp that up. So it wouldn't be next to the resident. I mean, that would be my instruction. But I mean, I think that's what we got to work on, is what I'm getting at, if it even is acceptable. But definitely maybe even lowering the residential noise ordinance and possibly raising the other. So if that's something we want to work on, we can, and obviously it's a little bit separate from this, but acceptable in that scenario. So Melissa?
I think we definitely should look at the decibel requirements or restrictions, especially with industrial. I mean, any of us that wear Apple Watches know that when we're hanging out with a bunch of friends, it gets louder than 75 decibels. Like, that's just the reality, especially the city council. So I think that we for sure should look at that, but I do think that there's a place for us to include maybe a sound approval for any additional parcels that are added to it or something like that. Because, I mean, what's the likelihood of you building multiple natural gas plants if you purchase additional land? That's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around.
Yeah, there's a few contributing factors to that would prohibit us from taking this same facility and saying doubling it. The air permit being the most notable, right? And so the concern that you have in terms of that section 5.8 where we additional parcels, in all practicality for this project, it's part of the interconnect piece that we're working out with our customer that is, we don't want to come back in front of you to do another MDA for 2 acres for the overhead power lines easement piece, right? The concern you have where if we want to double this facility, the intended application for us would be that we would come back in front of you for a follow-on application for that project specifically. So putting a limitation around, some language around either capacity at which we could increase the plot space, or, I don't know, Marcus, do you have any recommendations around that? But in terms of like our willingness to expand under this MDA, we really don't have an intent to try to take this MDA and triple our size and build multiple power plants under this particular MDA, under this particular power plant. It would be a separate agreement, separate customer, separate development agreement.
I would just ask Marcus then that you make sure that that's clear in the agreement. I mean, we have every right to feel a little bit wary about development agreements because we've been burned before as a city. So I think it's good for us to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, but I think a few phrases can secure this to where it needs to be so that we don't have to worry about the unintended consequences, so.
It was 85 for continuous and intermittent during the day.
I thought that's what it was. So anyway, what I'm saying is I think as we work on this and maybe put the code under review, that there's some room and obviously buffer. There's a lot of stuff that we got to figure out that maybe isn't necessarily with this, but would fall in that area if we did consider that.
Aren't there natural buffers though? And I don't have the zoning code in front of me, but there's only certain things that can be located next to industrial zone, correct? So like, wouldn't that be a natural buffer?
Well, it could be a street, it could be, I'm trying to think of what, and I would say commercial too. You wouldn't want to, wherever industrial meets commercial, it could be in any zone. So I'm just saying a buffering code that meets the zone.
I support bringing some code back to us to look at it. I think now
So
that we're
let's-
having more industrial, we need to look at industrial sound.
I just wanted to point that, we can talk about that in item 23, but I just wanted to point that out as it's coming, as it relates to this, that it could fall under that. That's why I brought it up, so.
Do you feel like there's anything that's given you heartburn that we've talked about?
In terms of our ability to comply with it, or?
Yeah, things to comply with, things that we want to have additions added to the language?
No, so I think your concerns about like the growth and making sure that we don't take advantage of that in the sense of putting noise emitting devices, getting an extension of that 75 decibels, and then acquiring property right up to a residential area or a school, totally not in the spirit of what we're going for, and we're in support of having language that confines that.
Is there any other language that we've talked about that gives you any concern?
No.
Just going along Councilmember Wright's comments about a fence, I mean, I don't know that we need to require it, but I'd love to see some trees, some canopy that helps to buffer some of the sound and break up some of the industrial vibe.
Well, one of the specific asks is to not have to put any trees. I mean, so I think that's something we ought to at least talk about.
Well, I think maybe you correct me if I'm wrong, roots are bad. when we're dealing with gas lines, and so it needs to be specific to certain areas so it doesn't cause problems with your project. Am I incorrect in thinking that?
That is a component of it. It was much more trying to minimize the water demands and just terms trying to keep trees growth in that area. Also keeping consistent with our adjacent facilities. So the Meta property has a zero-scaping approach, and we're trying to have a matched landscape that complements both the less water demand as well as a similar landscaping.
I think the zeros, I have mixed feelings about this subject, period. But I'm always in favor of adding trees. As I said before earlier in the meeting, anything that we can do to minimize starkness of industrial areas offset with greenery is always a positive and a plus. If it also helps in mitigating some of the sound, even greater. That's to your benefit, to our benefit. I agree with what Councilmember Hewish said. I was actually looking at this before and I pulled it up again. There are different types of trees that will grow out here using minimal amount of water that grow really tall that will help mitigate some of that height and can mitigate some of that sound too. So might be worth looking into, something to come back and say, hey, we did some research. This is being done in Georgia as an example. Here's some suggestions. What do you think? Because I don't care about you put it on the property. I mean, what do you need to have landscaping in your parking lot for? I don't care about that. I care about the roads.
Yep.
And mitigating sound that's going to travel.
Very fair. From a landscaping perspective, specifically, it won't impact the noise, but we do have a berm along that east boundary along Pony Express that will help kind of break up that structure.
I have some comments on berms if you'd like to hear it. The problem
it doesn't sound like I want to.
Yeah. So here's the problem with berms. Berms erode. I mean, that's just the reality of it. We have berm code that deals with retaining water on our properties. And all it takes is some really good rain, kids kicking the berms out, or, snow removal, and we push that into your berms, and eventually that 3 to 4 foot berm is now 1 to 2 feet, and it's not really a berm anymore. So if we're going to do something like that, you're going to have to do something to retain the berm, which means you're probably sodding it, which has the opposite impact that you're trying to accomplish. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Hi, just one thing I wanted to talk about with the noise ordinance and how that works. So the distance for attenuation for that, it decreases about 6 decibels in a doubling standard there. So 10 feet away, you're going to be 6 decibels less. So you're going to be at that 69. And then 20 feet away, you'll be at 63 decibels. So almost across the street, you're going to be less than what the standard is for the city anyway. Where you're going to be. So, and that's without any kind of walls or anything. Because if I remember the initial mapping, even if you're standing right inside of it, inside the situation right next to these generations, I don't know if you still have that picture, that kind of, yes, this one here. You were really low even without a wall there. So if that gives you any idea of where you are. And then about 60 is a dishwasher, the sound of a dishwasher. If that gives you an idea of where that sits, so.
That's a really cruddy dishwasher. My dishwasher is a lot quieter than that.
I have a really great one, and I was like, I wanted to strip the chicken off a bone. I was like, I need it to clean everything. I don't want to do anything. Any questions about that?
No, I was just gonna say, I'm sensitive to the noise. I live close to SR 73, and in peak traffic, that sound carries over the park, over the hills, right into through the windows. I mean, in the morning, you hear the traffic. So I'm just sensitive to noise carrying further than maybe what we think it will.
So any other questions for the applicant or staff? There's not a public hearing on this one. This looks like we have a question over here real quick.
We can deal with this now or a little bit later, but so the site plan for this project has been submitted to staff, and one of the things that's come up, and I just want to bring this up now so we can consider it if you want to make an addition to the agreement, and that is relative, I'll call it their operations buildings. You'll remember when we went in toward the Linden facility and the Mona facilities, they had their administration and control buildings. what they're proposing is kind of similar to what you saw at those facilities. They'd be like metal buildings. And so that's not necessarily in harmony with the architectural standards of the RTI zone. And so I just want you to be aware of that in case, it's common for us to see, you've seen it in other places, but I just want you to know that the code doesn't allow for that. Do we want to, I'm ultimately asking, do we want to add something into the development agreement to allow for what they're proposing here?
How many citizens are going to drive down there by that location?
That was my thought too.
Well, it is, I mean, we're looking at south connectors on our RTP, and could potentially be I don't want to call it a freeway, but that could be a corridor that's gonna, well.
The problem is that we're trying to look at it today, and we're forgetting that there's a 20 and a 50 attached to this, and we know we're gonna go south. There's probably going to be development that comes from the south. There's gonna be uses that we didn't anticipate, and if we handcuff anybody in the future because we didn't think about it, I mean, I grew up in Murray, Midvale right next door. I've pointed this out 100 times. Somebody didn't contemplate that possibly that sewer plant would no longer be there. They would reclaim it and turn it into a massive commercial site where Popeyes and Zaxby and all that is. That used to be a sewer plant. Everything that's around that they use these kind of standards are still there, and they are a massive eyesore. Everything can't be in the moment when we make decisions about architectural standards. We need to think about what is that going to look like in the future, and if we're really driving traffic to go south around the lake, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that drive by these. And when you keep doing this over and over again, you're creating a massive development of metal buildings. So one, I mean, it kind of goes along with the discussion about the fence. One fence is probably not a big deal. What happens when you have 1,000 of them? So I think we need to be careful when we say, oh yeah, it's not that big a deal. Well, wait till you have 100 of them. Then is it a big deal? Because I certainly don't want to look like Midland, Texas either.
So it sounds like we're sticking to the code on that one.
Appreciate the feedback.
So as we look like we're kind of wrapping up on some questions, some of the things that I wrote down as far as the fixes, if you were to present a motion, is that we make sure that it's simple cycle, not dual cycle, is that what it's called?
Combined cycle.
Combined cycle,
but
yeah.
simple cycle is what we'll have, yes.
So simple cycle, and then the adjacent property, and then a sunset, whether it's 40 years or 10 years. In my mind, I'm just gonna throw this out there, like banks do a 20-year note with a 5-year call. That just means that we review it and something like that. And sometimes they extend it, sometimes they don't. It's more of a call, but for us, it's more of a review.
I think he was okay with us talking about some benchmarks that get us to a finished product in 5 years. I think that's good language to put in there. If you're urgent and they're urgent, shouldn't be a big deal for us to do it. It gives us the comfort knowing that we're all on the same page. We want you to build it. We want to reap the benefits of it. Mm-hmm. Our data centers want to reap the benefits of it, and you want to reap the benefits of it. But the only way that happens is if it's actually standing.
So Rich, I'm wondering if you did like a 5-year with a 1-year, based on a review, as long as they're moving forward, that they could get an additional year, as long as there's progress and some kind of clause like that. Is that
up to a certain,
up to 10 maybe?
Yeah.
Because if they're working and running problems, we know these don't get built overnight. We'd extend it.
I think if it's in 10 years, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd be here speaking with you guys if it's 10 years, yeah.
But I mean, there's no question that we'd extend it as long as there's progress.
I'd say that there's an opportunity for it to come back and be reviewed, but let's set something. For me personally, I'm one person. 5 years makes a lot of sense. If it's not done by then, there's probably a mitigating circumstance, and maybe we can give an extension at that point, but I don't want it to be a recurring extension.
Yeah, I'm just throwing them out there. So then those are the only 3 really that I wrote down. So the 5 years, the adjacent property, the simple cycle, and then whatever else language-wise.
How do you feel about putting trees around the outside to help with the sound?
we can do it. I
We're
don't
trying
know
to
if
get to
it'll-
a yes here for you.
I don't know if it'll help with the sound, but I can do it. So
Well-
how many trees, what capacity of trees? Is this the entire perimeter, or is it just the Pony Express Parkway?
On the road.
Yeah?
Roadside,
Alec, see any issue with that? I think he has to come speak, sorry.
like a shade master, they grow to be about 20 feet.
We anticipate
Low
the road
water.
continuing on. We want that to not be constant industrial buildings along there. If we can create a parkway feeling, even though you have those uses there, it helps a lot with selling this to the citizens too.
Sure,
I understand that. So Hallie Bauman, I am the environmental specialist for Williams. The intent of not doing the trees and trying to concentrate more on the xeriscape concept was, well, for one, Meta's experience with the trees. Most of theirs died. So that was a lesson learned, and they ended up planting trees elsewhere, I think in a park area, or at least paying for that to be done. And then to just mesh with their xeriscaping, so their native landscaping that they've done, which requires less water. So, I
The
mean,
reality
we
is,
can
we
plant.
didn't make the decision on the Meta one, somebody else made that.
We can plant trees, but we're going to have to irrigate.
Well, and it needs to be trees that can last out here. I think one of the problems with the Meta trees is they weren't trees that could survive either.
Well, they'll still need irrigation. I mean, it's fine, we can do it, but just understand it's going to increase our water usage.
Yeah, like the honey locusts, they do awesome. They grow with little water.
I can get behind that.
Councilmember Wright, what did you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, so this site borders Pony Express, correct?
Correct.
So it does seem to, just for a beautification of Pony Express, there should be something that can beautify the corridor that's driving along that
Do we
side.
require that for anyone else that's on Pony Express in the Sweetwater Industrial Overlay Zone or south of there? I mean, we as a city don't even really have landscaping. I mean, we have minimal landscaping at that building, but
It's also a master development agreement. We can create whatever we want on it.
I understand that. I think the thing that we're super worried about water, and we want to make sure nobody's overusing water. And then there's people who are worried about sound and what it does to you. And then there's so many things to consider. And I think we can finesse the heck out of this. But at some point, we have to remember that it's a natural gas power plant.
And you're certainly welcome to not vote for that portion of it. Councilmember Hewish feels like that should be on there. I'm willing to support it, but we need one other person to.
I'm just looking at the Meta, there's trees along Pony Express where Meta borders that. Not a lot, they're spread out.
Are they still alive?
Well, I don't know, Google Maps has got trees.
Councilmember Hewish, would it be better if
Not a lot of them, but there's some.
we included a requirement to put trees up someplace else in the community? Because I think your experience is the sound and what it does to your neighborhood. And maybe it would be better if trees were added to where a neighborhood is or a park or something like that. So it meets it actually accomplishes something for the sound part of it. Are you looking more for aesthetics?
Aesthetics, sound, roadway, just along that.
Can I just make a suggestion? I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Councilmember Hughes. I'm just wondering if the requirement could just be that you match what Meta has done along Pony Express Parkway.
We're asking for the same.
So that it looks the same. I mean, I think that's the intent of what you have in the agreement. But as far as landscaping goes, fencing, berming, all of that, so that there's a continuity to those two projects. And recognizing that this project, it really is, it's a subset of Meta's development.
Yes,
So
and
I
we're
think if
trying
that
to
were to
match their
continue,
campus,
then,
yeah.
Okay, there's some other concerns, but I think if that were to continue and visually they look connected, I don't know how
And
that's.
that is our intent, yeah. So I agree with that.
I like that, Councilmember Wright. I think the continuity piece, and if it's the same. It was on, sorry. I think the continuity piece is important. I just don't think it's good to carve out special requirements for certain properties over others. So as long as it's consistent, then I'm better with it.
I asked a minute ago, I was kind of approaching a motion, and I wrote down those three things. I don't know if anyone's getting close, but anything else besides those three, I just want to make sure they're captured in the motion so that we get the paperwork right, and because I know there's been a lot of stuff talked about, and I don't want to miss anything. Is there any other questions for the applicant or staff at this point?
Did you capture the building that it needs to follow code?
It's not part of this application, but I think it's, I think the instruction was, it might be frowned upon, so you might want to reconsider.
Understood. It's currently in the site plan, so I imagine we'll get feedback.
Yeah, that saves some time and money to address that now rather than later.
Okay.
But great catch. Was there any other items that we need to make sure we're good on as far as, I don't want to talk about a motion, make sure everybody's concerns are addressed before we try to stab at one, just so we don't miss one and have 1,000 amendments.
Did Councilmember Wright, where are you on the wall? Because I know it was discussed, but where are you feeling at this point?
Look, I think the areas where they're asking for a give on the decibel level makes sense to me in this location. I don't want to see that extended to future properties. I think it needs to be reviewed by this body.
Okay.
So that's one of the areas where I have a little bit of consternation. I think as long as the development along Pony Express Parkway matches what Meta has put in, then I think that will at least resolve some of my visual concerns.
There's actually a code for this, so why don't we just follow it? That's probably easiest rather than making it up. So the RTI is 17.48.090. Just have them follow the landscaping requirements there. That's what's in our code. Some of the
Meta
stuff has
had
obviously been done since, Meta's been here for quite a while, guys.
We're following Meta's exemption.
So they're following what I'm seeing on here along the roadway. There's trees along the roadway. This requires trees along the roadway. So they planted trees, so if that's what your plan is, then that would be consistent with the RTI overlay zone that you're asking for. So, or that you are in, excuse me, not asking.
So what I'm hearing is the same thing. If they're following the Meta agreement, and the Meta agreement says that, then.
They're asking for the exception to not do it is what they asked for, and that's why this whole discussion started. They wanted to take it out.
The Meta agreement, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, has a zero-scaping in it.
Yeah, they have water-wise landscaping, and their sort of compromise was we're gonna plant trees somewhere else. That's what we ended up doing with the original Meta agreement. I think it was with the second amendment to that agreement. They made that request a few years ago, and we granted that, and then followed that, I believe, with the subsequent agreement we did in October.
Well, then our hands are tied.
They're asking to follow that, which sounds like is not what we're referring to. So do we need to include some trees in there? Or?
Well, I think we see, Pony Express gives an example of what Meta did with the trees, and I think it's appropriate to ask that this applicant matches the type, the
existing?
Yeah, matches sort of the tree usage.
Are we sure there are trees there?
Is
that an old Google picture?
Well, I don't know, Google Map, no, this is August 2024 is what it's saying here on the image capture from Google, so. And it's not like it's not dense trees, and I don't know the spacing, they're sparse, but there are trees, so as you go drive down there, those trees will get bigger and it'll have at least a little nice appearance on both sides of the road.
Yeah, so the point was raised that the exception that Meta sought was in relation to Virtual Drive, not Pony Express Parkway. Whereas the code says all roads, right? And so they're asking to be exempted from a specific road. And I don't have it in front of me right now, and I was operating off of my recollection of what we did. But yeah, I mean, the only place they'd have to plant trees would be along Pony Express under this.
That's all we're asking.
Okay, so it sounds like that one's been addressed. So if we think that everybody's comfortable, we can take a stab at a motion and make sure that we've covered it, or is there any other?
Do you feel like that list that the mayor has made, that you understand what's on that, or do we need to restate it?
So the things that I wrote down as we were talking, it was just two words in one of the paragraphs. I didn't write it down, but simple cycle was gonna be identified. Then it was the adjacent property was somewhat boxed in, a little more limited.
I think that's already, I think the adjacent property was sufficient, correct? The way as written,
Well, the intent, I think, but I don't know the concern.
unless we need to add more language. To box that in.
I think there needs to be some, specific to the noise decibels, I think it has to be evaluated if you purchase adjacent property. I don't think we just extend that willy-nilly to any adjacent property, because it depends on what's it in proximity to? And are there some concerns there? I just don't think we should just.
So what I'm hearing to give the applicant a little relief is that yes, we realize that you might need some adjacent property, but we do want to have an evaluation of sound, or, because we don't know what that's going to get used for. You admitted that it's not going to be, most likely won't be an expansion of the power plant, but what is it? And then, some kind of approval process.
If we just cap it to 50% land expansion, does that satisfy?
Yeah. I mean, it would for me. 50% expansion, so no more than 50%. 50% would only be, I don't know what the size of the width of that
It'd
would
be about
another-
20 acres.
Yeah,
So
20.
what we just discussed was limiting the additional property clause to the stadium site. So the generation property is what we're talking about here, which is about a quarter of the entire stadium site. And so they want to be able to adjust the boundaries.
That works. I mean, that
That also works.
Thank you.
So I'm going to change adjacent property to stadium property, or?
Well, stadium property is adjacent because this is part of the stadium property, but it's not all of it.
Well,
So
I think-
the balance of the stadium property would be adjacent to the generation property.
So what I'm pointing out is that's not what's said in the contracts. We need to fix
Right,
that.
that's what we would be adjusting the language.
So the language would be limited to the stadium property in the motion. And then the sunset clause, which I think I heard 5 years with maybe one.
Five-year benchmark with
With
a
one.
possibility of an extension.
So
Okay.
5 years to complete the project?
Yeah.
With the possibility of an extension.
And
So we
then,
do we just want to review it in 5 years or do we just can't do it only if they want?
They have
if
to
bring
come
it
and
up?
do an application for an extension, I think.
Okay.
And then matching.
Yeah, to make sure we're talking to become operational in 5 years.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
And then the last one was the existing trees. So again, 4 things: simple cycle, stadium property, the sunset clause, and existing trees.
Trees along Pony, yeah.
Yeah, the existing trees. Cliff notes. So,
Is this a public hearing?
no, sir.
I'll make the motion then, if you're willing to let me. Told you we'd find our way.
I appreciate it.
Mayor, I move that the city council approve an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving the development agreement with Williams with the 4 elements noted, with the adjacent property, the 5-year completion clause with the ability to come back and ask for an extension by application. What was?
Simple cycle.
Simple cycle, machinery stated in the contract, and
Existing trees.
and trees and landscaping to match existing with Meta's property along
Okay,
Pony Express.
Just for clarification, I think you said adjacent property, because I've been saying that, so limited to stadium property?
I'll amend my motion to include the language that the lawyers have talked about, with the stadium property being the adjacent property.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilmember Wood,
Second.
second by Councilmember Whiting, and I've completely lost track. Back up here. Councilmember Clark, we're going to go through.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes?
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Thank you.
Thank you, council members.
Less painful than you thought, right?
I appreciate it.
Thanks, and we'll,
And Abby's?
we'll move on to
Much better agreement.
the next item, which is 21A, a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, supporting America 250 Utah, recognizing and approving the Eagle Mountain 250 Community Committee. And I think this is Steve Mumford.
I heard that this presentation was gonna be done set to music, is that?
Yeah, and that you would be singing,
I know,
right? Okay.
It'll be like fame.
Proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. All right. That's all you get tonight, at 11 o'clock or so. We're excited to support the America 250 Utah Commission. I've seen a couple of presentations at league conferences about this, and all the cities and groups are doing it differently. The way they participate. Some are not participating at all, and I think we were excited to add the 250th anniversary of the country to some of our events, and we have just a staff committee that's been talking about America 250, and also Eagle Mountain's 30th anniversary is this year, which is an awesome opportunity to celebrate both at the same time. So we're working on a variety of ideas for both of those, with an even bigger focus on Eagle Mountain's 30th anniversary for our community. But some of our events will have America 250 as part of those. And then it just so happens that we've created the Community Services Board right around the same time as doing this. So we're excited to have our Community Services Board be that 250 Eagle Mountain Utah 250 Community Committee, and they'll help us make those ideas a reality and bring their own ideas as well. So any questions before I read the resolution out loud, which is what they've requested? So, okay. All right, there won't be any singing during that. So, a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, supporting America 250 Utah and recognizing and approving of the Eagle Mountain Utah 250 Community Committee. Whereas Governor Spencer J. Cox and the Utah State Legislature created the America 250 Utah Commission, also known as America 250 Utah. And whereas the mission of America 250 Utah is to commemorate and celebrate, reflect on our nation's past, build community, and look toward the future by educating, engaging, and uniting Utahns and visitors to our state. And whereas America 250 Utah is seeking partnerships with communities and municipalities to further its mission. And whereas this partnership will be formed by creating a local committee called the Eagle Mountain Utah 250 Community Committee. And whereas the Eagle Mountain Utah 250 Community Committee will focus on important events, people, and places within Eagle Mountain to commemorate and celebrate Eagle Mountain's role in America's 250th anniversary. And whereas local projects will enhance tourism, community building, and economic development opportunities. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, one, hereby designates the Eagle Mountain Community Services Board as the official Eagle Mountain Utah 250 Community Committee. 2, will partner with America 250 Utah. 3, will support signature programs of the America 250 Utah Commission. And 4, will support the Eagle Mountain Utah 250 Community Committee in its local efforts to educate, engage, and unify Utahns and our visitors in Eagle Mountain. And then adopted, if you choose to adopt it, adopted by the City Council of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, this 3rd day of March, 2026.
Mayor, will you entertain a motion?
Please.
I move that the
Well,
city...
actually, I want to make sure that everybody's had a chance. So before I do, yes. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Absolutely. Go ahead. Sorry. I just didn't want to cut somebody off.
No, that's okay. I move that the City Council approve a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, supporting American 250 Utah and recognizing and approving the Eagle Mountain Utah 250 Community Committee.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Wood and a second by Councilmember Whiting, and we'll start the vote with Councilmember Wright.
God bless America, yes.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
And that motion carries. Okay, the next item, believe is still here, Mr. Magnus. There you are.
Poor John.
This week on the Hill is going to be a little bit crazy, and I know Evan's going to be nuts, and John and me, and turn on the, oh, now there we go.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Unfortunately, I am bogged down because of the Hill, and I didn't schedule a council legislative priority update for this week. It's been a whirlwind over the last week and a half. Bills I thought were dead came back to life. Things that we thought were going to pass died all of a sudden. So it's been very hectic. Just to let you know, right now, as of this week, we're tracking 326 bills, and 76 were considered critical bills. Yeah, that's all out of the 1,016 they wrote this year. So it was a banner year for them. Today was the last day for bills to move out of House of Origin, so we saw a lot of subs come in to revive things, and some things were revived. Some things that we thought were going to pass actually died today, which was pretty good. Some of the bills we didn't care for failed, which is very helpful. Tomorrow, all bills that have funding need to be passed. And Thursday and Friday, it's kind of set aside for the budget to be passed. So the stuff that's kind of hanging out there, they'll probably do it in floor time. They suspended a lot of rules today. Bills were heard at the second hearing and third hearing at the same time. So we expect that will be probably the same thing tomorrow. Start suspending rules to get stuff done. So, but when it's all said and done, we'll come back with a complete report on all the bills that we tracked, all the bills that we supported in the past, all the bills that we opposed and died. So that's all I have for tonight, unless you have something that you want to add to the priority list.
There's a couple of things that we're going to get to on the next item as far as priority lists. So you want to finish the Hill stuff first of all? Did you have something about the Hill or the priority?
No, I was going to talk about something else.
Okay,
Is this the spot?
yeah, let's hold that thought for 1 second. The only thing I wanted to comment, and maybe one of you guys can remind me, is just stats for the benefit of anybody listening. We have set absolute records on every category on the Hill this year. More numbered bills. It's the first time we went over 1,000. More past bills. Actually, we're below on past bills, but higher on bills that have been heard, and just all those numbers that we learned at LPC. So the state is doing a lot more than normal, and somewhat concerning, but that is what it is. So if there's nothing else on those updates, we do have a couple items on the priorities list and just things that we need to talk about real quick. I know Zach has one, and then I'm going to bring up a couple.
Yeah, I just have two quick things, and I'll try to be quick with these. The first one is I'm working on a project to just evaluate the performance of the funds that we hold. We have about 160 million with the PTIF. That's the state managed fund. Our average weighted return is about 3.5%. We also have a money manager that we're using for kind of short-term cash. So I'm gathering some data, working with Aaron and Kim, just to see what does that picture look like, what is the return profile, and should we consider having some outside management on some of these portfolios? I'm curious if the council feels like that's something we should
It's amazing.
spend our time looking at.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I agree with that.
If we can pick up another $2 or $3 million in return a year, that might be worth looking at. There are state statutes that we have to have a high grade credit quality portfolio. We own a lot of treasuries and CDs, very low risk, but if we can kind of match the cash flows with some better returning assets, that might be worth looking at.
Yeah, just our investments just need to be compliant with the state's money management council.
Absolutely, yep. And then the second thing, this is going to be off the wall, but just hear me out for a second. Again, I'll be quick. Rich said something earlier about the building with the Smiths, that it looks at our past, but also combines it with our future. And I was just thinking, information used to travel through here on the Pony Express Trailway with people riding horses. And now we've got data centers being installed at the highest speeds of information that you can possibly imagine. The thing that I want to consider, last year there was a bill passed in the state of Utah that residents can pay, currently you can pay your income taxes with Bitcoin, or cryptocurrencies. And I just want to consider if the council would be willing to entertain the idea of citizens being able to pay their utility bills with USD or with cryptocurrency. The idea would be that if someone does pay with Bitcoin, that it would be converted into USD that same day, so we would not hold a reserve currency unless the state of Utah allows for that. And I'm curious on the council's thoughts around integrating that into our city.
I support it.
We'd probably be the first in the state, I think, to put that together.
I support it, especially if we're converting same day. I don't see any risk.
I think for me, you're gonna have to help me understand the risk, Zach. Because, I mean, sincerely, you'd have to help me understand the risk, because I'm not a Bitcoin guy.
Yeah.
I'm not a cryptocurrency guy. I'm not unwilling to learn, but I'm certainly not gonna take risks with the city's resources.
Correct. So this would just be a payment that someone, when they're on the city website making a payment, you'd have USD with a converter to how much Bitcoin you would use to pay that. You transmit
Why would
it.
somebody choose to do that? I mean, help me understand why somebody would
Why wouldn't they
choose to-
hold Bitcoin?
Why would they choose to pay in Bitcoin and not USD?
Well, if, this goes probably a little bit deeper, but if Bitcoin is to be successful long-term, it needs to be used as a currency. Right now, we use the US dollar, which gets debased. We all hate it, right? The government just prints money, and this is an alternate option for people to start to introduce Bitcoin as a payment system. But you're correct, there might be hedging opportunities when Bitcoin rallies. People might prefer to spend that down when it's up versus the US dollar. Right now it's down a little bit, it's about $70,000 a coin, so you might just hold on to it and spend USD, but I think it gives people an opportunity to choose how they want to pay their utilities.
Maybe we should take gold and silver. I mean, I mean, and so I just think that that's maybe a broader discussion that we should have.
Sorry, and I didn't have my mic on when I was responding to you there.
So, but in terms of the liquidity, it's liquid.
Yes, the exchange would auto-convert to USD.
Like
that day.
Pretty instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a reserve asset that we would hold. I don't know that the state allows us to hold, we certainly can't hold stocks or high-risk assets.
So I think the biggest what we need to address here is, if we're uncomfortable and just thinking this is an exercise that may or may not do anything, do we want to allocate staff time to it? If there's no appetite, then we don't want to waste anybody's time. At this point, there's obviously a lot of things to flesh out. Are we willing to put a little bit of time, a lot of time? Like what's the appetite of the council to look into this? It's definitely going to take Kimberly and John and probably others to quite a bit of time. And then not only that, the legislative priority list is probably a whole Dead Sea Scroll length right now of things. So where does this come on the priority? I think that's I don't know how long those Dead Sea Scrolls are, but they're long. And so is our list.
But they're dead.
Yeah, they're dead. So to me, I'm wanting to know how much time are we holding on, maybe bring it back, or do we want to move it forward? What's the priority?
I think this is something that we could work on throughout the year. It doesn't need to be done next week, but if it comes back to the council for approval to add code to build it out, that's more what I'm looking for.
Would we even have to have code for it though? Like, to me, it's like, we don't make a decision about who the city uses as our merchant processing stuff. And this is just, I mean, I don't think it's gonna take as much time as we fear that it will, because it's very similar to taking it's a type of payment. I think giving it time as we have time, maybe after budget season would be a great time for us to pick that up. And I think, Councilmember Hewish, it'd be fabulous if you gave kind of a primer on what Bitcoin is. I've benefited from your lessons about Bitcoin, so I'm not afraid of it anymore. So anyway.
I think one of the things to remember is it's not something that our staff has to do. It's our merchant.
Yeah.
So whether or not they're capable of doing it, that's the question that needs to be asked.
I think
and I would assume that they probably are, since they do merchant services. So the only I don't know exactly how our bill payment works, but there's a portal through Express Bill Pay. So they probably just need to give you an option. Pay it with a credit card, pay it with a Bitcoin. It's probably gonna be that simple, and they control the portal anyway, we don't. So I don't see there being a whole lot of downside for us. It's another way to make sure the bills get paid, so.
I mean, maybe it opens up for more fraud, less fraud, any of those kind of things. But I guess what I'm getting at, whether it's resolution or code or policy and procedures, I think what needs to be identified is, aside from just the payment of it, what do we do when we get it? How quick do we convert it? You know, I think we need to know what those guardrails are on how we're accepting it. It's not the merchant side of it, but maybe some direction on if we are going to accept it, then what do we do at that point? So I think there is at least a resolution that would guide.
Maybe bring the merchant in and ask them. It might be good for them to just tell us, because maybe they're not capable of doing it, and it's a moot point.
Yeah, we would need to talk to Express Bill Pay on the capabilities of it, and if they do it for one, they would do it for all. And then we'd also need to take into consideration the state legislative oversight that would come in. So the state auditor's office and what the state legislature might do to the first one that poses it. I mean, someone's going to do it, so.
Okay, so add it, wait, hold off, kind of?
I think ask the merchant if they're even capable, because why have a conversation if they can't?
Let's explore it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. With your help, the consensus up here, I'm hearing is to explore it a little bit, so maybe just keep doing what you're doing and we'll kind of see where it goes from there.
Well, and I think we asked the merchant as well, but I think
Yeah.
I think we added to the list. I mean, it wouldn't be the high priority right now, but we added to the list. Let's make it done. Do we need a motion to?
Yes.
Or I move that we add studying Bitcoin as a method of payment to the city be added to our legislative priority list.
Second.
Okay, so it's probably my fault, but I got a motion by Councilmember Whiting, a second by Councilmember Wood, and they didn't even let you make your own motion, but I'll start the vote with you.
Support you.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
And Councilmember Wood, and the
Yes.
first one was Councilmember Hewish. Okay, that is going to be added to the list. Now, there's a couple that I worked on this morning that I also want to make sure that the council's okay with some staff time and so forth. The one that we just talked about was the noise ordinance, separating so, okay with that one? Yeah, industrial from residential.
Do you want to do it by zone?
Yeah.
Sorry, do you want to do that by zone?
I think that's what it would end up.
Like 55.
Just so I know how to motion that.
So we could decrease the decibel for residential. If Lehigh's at 55 and we're 65 in residential, I think the residences would like that.
Yeah, and if these ones that I'm talking about are staff level, so I'm just allocating time, it's more, so I don't necessarily want
We
to
don't
put
need
it
to be
on.
on the list, okay.
Yeah, okay, in my opinion, unless,
Right.
so, Brandon, yeah, and that's why I'm transparent about making sure you guys are on board. Brandon, what were some of the other ones? I know I had them on a different list, so I just want to make sure that we're aware of what's coming.
Some of those that we were working on was, the first one we talked to you about was the reef fees. We've had a lot of,
Yeah, the reef
issues.
inspection fees.
Reef inspections, yeah, we're not, our neighbors are charging more, and, our building department's concerned that we're missing some opportunities to.
Yeah, so the reef fee, and then I was just gonna bring up, and I don't see him back there anymore, but the example Steve gives of walking 8 miles to go to the neighbor behind your fence, but the cul-de-sac length, I know that in 2 spots for a code, there's actually conflicting. One says 400 feet and one says 350 feet, as far as length. So they don't match, that's one that we're gonna fix, but with that is the connectivity, so the trails and stuff that kind of go between cul-de-sacs.
So are you saying that we require a trail for all cul-de-sacs?
Right now we do, and I think some of them might not be necessary, and I think other ones might be. And the code right now just requires that some of them are, I mean, we addressed it today with the church site. Some of those trails in the cul-de-sac go to nowhere.
Oh, I remember going through this, and I know some of them, we were trying to break it up, the block, because what is it, 1,000 feet or something like that? You gotta have some connectivity.
But, yeah, 1,000 feet wouldn't be allowed. And right now, it's either 350 or 400, right?
Every 400 has to have a connection?
No, it was, well, there were two things. Cul-de-sac length, it's conflicting, so it says 250 or 400, and then another area says 500, I think. So we were gonna look at getting rid of the 500 number and just leave it at the 250, 400, depending on that. And then there is a requirement for cul-de-sac pedestrian connections, and it's different. I think it's in a different place than our connectivity code that requires that break every 1,000 feet or so. So that could remain if you feel like that's necessary, and then we can look at some other
Why
language
not
for
put it in the
cul-de-sacs.
same place so it's easy to find
Right,
too?
yeah. I think that particular one on the 1,000 feet's on a regular street to break up, not a cul-de-sac. And the other one on the cul-de-sac one was where we made it from. There's been lots of, so we're working on middle of the intersection of the middle of the cul-de-sac is that measurement. So that's some of the stuff coming. Was there anything else, Brandon, that
There's a number of them. We're working on lot line adjustments, getting that up to state, to match state code. Residential setbacks from 20 to 30 feet by the WUI areas. Setback exceptions for, I'm trying to remember this. Oh, if setback exceptions, trying to remember how this one works. Yeah, a better process for approving exceptions. I'm looking at my notes and some of it I'm not remembering everything there. Headlight screening was another one we were working on.
Oh, that had to do with the,
Freddy's.
No, because we're already working on our drive-through code. And then, of course, headlight screening so Freddy specifically has residential, then the drive-through shines lights right in them. And I
thought it was the sign that they were saying was shining into
Yeah, it
it.
was the red light. That's what I saw complaints about, was the red light.
Wasn't
There's
it?
headlights too. I actually went over there the other night and the headlights are coming really blasting into neighbors' windows.
Trying to mitigate something there. And so I just wanted to throw some of those out there, and that's a pretty good list so the council knows what we're working on to kind of expect. And if you have feedback or questions on those, that we don't get so far into the process before we bring that. I think it's more about staying informed and making sure that we're working in the same direction.
For Councilman Whiting's benefit, we also have senior housing on there as well.
Oh, the senior housing, that's right.
Yeah. Yep.
So with that, I'll go to the next item real quick, and it's just the liaison reports and any other council items that we've missed. Any liaison? I know you worked with the seniors today, and we covered that. Nothing?
Oh, I'm excited that we have community service board members appointed to the board. I've been doing some research because every city handles it a little bit differently when it comes to RAP tax and those things, and I'm kind of compiling that information to share with council and the board when it's fully combined. One thing that I do think that we should potentially consider is making that board 9 people instead of 7, because I think that as the board started to be put together, we're realizing that we want to make sure that there's a broad group of people that bring different voices, and especially because it covers arts, parks, rec, culture, like all of those things, that I want to make sure that we have enough spots on there for all of those people. So I
Don't you think
that's
that
something to
might
consider.
become laborious to get 9 people a chance to be able to speak in a meeting?
Well, we do it every other Tuesday, so I think that, and there's a lot of cities and counties that do have a board with that many people, so just something to think about.
Okay, liaison, other business?
No, I met with the library board, but there's nothing to relay right now.
And the youth council is,
I'm meeting with the youth council tomorrow.
they're headed pretty quick to,
Yes, that got situated, yeah.
okay.
I've been watching the school board meetings online, which is enthralling. I've got 2 different school boards that I'm doing on top of everything else, so I've been watching those from my car or at work or whatever. So Yeah, it sounds like the things are moving forward with the new school district. Obviously, we got a new superintendent that's moving forward. And I'm trying to remember what the last one was that I'm trying to remember what they brought forward to that in the last one. It was, they were talking about ATEC in that one. Am I saying that right? ATEC, yeah. ATEC West, yeah. So it's moving forward, and hopefully at some point I'll be able to be there in person and sit there with them for another 4 or 6 hours.
Councilmember Hughes, anything to add?
No, I don't think so. I'm too tired to remember.
I know it's getting late, and I would do, another thing that I used to really push as a council member is some of my responsibilities that I now understand is it would take me a month to get through what I've done, so, but I do want to tell you guys that Ben and I sat down with UFA, was that only yesterday? It seems like a month ago. And we've invited them because some of the information had to do with our coverage and our risk and how quick they're responding and what are some of our, how we want to direct that contract with UFA. And so in that discussion, I just said, I want to invite you guys to the April 2nd meeting in the work session to kind of, that's the first meeting. And you told them that one was too busy, so we said the second one.
No, the first meeting in April is April 2nd.
Yeah, but they're coming to the second meeting.
Second meeting of the month.
Yeah.
Who's on first?
Yeah, it's getting late, right? So because of that and the information that I soak in and there, I wanted to just invite them to come here and let you guys ask some questions. So unless there's specific questions, there is, and I want to get this out there because I keep forgetting, but I think it's March 27th. I sent the flyer to Councilmember Hewish and Whiting about Fire School 101 or whatever it's called. I know you did that. It is.
If you can make time, you should go.
I think, I did look at the dates, and I think I'm out of town.
I remember you said
What was
you.
happening, yeah.
And so I think we can take 2 spots, and if it's not a council member, I'm going to invite a staff member, because it's actually, I don't know if David's done it. It's like, maybe we take David, but. Ulibarri. So, but if you want to go, I mean, I think it's super cool. And everybody, I know Councilmember Burnham did it, and it was awesome. So there's 2 spots there. I don't have a lot to talk with MAG. We've got a ton going on, but, I have talked to you guys about a possibility of a huge donation and some rec opportunities. So that's moving forward. Steve's working on that, and we'll report more as it becomes more to report. But I think everybody knows. If you don't, I'm happy to go into that. I think that's all, unless you have questions for me. I try to download what I can, so I know we're getting late and I'm done, so. Oh, wait, one more thing. Sorry.
The next stop on the neighborhood listening tour is at the Willow Springs Clubhouse on Monday, March 23rd from 6 to 8 p.m.
Yes, and so with that, I did want, and I've talked to Marcus about this, but just so the council knows, as a process, we do have some more closed session items we did not finish, and we have, as a custom, read this entire paragraph that's very long. It has been noted that it's appropriate if you say that we're going to closed session as pursuant to section 52.4. That covers all the things that we've been reading. We're okay with that motion.
Yeah, we can just cite to the statute for, that gives you reasons why you can go into closed session.
So I'm okay if we don't use the entire paragraph, but we do, with that, was there any other items, financial items or anything? I don't think so. Okay.
I move that the city council adjourn to a closed session pursuant to section 52-4-205, subsection 1 of the Utah Code annotated.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Whiting and a second from Councilmember Wood, and we'll.
Voice vote.
Voice vote. Can we take a voice vote? I think I said last time no. Okay. Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark. Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
And we do have to return here to adjourn later, correct? Okay, so we'll go to closed session. We'll be back who knows when. Is the recording still going? got it. Hold on, everybody be quiet so she can do it. Do you need us in the camera? Okay. All right, the recording's going. We are back from closed session. It is Wednesday the 4th at 12:10, and I will call for a motion.
And a motion to adjourn.
Second.
So the motion to adjourn by Councilmember Wood and a second by Councilmember Whiting. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Dang it. We are adjourned.